Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. We are here at the end of the week. And I think it's good. I think for the necessity of my physical well-being, it is good that we are here at the end of the week, because I don't know how much longer my poor body can hold out, and I'm looking forward to some rest over the next couple days. Man. Okay, let me just getting everything in order here. How you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. We are here for day 19 of Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. Tis a good day. I have no idea what it's going to be like. But we'll see. Purportedly, Amber has some interesting witnesses coming up. I'm trying to remember all of them. We've got a social media expert on digital forensics, I think. Johnny Depp's former attorney, his UK attorney, and a former attorney of Amber Heard, and maybe someone else is what someone mentioned to me. I don't know who are going to be in today versus if they will go into tomorrow. But Amber Heard will be finishing up her case in chief. Maybe not today, but I would assume sometime early next week. Let's see what we got here. Mr. Ruttenborn. Do we not have one live yet? We do not from my normal source, of course. We do have one from the Independent. Oh, there we go. I hope some of you caught the show from last night. And if you did not catch the show last night live and you are into this trial, I would encourage you. I don't normally do this, but I would encourage you to watch the replay. Last night I had on Megan Fox from PJ Media. She's been covering this trial extensively on her own YouTube channel, and also writing about the trial for PJ Media. And she is great. She's very funny. We had a very fun show talking about this trial, talking about the coverage of it, talking about Amber Heard's disaster PR person, David Shane. It was a blast. And again, I think that would be a fun show if you're into this particular subject, and it's a different perspective than other guests that I've had on. So fun times for all. I would encourage you to watch it if you're interested in this. Let's see. Here we go. Legal Mindset. Send you a link. You know what's up, brother? Pop on in. Let me send one here. What happens next? We'll see. I don't I don't fully know. They do have this guy, this weird guy, right? He seems to be their expert witness, cross-exam guy. So I do think we might have an expert witness coming. Runkle is there, looking like looking like the Light of Ulthuan. I don't know how those guys are doing it. I mean, at least I sleep in a bed. Of course, Runkle probably just pulls up a pile of leaves and flowers grow when he lays down or whatever. But for me, I don't know if I could do it. I couldn't sit on those wooden chairs all day. God, I would want to die. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let me get rid of this one. I've got the source I prefer on here. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yesterday was an interesting day, in my opinion. I mean, we had a mixed bag of a very mixed bag, and of witnesses of varying quality. The only witness who seemed to have any real quality to them was was Josh Drew. I think he was probably the best witness for Amber Heard so far, and he wasn't great. Whitney Heard, who I think was one of the most dangerous witnesses, potentially ended up fizzling out, and that may have been because she was prevented from fully testifying, and that's kind of interesting. So, I don't think yesterday undid the damage that Amber Heard's testimony did. And that's what they have to do, in my opinion. They have to undo Amber Heard's disastrous testimony. And they haven't done it so far. So we'll see. We'll see what they come up with eventually. But it better be good. It better be good. Okay, let me hit these first super chats. Brandon Jensen says, wake up, Nick. Juicy, trials on Provigil bottle shake. The Jennifer Howell declaration needs to be allowed. Well, they might get Jennifer Howell's declaration in, but they have to get it in through someone who can attest to it. They could have tried to get it in through Whitney Heard, but if she doesn't authenticate it, then there's no foundation to bring it in. So that'd be a problem for her or for them. People are mentioning the makeup artist. The makeup artist was on yesterday. I didn't find the makeup artist to be too damaging because I think she undid her credibility at a couple points. I mean, one of them was just saying she doesn't know. Like, I know makeup artists are so special and use so many different products that they couldn't possibly remember them all. But she represented that she knows Amber Heard's face and put makeup on her face so many times, and that Amber Heard has these specific brands that she likes and stuff like that. But she didn't name any of them. So she gives specifics, but then can't do it. And then the really bad part for the makeup artist was her saying that she could see her own makeup everywhere. She could see it on the James Corden show, and she could notice Amber's swollen lip because she recognized her own makeup and all that stuff. And then he showed her pictures, and she's like, "No, there are better pictures. There are better pictures. I can normally see it." That was a disaster for her. And the jury was not seeing the pictures that she was being shown, but it didn't matter. That sounded and looked very bad. Here you go. Here's pictures from the James Corden show. Oh, well, I can't see it here, but you can in a different picture. You can. There's another one out there. That was a mess. That was really damaging to her credibility. Bad Vibe says, Nick, watch where you point that nose. My sister is watching. Okay. Kevin Phillips, Tom, and Jay Brooks, 4282. Thank you for all joining at the paralegal level. Crushing on Curry says, Depp team. Whew. set foundation for the letter to Whitney Heard for a rebuttal. They asked if Howell was her chosen sister and confidant, if Whitney Heard lived with her for a year, Whitney Heard didn't want to contradict Amber Heard. Yeah, I think, dude, the second, I don't think they needed the foundation for the letter through Whitney to be set, only if they wanted to introduce it through her. But the foundation I'm talking about is, hey, what's up, brother?
What's going on, man? You talking about the Howell Declaration? I read that shit on my channel just now.
Yeah, and the Howell Declaration is great.
But it's mostly hearsay, and that which is a huge problem for the Howell Declaration. And it's got to come out on the stand. That document just can't come into court. I mean, it's great. It's great. It's fantastic, but it can't just be admitted into court. You've got to have testimony for that.
Yeah, I think they need Howell.
Right.
That's what they need, because and that's what I was getting to what's up. By the way, guys, this is Legal Mindset. You should know this by now, but if you don't know, it's Legal Mindset.
And by the way, thank you guys so much. It's your audience, everybody else who's been watching this trial. I've just smashed past 40K. I'm on the road to 50. So thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it.
That's fantastic, brother. I love to hear it. So the way you have to introduce evidence, you have to have a witness who you can say, you recognize this thing, you know what this is, and all Whitney Heard has to say is no. And maybe she would, maybe she wouldn't, you never know, but introducing evidence through a hostile witness is hard. Now they've got sufficient evidence to bring Howell up on rebuttal if they've got her. I don't know if they've got her. Or somebody else familiar with the declaration. It is hearsay. You really want to get Howell in there. The hearsay that comes from Whitney Heard, though, and that's because that's the statements that you want. There is an exception to hearsay at prior inconsistent statements. So the statements made by Howell alleges that Whitney Heard told her some things that contradict her staircase story.
Yes.
Some big things.
It's a sick story, because now we have 5 staircase stories. We have 5 different versions of the staircase. I mean, seriously, Ricky, I mean, it's getting hard to track them because,
I know.
Okay, there are major themes. There's like things that like you can piece together probably happened, right? Like you can piece together that Whitney, Amber, and Johnny were there. Like they were present. Like that's something like all of them established, right? There were stairs. That's established.
There were stairs.
Right? It was in this particular building. Yeah, right. Johnny moved at some point. That's true. Now, the question is, after that, it's up in the air as to who moved for what, who is going for who. The Howell Declaration totally flips it on its head. But frankly, to me, and the theme of this whole trial is projection.
Yes.
The Howell Declaration is very credible because it's an inversion. And Amber Heard, the easiest way to deal with projection is just to invert the scenario. So make the abuser the victim, make the person who is trying to kill somebody the person who was subject to the killing. There you go. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and the contradictory stories. This is the most shocking thing for. I'm gonna turn this down before we die.
It's blowing my ears out right now.
Yeah, they have the outdoor volume cranked up so high on this thing. But here
we go. We're gonna get some booze.
Let's see. The staircase differences between Amber.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. How are you?
She's saying good morning. Johnny's showing up. Ever since
I love the reggae, by the way. I love the reggae that was blasting that one day.
Yeah. Well, ever since that one time where Amber walks in, she doesn't say anything to anybody. She just storms past the bailiff. She's been good morning every day. She looked really bad.
She's really paying attention to what the social media and the press are saying. You know, when she mentions the internet, she's the one Googling every day.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, I heard that there's reports that Ian was saying that like Johnny's PR team knows about him, knows about Rob, and they're aware in general of law tubing.
They have to be. I mean, They're going to be looking at everything that.
Waffles.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Hi.
Have a great day.
Hi there.
The difference in presence between those two is it's always just remarkable. Like,
Staunch difference.
yeah. But the problem with going back to that staircase, Whitney Heard's version of that story was so ridiculously different than Amber's, but it's so much more in favor of Amber, where you're like, but she'd be dead. It came across as so incredible to me because now he's grabbed her by the hair and punching her repeatedly in the face. We're trying to figure out, like, when in that melee Amber Heard is able to punch Johnny Depp, but somehow she is. I don't know, man. I think that was
is the directional
blunder.
Was there a big directional change? Like in Amber, I think it was Whitney's story, Johnny is coming from behind, and in Amber's story, he's coming frontal attack. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, there's a lot of those details that are just like so staunchly different. It's like that completely changes the story. And like you said, it makes it in Whitney's story where it's like she'd be yeeted, right? It'd be over.
Yeah. It's a mess. And I think that really damaged their credibility. Johnny's team is leaving the courtroom.
Interesting.
Going to
Powwow?
some private meet and confer with themselves, I guess. But yeah, this has been a consistent problem with the Heard story. The Heard side of this equation is that they're going so far into unbelievability on all these stories. And it's like, if you just told a simple story of abuse, being punched, being slapped, not like having your teeth, cutting your lip open right before you're going on these things, but just like a persistent story of him intimidating and occasionally hitting her, I think it'd be much more believable, and it'd be hard to counter. It'd be hard to counter. But when you're saying, oh, he wears rings and beats her mercilessly, it's like, come on, where are the cuts? Where the severe?
I pulled up the Rihanna photo, and it's like, compare Rihanna to Amber Heard. Like, I mean, and she's claiming to have something that's 10 times worse. So how many people are piling out at this point? Like,
everybody's leaving.
What's going on? Is there a fire drill? I mean, what is this? A Chinese fire drill? We running around the courthouse 10 times? What's going on?
Runkle's asleep in the front here. Or no, is that Runkle?
We could ask him, like, yo, why were you sleeping during the fire drill? Like, what was going on? But
no, that's not Runkle.
Is that not Runkle? Wait, no, sorry. That's too long. The hair's too long.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who's in today? We confirmed, is Robin, is DUI guy in?
DUI guy, I think, went back home.
He went home. Is Robin?
I heard something about Rob being in, but I'm not sure. This is the James in court guy, I think.
Yeah. Man, did you see that press shot of Runkle? I mean, he is now a Getty image. I mean,
yeah, the Whitney Heard frump face.
Yes.
What a bad look.
What an unfortunate face.
Yeah, not great. We'll see. Let me read a couple more of these early chats here.
Knock it out.
Gino Fast, people in the Matrix are talking about Whitney committing or causing perjury yesterday. True. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with Whitney's prior testimony, or her, deposition or anything like that. So I couldn't tell you if Whitney commit perjury. What I could tell you is that she came across not believable. She's jittery on the stand. She talks like Amber. They have this very affectatious way of speaking and shaking their heads, and it was not great. And it seemed like Rob and I discussed this. He pointed out how short Whitney's testimony was. It seems like they received a sanction of some sort, and her discovery or her ability to testify was very limited in scope. because Whitney was supposed to come, like, you bring your sister in to talk about all the times that you're like the best person ever.
Right.
And that's why you have a sibling. And we didn't get much of that. And she was off the stand like 35 minutes. It was amazing.
What did you take of the drug parts? Because I think that was, to me, both the most, the most damning and also probably the most believable parts. When she said, rarely sober, I was like, yeah, that fits about right. And is she also supposed to be the sister that taught Johnny to snort coke with a tampon applicator? Is she that sister?
I'm not sure if it was that one or the other one, but yeah, the best part, the credible part of Whitney's story is that she was a participant in the drug culture that they're living around. And that's one of the biggest problems with Amber's story is that she wants us to believe that she wasn't participating with all these drugs around. And guys,
it's because the theory of the case. So you have build the theory of the case, right? Amber's theory of the case is that drugs make you crazy, and Amber's using like a 1960s of all drugs are drugs, all drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. Okay, the South Park meme. It's like she's just not differentiating between anything, any drugs at all. She's acting like marijuana is going to make you jump up and murder 15 people. I mean, absolutely ridiculous arguments. But then she turns around and her sister's involved in that, and people around her are involved in that, and she's involved in that, and she even has to confess to incidents when she's dead to rights using these drugs. So it's really not believable. I mean, look,
I mean, her trying to discredit her doctor's note. Like, I mean, the doctor says I'm on cocaine, but like, I mean, she's got a lot of things wrong though. Like, I mean, cocaine use isn't something that you just like get wrong. Your client tells you they're on cocaine. If your client doesn't tell you that they're on cocaine, you don't write that note. I mean, ever.
But the thing is, it's Hollywood. I mean, cocaine is so common. I mean, amongst lawyers, especially, shit. It's in my law school. I'd say a third was Adderall, a third was alcohol, and then the Adderall.
2/3 were cocaine.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I remember going to a party and seeing literally every girl who was kind of dying, flagging, go to the bathroom, come out wired, bugged out, and what happened, right? You know exactly what happened.
When in any high performance sort of setting or profession, and especially cutthroat settings or professions, or really late nights, really wired parties, you're going to find lots of people on coke. I've never tried it. I don't want to try it. I can
neither confirm nor deny, but I'm from Miami, so I'll let you guys speculate. But the point is that it's MDMA. I mean, shit. That's everybody has. I mean, especially this is a younger jury, right? If they've gone to any party, I mean, you go to Ultra, you go to EDC, you go to Coachella, anything, any festival, any event, everybody is doing MDMA. Literally everybody, even the people you wouldn't expect, the people who look like the girl next door, those girls are doing MDMA. I mean, it's so ubiquitous. Just admit to it. Just say you do it on a normal basis. Differentiate it. We're all adults. We can all understand it. This is not the fucking 1960s.
Yeah, and the her refusal to admit to the MDMA, it's like, bitch, everybody around you, all your friends, your close friends who you're hanging around with, going to Coachella with, they're all doing MDMA, and you're like, oh, well, the one time I did it. And then, oh, well, and the other one time, but never, I would never do those drugs. So stop. By the way, the court is delayed until 9:30 Eastern. There's a juror running late. That's what's going on. That's why Johnny's team left to go have their powwow. It's like, go get a conference room and strategize for the day, rather than doing it in front of the court. But that's what's going on. That's why everybody bailed in the courtroom. They're probably going to get muffins or whatever.
Mommy's got her muffins, right? Can you not wait for her to come back on redirect? Like, that is going to be like,
it'll be great.
So glorious.
One of the reasons I say I won't try cocaine is because so I've mentioned this a couple times. This is why I like to talk about this case a little bit. Is I have a Provigil prescription because I'm a narcoleptic, and Amber Heard is on Provigil and Adderall, which I used to have Provigil plus Ritalin, similar. I hate Ritalin. Oh my God. but I know how Provigil works, and cocaine is similar. It's a stimulant, and you are turned on like a fucking light switch. And I like how Provigil works, which is why I don't take it except when I need to. And I know what would happen if I took cocaine. I would really like how it works.
That's literally the everybody says it. It's like the issue is you like it too much. The issue is it's too good. That's the problem. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So yeah, that's why that's the don't try it argument for cocaine. But once again, just understand that there's a reason why people can use some things once. A flip switches in your brain, and it's hard to turn that switch off. And that's where the road Johnny went down, the road a lot of people go down. And in fact, I could say that maintaining a slim personality like Amber did, or a slim physique like Amber did, like Carrie Fisher in the original Star Wars, that metal bikini, that was a cocaine body, and Carrie Fisher admitted to that. I mean, Amber's physique, frankly, you didn't see her working out all the time, in Hollywood. I can tell you, cocaine may have had something to do with that. Also, her background once again, as Johnny said in the audio, go back to the poll, right? Her background as a stripper. If you know anything about strippers, almost every stripper, it's a vast majority, 90+%, are either themselves on drugs or closely associated with somebody in their family, their friends, whatever, who are using, right? It's a very common thing in that profession. So I wouldn't be surprised if she got some of that scar tissue from the nose candy back then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. the other, and you bring up the cocaine body. Cocaine is the substitute for doing any exercise. You just you take the stimulant. The stimulant, it weirdly fills you. Same thing with Ritalin and Adderall. These are things that suppress appetite because you're on, and you don't really feel like you need to have time to eat. And so you look at Amber Heard in those old pictures, she's rail thin, looks gaunt, but it's not exercise body. Like, this does not look like a chick who's doing,
squats,
core power yoga followed by Pilates and squats. I mean, she is stickly. That's this bitch ain't eating, body. And some people are into that. It's not a criticism. It's just, that's what it looks like.
And that's Hollywood. That's Hollywood. That's Hollywood.
Lancelot 652 says Johnny punching Amber in the face with a cast finger from the cut. That was so unbelievable when she said that. Yeah, that's the other thing. He would have still had his cast on, I guess, at the time of the stairway incident.
All these facts are unbelievable. The bottle, Nick. I mean, there's the testimony that the bottle was broken, and it's like, well, and the bottle was thrown and the bottle was broken. And it's like, well, okay, so now either Amber's lying about the bottle being thrown, or she was, graped with a broken bottle, and that would be even worse, right? So really, this is why I think the sexual assault claim sticks, because we have seen nothing but Amber Heard's putting it out there that she was raped by a bottle, and the new trumping allegation, which once again nobody else saw, nobody else is a witness to, and nobody else says.
I call it the 6-pack grab.
I like that.
That's how I control my women. What a weird sort of thing.
Holy shit! You can't make this up. You can't make this up, man.
Well, they are making it up.
No,
though.
Amber's making it up, but she's making it up by inverting the story. Because I would believe that she was actually grabbing Johnny by the balls and saying, "So you feel like a man? Are you a man now? Are you a big man?" I would actually believe the inversion. Because based on that demonic testimony, that possessed, literally that exorcism that needed to go down, like you want the holy water and the Father chanting. I feel like they chanted, "Suck my dick, suck my dick, suck my dick" 3 times in the mirror, and it summoned Amber, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was unholy. I was intimidated during that testimony, during the audio.
Yeah, the one where she was like doing that weird sing-songy thing, sound like the fucking remember. Have you seen The Evil Dead --
Yes, I fucking love The Evil Dead. I love the original.
Yeah, when the girl's like sitting there singing, about it, and you're just like, no, wait, that was number 2. Yeah, where she's I think, and
I've seen them both. I've seen them both.
It's 1 or 2, and the girl's sitting there cross-legged singing as she's getting possessed, and he gets up and starts just punching her. But no, that is like that was. like that sing-songy thing, it triggered me for there.
Mhm.
Let's see. Panama Jack's Jim. Okay, Nick, just a fair warning. I cheated on you because Joe was live, and as Jew, he got shekels, and well, you get gold, brother. Okay. Thanks, Panama Jack's Jim. Tom Grawl, here's a dime for some bourbon. Your humor and insight makes my day better. Hashtag I am Johnny. Oh shit. I hope you're not Johnny in the sense that you're in an abusive succubus relationship. If you are,
Jesus Christ, get
brother,
yourselves out, guys. I
find your
mean,
way out.
and I hope people are learning from this. I mean, like you will see
Yeah.
people like that. Is not just Amber Heard. It's not believe all women but Amber Heard. It's there are Amber Heards out there. Please be aware of those signs. And when you're in a situation like that, remove yourself from it.
And ladies, you can learn from it too, because
Yeah,
there
it's
are
everybody.
men.
It's everybody.
There are men who have the same issues. Like people make this into a gendered thing. It's not. It's about poisonous relationships, what control and abuse look like, and abuse is pigeonholed into physical violence. I think that was what Amber really wanted people to see from the article, is the idea of the physical violence, because the control and emotional violence is hard to pin down. One person's like sort of mental abuse is actually a consensual relationship somewhere else, you know, like one person, for example, you'll have emotional or mental abuse that involves economic control. Well, this person only lets this person have money at certain times. But then you'll have other relationships where someone says one partner should take care of all the money because that's, you know, the other partner isn't good at it. And they want that sort of limitation or that sort of assistance going on. That's why mental and emotional abuse is such a hard thing to pin down in the abstract. You need to have so much story for it. And so, I think this is a big part of Amber's case. Everybody who's reading the Washington Post article, especially because it's coming off of getting a domestic violence restraining order, thinks when Amber says that she's a victim of domestic violence, that Johnny has beat her, not that he is controlling or just yelling at her or something like that. That's what they're going with. But people are maybe opening their eyes to the fact that there is emotional and verbal abuse, and that the way Amber has potentially done this to Johnny Depp is maybe more aligned with their situation. They're going, oh shit, so this isn't how a relationship works. No, it's not.
Yeah,
not at all.
Yeah. And I think that the only reason why, I just want to say real quick, is that the only reason why I think it is a gender issue, the only reason it comes up as gender issue, because it happens, like you said, you're entirely right. It happens to both people. There are guys like this, or women like this, girls like this, blah, blah, blah. But I think a lot of people are seeing it some people are seeing this for the first time from the perspective of it happening to a guy. They haven't seen this situation. So just because they haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not going on, but it's very visible for them. It's very vocal for them. So I think a lot of people, if you've got, sons, if you've got brothers, if you got cousins, you might have heard a situation and maybe not believed it, but you're giving more credibility to the story, and it's helping everybody feel comfortable coming forward and bringing their claims of abuse and being believed, because we want to believe everybody with their claims, not just one segment of the population.
Right. And the whole like believe all victims, whatever you want to say is simple. Right. It's a bastardization of a therapy concept. And this is one important thing for people to realize. Believe all victims is an appropriate stance for therapeutic treatment of someone. Someone comes up to you, they tell you their problems, they're looking for help and guidance. You help and guide them on those problems, and you can kind of take at face value what they're going through, so long as they're not asking you to go after someone else. The moment they say, now I need you to go after this person who did this to me, you go, well, let's put a hold on that. And you're going to have to show me now why this person needs to be destroyed. That's where it gets conflated. Therapeutic versus punitive. When it involves boosting someone, you can kind of buy their story and give them, you can treat them in that way. When it involves going after someone, that's when you need to say, let's that person's life has some value until we're proven otherwise.
And there should be some due process. I mean, I have a lot of people who are joining the morning shows because I do my shows in the morning. I'm actually going to move it back even earlier because there's a lot of people in Australia, people around the world following this.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike from Law Talk was saying, I wonder why that is. And I say it's because our justice system has due process, has the rule of law, and people like that. Many other countries, including where I'm here, I'm in Korea, there's very little due process here. It's very much when they prosecute you, they've got you. It's 99.9% conviction rate. So if they choose to prosecute you, you're done. Like RIP, right? That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That is a lot. That is a ton of countries around the world. But the United States, the reason why our system is great is because we still have that. That's why we get worked up when we see unethical things happen, like in Rittenhouse, when we see people unjustly treated, like we see here in the Amber Heard case with Johnny Depp.
Absolutely. Tina Lewis, didn't Johnny have a cast on his hand during the staircase incident? He couldn't grab anyone's hair with his hand in a cast. Well, he bludgeoned her with the cast, probably. That would have been fine. Even if he used his other hand to grab her hair, he couldn't use injured hand to hit Amber. Well, I mean, that's just quitter talk right there. That's just quitter talk, saying you can't use an injured hand to hit someone. You certainly can. No, but I mean, it wouldn't have come through in the way that it was made out to be. You can very much hurt someone with a plaster cast. Like you could.
Oh yeah.
But you start trashing someone with a plaster cast, like you're gonna get
injuries. The blowback on that, like the kickback on that, you're literally hurting yourself more than you're hurting them at a certain point. Maybe the first hit, it does hurt them more, but after a point, you're fucked up.
And you're hitting them with a hard object, like at that point too. It's these weird.
I am the hard object.
Harder object when you walk by.
Oh, also, can I ask a question before it starts here, real quick? Are we? Because I've heard conflicting reports. I have my chat jumping out at me. As far as this trial is gone, we have taken Friday off. Do we have Friday this week and then next week as well, or is it this week we still have off and next week we have Friday? Like, what's the ruling on that?
We have Friday off. Next week, Friday is closing argument.
Right. So tomorrow we have no court. But
unless the judge changes her mind today, but I don't think she's gonna, because they've got the timers. They know exactly how long each party has left. So I think we'll get an update on how much time each party has left at the end of the day today. Amber's team, they've got to rest today or Monday. Really, like, well, maybe not today. Maybe it's Monday or Tuesday at the latest, because they have to reserve time for cross-examination of rebuttal witnesses. So however much time Johnny's team has to use on rebuttal, they have to reserve an amount of time for cross of those people. And that's the hard strategy game that they have to play.
Right.
So they can't just run their clock down to 0 on their case in chief here.
But let's be clear though, Nick. I think Johnny's team has been great about time management. So I think they're actually like really winning the time war, and they've got a lot to budget here, especially I think when they're doing redirect. I think they got a lot of time to do what they need to do.
No, yeah, I think Johnny's team is fine. I'm saying that Amber's team has to make the strategic decision of saying, we're going to cut our case in chief with 6 hours left, because they're going to have rebuttal, and we have to be able to cross these witnesses on rebuttal.
Is there really a situation? Could we really get in a situation, Nick, where, I mean, I'm thinking about like this from a due process standpoint, like where they have no ability to cross, where they've exhausted their time and they have zero ability. Have you ever seen that happen before?
I have not, but Rob said that in Fairfax County, where he's practiced before this judge, they will cut people. They will cut them off in a witness. If they give them a firm time limit and it's been tracked, they will cut them off. Like mid witness, they'll shut them down.
Holy shit.
To one point, he said, I think it happened to him, or in a case he was in, I don't know if it was him, where the other party didn't manage their time maybe. And it came down to, I think this is on closing argument, where they gave them 4 minutes for their rebuttal on closing argument. Is that, well, you burned your time in your, in the beginning of your closing argument. So when it came to rebuttal, you get 4 minutes, which as he said on the stream, a 4-minute rebuttal it's not, lawyers don't process in 4 minutes an argument. It doesn't work. So but yeah,
it can be done though. It can be done.
He seemed to indicate that they're not getting extra time and the judge will actually end them. So
she will end them.
Other people are saying we are on Friday, but I don't remember the judge saying that we are on for this Friday. We'll find out today, I guess, if the judge says it's on tomorrow.
I think that would be consistent. Like, why would you do it this week of all weeks? I get next week for closing. That makes a lot of sense. But for this point, so then we'd have jury deliberations and then we'd expect a verdict, I guess, the following week, right? So we'd expect a verdict on.
I think the verdict will come in over the weekend. Because the judge has not put a limit on this that I know of, but the judge has indicated that she wanted everybody home for Memorial Day and had told the jury that they would have this to them before Memorial Day. So I think the idea would be they get them the whole thing.
Good morning, Judy.
Hold on, here we go.
And maybe a quick verdict.
I apologize. We had a delayed juror, but now we have all the jury. So we're good to go. All right. Do we have preliminary matters? All right. Sure.
Okay.
Of course they do. Of course they have preliminary matters.
Oh, there's all sorts of fights over all of the different things that they have left. They showed Johnny's screen briefly. I didn't have it pulled up, but there's a guy sitting there looking like an ISIS video with a timestamp. So I think we're gonna open with a deposition, but they did say they have some live but remote witnesses today.
I mean, live is better, but I'm sorry, man. This virtual video, as much as it's modern, it's so bad.
Cancer. Amber's team does not have any more in-person in-court witnesses.
Zero.
The only 2 people they were able to get was the one they paid and her sister.
That's bad.
It's a disaster. Here we go. Quite frankly, Samantha Therese, thank you for the donation. The message was retracted. Mitch Marco, hey, Nick, just finished your night show at 1.75x. Now at the end of my shift and watching live. Been watching as much as possible since you are here ended. Do a day show during the week after a trial ends to catch up on supers. Yeah, I was thinking of doing one on Friday if we don't have court. If we do have court, that'll change things. And also my wife might stab me. But I'll blame the judge. Angel of Sin says, hey, Nick, do your best Robin Williams and give us a good morning, Ricada Law, 20 buckaroos for you. I don't give money to any other online personality. Good morning, Ricada Law. I guess. I don't know. That my voice hurts.
So you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Ricada? So I'm about to travel. Yeah. So I just took I had to go to the doctor for something. I'm like, hey, just do a COVID test. And you're like, do you have any symptoms? And I'm like, well, I guess my soda's not as sore, and kind of looks at me. I'm like, I've been streaming all night. Like, this is probably why it's sore. You know, it's these marathon court sessions are just killer.
Oh, they're brutal. They're brutal. And I'm dumb enough to keep doing the night show.
I literally thought you would like abdicate on that, but when I saw you were still doing it, I mean, I gotta say, I mean, the Gunt is worth doing. I was just trying to track. I still don't get why he was attacking Brittany Venti, but like. That's a whole separate stream. I don't get it. And I also don't get who still watches that guy, but
nobody.
That's a whole, yeah.
Like 25 weirdos. It's great. And I love him. God love him. No, his antics are beyond me.
Epic. They're epic.
You know what? You keep talking, Legal Mindset.
Let's put it out on Twitter. I don't give a fuck if you're 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker.
Yeah,
Good thing I'm 6'6", bitch.
Quite frankly, Samantha Therese says, if you are consuming just drugs and alcohol, will also make you bruise easily by any touch because you have no nutrition, no iron, which makes you bruise very easily. Yeah, and she's not bruising a lot, so that I think that's the idea, right? Is that she's not bruised. The Amber Heard looks like Casper the Friendly Ghost's paler sister, and where's like
Casper's sister did coke.
Yeah, at the time of this thing. Now we see Amber in court and she comes in with tinted foundation. I guarantee you Amber is darkening her look. She doesn't want to look so pale. So she's wearing tinted foundation on her face. You can't see below, like about here. And so you're not getting the full idea of how pale she is. Maybe she's tanning some, but when you look at the old pictures of her, this chick is pale, and we're supposed to believe that she is not getting bruised dramatically from anything. I mean, come on. I know some white chick, like some white chicks.
She would get wrecked. Like you touch them and they bruise. I mean, literally.
Yeah, it's there's no way. No, there's no way I'm buying any of this. That's the problem. You got to sell it to me. And she sold me a Bugatti, but said it was only 10 grand. I'm not with it. NSX from Australia says, I'm 40 from the Outback and switched off lamestream media a few years ago. You're fast becoming my favorite YouTuber. Hey, thank you. Shortcuts, I think you mean shout outs to Legal Mindset 2. Keep growing your LawTube community, guys. You have a real good thing going. You know what I will.
No. I fucking own it. I own it. I know you hate it. I know you hate it, Nick, but I know you're the one who came out against it, but it's too easy. And here's the thing, Nick, when you explain it to normies, they know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the
it will
end
go
argument.
On my tombstone. I totally said it should not be called LawTube, and I meant it.
It's done. It's over.
I know. And the people overlook the reason that it shouldn't be LawTube has a lot to do with Law Twitter. That's why.
But that sets up the conflict. That sets up the villain arc.
It sets up the trap. It sets up the trap. You just wait.
You're a trapper,
wait.
Kita.
For now, well, for now, it's all good. Oh, we got this cool LawTube community. You watch what LawTube is in 5 years, and I'm like, it's because it's too easy. It's too easy. Sounds like Law Twitter to me, and I get scared. I'm terrified.
We're gonna have to pass out official membership cards. That's it.
That's right. That's right. We'll do it. Actually, I want to talk to you about something sometime off stream because I have a genuine thought pertaining to what LawTube is. CS says, please, everyone on stimulants. I've seen many people experiencing early childhood prescriptive use stimulant psychosis, and be aware all stimulants show massive reductions in judgment and adaptability and increased paranoia. There you go. Always make sure your care is managed. Honestly, like stimulants, pharmaceuticals, have it managed by professionals. Get second opinions when things go weird in your mind and body. Like, get those checked out.
Triple check.
I took Adderall twice. Prescription Adderall. First time I fell asleep and was not able to be awoken for like 4 hours straight.
That's a problem.
Yeah,
that's a real problem.
And I took it again the next day, and I did not pass out like that, but I was dead. I was dragging around. I talked to my doctor. She's like, never take that again. So Apollo XV says Crowder Discord is greater than Daily Wire Discord. Changed my mind. Discord is cancer and should probably be purged along with its mods. Paulo Freer. Hey, Dad, any news on Uncivil's album? Is he making an album?
His rap album. Apparently he's a rapper. I got that on mine too. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on here?
Next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Bruce Whitkin, and it's by deposition designation.
All right.
Tank Kizzle.
I think we are.
Tank Kizzle says, first super chat ever.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for your service, brother man. Questions. Would it be possible to have a DV expert / medical expert explain women who get punched in the face, putting an example side by side with Amber's?
Witness to acknowledge that their
Maybe.
testimony will be true under the penalties of perjury.
I think it'd be I don't think it's going to be
The
profitable.
admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way, and that the witness has verified that he is
This hair,
Whitkin.
this fucking hair.
Yes.
Bruce Whitkin.
Yes, I am.
This is a recording artist of some sort.
Mr.
He's
Chu,
got the hair.
Look at his
So agreed.
phone.
And could you please state your name
Record producer.
and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Whitkin, California, 91607.
For
And how
Hollywood
did you meet
Vampires.
Mr. Depp?
He joined the band that I was in Florida.
And did Depp ever become family?
To me, yeah,
Who was the first person that Depp married?
my sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison. Yes,
Okay. And was that around the time?
it's right when we moved out here in 1984.
How many people has Johnny Depp married?
So
A
how
lot.
long have you known Mr. Depp?
A lot.
How many years?
Falls in love quick.
It's got to be over 40, maybe from 82 to now.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah,
Okay.
Uh-oh.
And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah,
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother. Yeah, we had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
I tell the truth either way. Yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together. Well, he did the film. I just helped record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001
This is Viva Fry in
till
20 years.
2015.
Based on your personal
Hair gets
observations
that
from
out of control.
2011 to 2016, did
Older
Mr.
brother.
Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but I think that it was going on.
He has to think that because he was right there with him.
Yeah, this is very believable that we were all using drugs.
Just, but I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Used.
Use.
Getting high.
Yeah.
What? No.
Getting high.
Okay. Getting high on cocaine?
Once in a while, if I saw it, I've handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness, no. I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking.
That was a great movie.
Was a good movie.
I believe it was New Mexico.
I was
Amber
being
was
sarcastic.
there. Everything was like,
Okay, Kimasabi.
he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in
Doesn't
relation
like
to
him.
Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And
That's accurate.
I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff.
He doesn't like Dr. Kipper at all.
That's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, and does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know, I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through. And so, yeah, I was concerned, but
Someone asked if this guy is supposed to
couldn't
be
get back in there to try and help.
Were you
helpful
nervous
to
for him
Amber
in
Heard.
relation to
He will
the drugs
be.
and alcohol?
I mean,
Yes.
he will be testifying
So you did
on
have
her
some health
behalf
concerns
as we
or not?
get there.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be. And, you know, there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You could tell. And I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health
Yeah.
and they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, you know, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a soberness. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act, you know.
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
Who hasn't?
And
I mean-
do you remember when?
That's a natural human reaction.
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
It's not a $20,000 donation, guys. That's in Colombian pesos. It's like $10.
You know, when he was younger, he was jealous.
Oh, let me send you some Korean ron real quick.
Had a man with my sister-in-law. Do him.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. You know, he brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on, I think he'd work himself up, you know.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Whitkin.
Right.
Your name is in the
Apparently, he and Johnny had a
column,
falling out
and him,
when
or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
when Johnny had
It's
to
dated
rectify his
February 4th,
financial issues
2014.
because Johnny was an investor
Did
in this
Mr.
guy's
Depp
company.
ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. You know, they were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah.
The boogeyman.
You can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else, but yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would.
They
by hitting
really
hard,
want to
they
draw a
would
comparison to
do-
Marilyn
They would
Manson.
drink and smoke weed.
I'd
I don't
be-
know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but
Man, I'd be really interested
I
to
would
see
assume
how
they
much
did.
Whitney or Amber Heard
Done everything
coordinated
else.
with the Manson
You would see
accuser
them
on
drink
the
together?
timing of the
Yeah.
accusations.
Is it Evan Rachel Wood?
Both on
Yeah.
a few things.
Yeah.
That's how
That one is sus. So
Yeah,
sus.
it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014.
And the timing of it dropping right
text
before this
exchange
trial.
between you and Amber.
And the fact that it's
you
during a
have-
music video.
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
Do you know what kind of professional help, more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with Amber. That's my opinion.
Okay. So you were referring to two types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this
Chad is
actually
suggesting that this
a
guy was
continuation
scamming
of
Johnny
that
Depp out of money.
Same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through the mansion or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. I was getting real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 28th of 2000.
I love the glasses look like the I should
How
really
often
fix
were
my
you
glasses,
around
so
Mr.
I'm
Depp
looking
at this
down.
time in April of 2016.
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. And my dates are a little squirrely, but
And
yeah,
do you have any?
probably a bit.
Do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah, smoking weed. Yeah.
So I think your prior testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I've never seen them physically abuse each other. No,
And did you say this was at 3 a.m. when he called?
it was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought it was, something bad. So yeah, it went down.
Fred Durst
So
caused
Stephen
all
called
this.
at around 3 a.m. And then you went down, and your understanding, you went down after that call.
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
Yeah, that it was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. You know, the first time Steven ever called me for help like that. You know, usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Steven called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. You know, it was almost like shit's going crazy down here. Can you come?
To the chat asking about the drug use.
Yes.
They want the drug use to be equated with spouse abuse. When he's on drugs, he's violent and murderous.
At 3 a.m, maybe 20 minutes.
They haven't really
Did you ever talk to Amber
done it
when
too
you went over
effectively
that
in my
morning?
mind, but they're hoping that the jury just thinks it that way.
Not really.
Drugs are bad.
Just a lot of walking around and people going in and out of the bedroom. I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me. You know, I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's gonna be all right.
There are objections happening, guys. They're just
By the
edited
time I
out.
got there,
You'll never hear them on a
you can tell there
deposition
was a vibe in the house, but there's
unless they
nothing I
miss
could
the edit.
witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, you know, a little
Vibe.
bit of edge, you know. And look,
Vibing.
I got called down there at 3 a.m, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013
Why is she?
Mr. Whitkin,
She should
you
go back
mentioned
to the
previously
dress
that you had
look
seen
that she had
bruises on
yesterday. It was
Amber's
so
upper
good.
arm.
Yeah,
Is it-
one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm? Mr. Whitkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arm.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise that you saw was?
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
I don't know if it's the same date or not.
did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to be. Finger marks.
And did you ever talk to Amber about that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
The Kramer similarity.
Could have been a
Jerry.
Can you be more precise about month? Do you think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured spring to summer, so yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16.
Is the picture on the wall him in Carrot Top? Because if I
It's
had a
Carrot
picture,
Top. It's Carrot Top. And by the way, I almost got a picture with Carrot Top because he used to go to my favorite restaurant in Orlando.
Gigs, so I could.
if I had a picture with Carrot Top, it would not be framed in my house. It'd be framed in my worst enemy's house.
He's
Either
weird.
to,
If we could
as
bring up
punishment to him or to
Exhibit
me.
15, please.
Not sure.
If you look at the first text,
He's
Mr. Whitkin, it's from Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text,
That's from dudes. And, yeah.
and do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
Just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off, and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober, and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, you know, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
And that's why you're here, Johnny.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea?
Well, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working? You know? But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference, you know.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
Yes.
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
They were doing cocaine.
Cocaine.
And how do you
Ask
know
about with Alice Cooper. Only mind drugs, knowledge drugs.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it.
Everybody's saying we get it. He did drugs. The jury's thinking the same thing. It's been
jury's
testified
bored of this shit.
Since day one. We know he did drugs.
Said, "Why are you doing this?" He kind of hid it from me for a long time until I believe in 2016.
And do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
Did he invest in
Did
your
Mr. Depp
company?
tell you about that?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Time. Just something about the business manager and, you know, been spending too much and I need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Yes, I have. I was part of the first one against the management group, and then I was deposed in the lawsuit with his lawyer, Jake Bloom.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me. And I just remember Waldman saying, "Hey, nice to meet you." And
A little bit of hearsay
Johnny had
happening
told
here.
Waldman that I
A little
was
bit light.
Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit, and if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, "You got any shit on the Mandels?" And I said, "No." That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also
Howie
testified
Mandel?
in the Bloom case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to your?
Yeah, these are cutting, so there was objections. And
Not happy.
Yeah,
And
and
what's
when
your
they
relationship,
you won't
with
hear the
Mr. Depp
objection, and a lot of times you
now?
won't hear the
What
question.
happened in the last 4 years?
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and
Weird. Why would he
him.
say that?
Like, what are you talking about?
because you did.
Explain it. And pretty much haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the whole bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing. No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it. So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that. And when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising.
Not that you're salty or anything.
Have the conversation with him and go, what are you talking about? I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but I wasn't going to lie.
Oh, see, that's some bullshit. That's some
And,
bullshit right there, what he just said.
Did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. No. Or we would just talk about it. And he would say, oh, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. And I said, well, you're not all right. And shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, but
I mean, they're leaving out from
around
this
people like him. Everybody wants something.
that he was a defendant
And I
in
think
Johnny
today you
Depp's
testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have
lawsuit.
no knowledge one way or another
Pertinent fact.
of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you
No.
with anyone?
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
That was it.
That was a nothing burger. What did that establish? That he did some drugs?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to call Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation. And
I would object to the relevance of that entire thing. What does this have to do with defamation claims on either side?
That was just drugs.
So the cross complaint.
And address for the record.
Tracy Renee
Oh,
Jacobs,
oh, that's
Los
unfortunate.
Angeles, California,
And what is your current occupation?
talent agent.
Oh boy.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years. minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent. So my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him.
Yeah, always go to people who you're suing.
Well, I'm assuming if you were
or suing you, and
his
always go to their
talent
former
agent, that you
employees
would know what
or
his-
employers,
how
either
his
one.
career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, did you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
Maybe.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest?
Remember
star
that
in the world?
Johnny Depp firing her
Well,
means
A, that
she
he was
loses
extraordinarily talented.
millions of dollars a
And
year.
B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with.
She's taking a
and being
10%
able
cut of
to
anything he
master
makes,
the two
at
and
least.
put them together.
Minimum. So yeah, the
What
incentive
is
is
your
high.
understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life. So I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20.
Probably because he
said-
lost $650 million.
I'm directing your attention to line 20
Yep.
of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency.
And there you go.
Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation?
That you were
of him?
only in it for the money?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because
You don't
it's
care about the money?
all untrue.
It's a simple statement. It's probably true.
And
You don't
then
care about
I
Literally your
asked him,
job. Of
after
course you
asking
care
if
about
he
the money.
sued you, and you said
Yeah.
no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. But Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She'd been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is, do you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
No.
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that
These witnesses
you
are
had
such
conflicts
low
of interest
value.
all over the place?
And they're so self-interested. They give no
As you stated.
point.
No,
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
nope, never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
Like the amount of
And
bias
how did
evident
it
in these
become
people is
far more complicated in the last
Huge.
years you represented them.
that is a square face, man.
You
Um,
you got to round it off a little.
his unprofessional behavior.
Here's why
Drugs.
she's here.
Anything else?
He's the cause of the downfall of his career. Fired
I
his
think
talent
that
agent.
covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior?
You showed up late. Every holiday, which
in the last 10
Hollywood.
years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently.
Literally, no one cares
Virtually
if
every
Johnny
movie.
Depp shows up late to a set.
I would get yelled at. I never
Every
said,
star does that.
you're a difficult client. I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, you've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you. And it did. And
How? He still was getting
Yeah.
Pirates contracts. He got a Pirates contract after firing you. How did it hurt him?
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
no,
And what
10
types
years?
of difficulties
10 years?
did that
10 years
cause
of the
for
biggest years
Mr.
in his
Depp?
career.
10 years of you leeching too much money off of him.
well, initially Cruz loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk, it's a small community. and
Reputation
made
within the
people
community is a hearsay objection
reluctant
or
to
exception.
use him toward the end.
Again,
And when
who's
you say
reluctant
toward
to
the
use
end,
him?
Was that toward the end of your
They
representation?
can't prove any of that.
Of Mr.
Yeah.
Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you
Leaving,
have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't
I'm
recall.
I'm sure. I don't recall. Okay.
Do you have a recollection of
Physical attack, no hit.
Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on the plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior?
You haven't
that
established
you
an
witnessed
increased use of
increasing over the
alcohol and
last
drugs.
10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
That completely fucks their previous witness.
He has had a lot of experience with high profile people.
This
and
is ridiculous.
helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealing with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based
Drinking
on
straight
your
vodka?
meetings with Mr. Depp. Was it your observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Yes.
And
Lack
in
of
your
foundation.
observation of Mr. Depp having fundamental issues with anger, did that worsen over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes, it worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp lacking patience when he didn't get his needs met?
Yes, but yes.
Yes, but
Do
yes.
you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines when he fed to him during films.
Yes.
How is
Who
this a
cares?
problem, though?
Who cares?
The recollection of issues associated with London Fields.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at
Again, the man makes multi-$100 million movies by breathing. You said he's the biggest star in the world, but you're talking about the decline of his career as he's becoming the biggest star in the world, according to you. It's so inconsistent.
Yeah, the earpiece thing is ridiculous.
Here's where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp
This helps
would write to
Johnny.
you in emails, would he regularly have parts of it all capitals and exclamation marks?
Yes.
Harley's, he says fucking Harley. What is he?
Amber talked about
he's referring
the
to,
fact that they used a body double nude without her consent.
I think he might be referring to the
This is him
daughter
suing
of
them
the
for
director
that.
friend of his, but I'm not sure.
Yep.
So do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
Okay. And then you responded to him, I'm already on it with lawyers and Marty Singer. I've spoken to Matthew Cullen twice this AM. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of London?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why Harley, he means Hanley. They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pilot 6?
No.
She wasn't involved in
You
that.
testified at the beginning of this
He had fired her.
deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
Have you ever
I
seen
don't
Mr.
know.
Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Judge
No.
Moody?
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
No.
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
No.
No.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
No.
Exactly.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I
Isn't
know
it
there
true
were
that
conversations.
you've
going on.
acquired 4 extra
What were you
chins
referring
over
to
your
when you
life
said at the
and
top
incorporated them
of
into your jaw?
this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
Wayne's World. Someone
That
said
we
Wayne's
were
World.
able
Oh,
to
Jesus
help
Christ.
him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly
Look at her
was good
face.
news?
She's
That
dead.
we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money.
Oh.
And
Salty.
it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other?
You can't.
Do you know?
You can't say he
No.
didn't hit someone,
Would it be fair
can
to
you?
say
He
that
might
you
have.
were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you.
Correct, yes.
Earlier, you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but
Okay.
I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So, as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No,
Why not?
because his star had dimmed due to it
Due
getting
to.
harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Just, people were talking and the question was out there about
People were talking.
his
The question
behavior.
was out there.
And that behavior included,
I think I've described it several times.
would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes,
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
Objection.
I read that. I don't know.
Do you
Objection. He punched him in the dick.
understanding of why
This
Mr.
guy's a
Depp
dickhead.
needed that loan in January of 2016?
My
Yes,
fees.
He had said he had met with us and he had asked for $20 million.
Did Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why. He just expected us to do it.
So Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
That's so fucking ridiculous.
Actually, it was, I want you to give me $20 million. It was not discussed. The question was not asked as a loan.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
And in the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for
Hearsay?
$20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that
Did they take deposits though? I think they did.
As opposed to loan?
Yes.
What
We felt that it made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
you ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get The Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out.
And it made no money because of that.
Parcel with Blumhouse.
You were
Fucking
asked
trash
about
movie.
whether there was any option
True.
to Pirate 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
Mm.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Again, what did that witness advance on Johnny Depp
Again, Ms.
on the
Berghoff.
defamation claims
Your
here?
Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation.
They're trying to mitigate
And
the
restart the
damages
question.
section.
All right. Thank you.
There's someone in the chat who was asking me about if any one of these situations is
state your
true,
name and
doesn't that
business
make
address?
Johnny guilty automatically
Joel
and therefore decide the
Mandel.
case? No, it's much more complicated.
It's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are
Depends
here
on how
under
the
subpoena,
jury
is that
themselves
correct? Testifying
define
under subpoena?
domestic abuse.
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983.
Berkeley.
I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87, called Wyman, Boutzer, Rothman, Kuechel, and Silver. And I left in March of 87 to form this company.
Sounds like
with my
Stephen
brother.
Birch. Holy cats.
He's leaning in real hard.
Describe a little
He's
bit
got the
about your
shoulder
experience in the field of the business management, the type
These
of
potato cams are killing me, Nick. Like the quality is 280p.
Hollywood.
These
business
people make
field.
millions of dollars.
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full service business management firm.
And they can't afford a $100 webcam.
We provide a wide array of financial, administrative,
single
advisory
microphone.
kinds of services. And we pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes, and we help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial
That is a lot of
primarily
hand lotion
financial
behind him there.
services, but financial and personal
You know
services
he's not using that for his hand, Nick.
to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking,
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through if that's possible.
Take us to the early times.
Well, let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp.
Spit it out, Stanley.
What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Can you please describe for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating?
But can you keep your answer to like a relevant couple sentences this time?
Sure. So I'll explain this. But early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers. And so there was interface on a constant basis with Christie in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christie.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they changed over time. And so the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting, very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, income and expense have grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties, there's more. I mean, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's all changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And what I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into...
Once again, this narrative is not winning them any points.
Erratic behavior.
They're talking about this, erratic behavior, more alcohol and drugs. He's more difficult, and yet he's still banging out massive movies.
And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2000.
And a reminder that he fired all these people. They didn't fire him despite how difficult he supposedly was.
He fired them because they're difficult to fucking deal with. And they're costing him money, and he realized they're not worth it.
There were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, director, I mean, if you're only judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful, and so there was a combination of events.
This number of pictures in a row that were not successful undermines their last agent.
Satisfactions. What I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber, the use of alcohol and drugs, made my job more challenging.
You indicated that you were having more difficulty arranging meetings. What, if any, role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and so forth.
All right. So were there any periods that you can recall between 2010 and the end of your relationship with Mr. Depp that Mr. Depp had any periods of sobriety?
There were certainly stretches of time when he seemed better. There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper and his staff?
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp engaging in what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things.
It's a lot of money on Dr. Kipper, but at the same time, in the scope of what he lost, it's
there were times when he was
just
upset
a
about
small
something,
fraction.
and he would be very, very, very upset about something. Seemingly to me disproportionate to that something.
He was unfairly upset with us.
Again,
we were great.
Erratic is a funny word. I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like it, I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seemed to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Did that was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would, he seemed to become increasingly less filtered and increasingly the notion of I want to answer you accurately. People moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised. My experience was that Mr. Depp became increasingly less constrained, less concerned with whether he was going to upset someone's feelings, or just
did he hurt your feelings?
Venting in an aggressive way when he was upset or disappointed about something.
And
he hurt his feelings.
Increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2010.
Definitely butthurt.
It began to change in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015, and was eventually, obviously, severed in 2016.
Why is it obvious?
When Mr. Depp would express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
Oh, my Lord, he used some swear
Did you
words.
observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions of anger and upset associated with any increase in
substance abuse,
financial difficulties, or having to discuss financial difficulties?
With your business manager, this literally makes sense.
His
You manage my
financial
business.
circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
So did there come a time that you observed as Mr. Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
He's got a fiduciary duty to say that.
Again, in the time frame I've described in that 2010 time frame,
that was on the
as
video.
I recall, income was very significant.
Like the court Depo
spending
video.
was very significant. And the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes,
What did
Kevin
you
Murphy,
do?
and
What did you
Stephen
do or say?
Peters part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp as a security guard?
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry made something like $10,000 a day.
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Yeah, but I mean, you're at risk. You're putting your body at risk. So,
some, not very much.
And approximately how much?
No specific recollection.
Less than 50,000?
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes. At various times when we would have
Did you
these
ever tell him to
conversations,
kick out the fucking freeloaders and sell the East
he would
Columbia
acknowledge that he
penthouses?
understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
And were there occasions that Mr. Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
That happened on occasion, yes.
oh, he took responsibility. How fucking cool.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether
Fuck you, Elaine.
Mr. Depp
Sorry, this is
did
ridiculous.
improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
That never seemed to happen. And so there would be at times expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMG file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalves while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did?
You were sued by Johnny Depp.
His tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, we definitely did.
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding
Didn't
of
answer that.
what his numerous?
Probably filed like for an extension, like everybody does.
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Oh,
Do you
yes,
know
drugs,
how
huh?
much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month, but I can't tell you the time periods.
Do you have a recollection of whether TMG had to pay for property damage at other rental properties or hotel properties that Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels? And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about needing $25 million by the end of the year. Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain $25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So the first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15 was October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that you were trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
That was a priest walking by Elaine.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how our,
there were conversations. Thanks, bro.
Financial
Like,
yeah.
Going to be
what the fuck is this testimony? Like, what is it doing? It's doing nothing.
The tone of these
They're
conversations.
really just trying to
became
hit the
more tense as
damages
time went on,
aspect.
and these issues were not being addressed.
But
I understand.
But this isn't even actually addressing his damages aspect, though. This is his spending. His spending didn't cause him to not get roles.
Described were taking place.
I'll answer even more specifically. Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July of 15, when it became clear that he was not willing to sell the property in the south of France. And the tone of those conversations became more heated and more contentious as time went on because the circumstances were more dire.
And you were a horrible person for not figuring out a way to get rid of it. That's why he fired you.
Your perception was that the circumstances continued to become more dire between July 2015 up through the time of your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMG's termination?
Man, you'd want this guy on the
White
stand to say, Mr. Depp sued you, didn't he?
CPA, someone in his office.
And this is the problem with these video depositions.
Yeah.
And who was the letter from?
I think they were hand delivered, like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity with Edward White as of the time of the termination?
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
For the most part, no.
Now, approximately how much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented him?
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million, and believe that amount was probably, close to that.
These guys ended up settling their lawsuit with Johnny Depp.
$650 million.
Confidential amount, but the leak is that he got about 10 million out of them.
No.
Johnny
got 10 million out of them. Yeah.
Which means they know they fucked up.
Getting money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
This is misleading.
No.
Yeah. Did you
It's a
settle that
misleading
lawsuit?
question.
We did.
Yep. Did you
All right,
settle
we're
the
gonna take our
lawsuit?
morning recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Again, court is still in session. If we could. Court is still in session. Thank you.
The fuck? What the
Thank
fuck
you.
are people doing? You gotta ask Ian on that one. What the hell's going on there?
Okay, so people misunderstand. Johnny Depp lost $650 million. He didn't lose $650 million to that firm. He sued them for $25 million. He paid them $28 million in fees over the course of their relationship. He sued them for $25 million. The leak is he recovered about $10 million in settlement from that. That's a big win, by the way. Extracting $10 million out of your business managers. Business managers tend to be like firms like this tend to be pretty meticulous about how they do things.
Yeah. And typically, and someone pointed out in the chat, said real quick, oh, you guys should know settlements don't mean guilt. Well, yeah, to an extent that's true, but there's certain entities that are willing to settle and certain entities that aren't. And literally your business managers and accountants, your people who are dealing with the money, they almost never end up in these situations because they should be dotting their T's and crossing their I's. The fact that they settled does implicate that they are not the norm in the industry. They were doing something that was not normal for the industry because that's not normal for you to be settling with your clients. That's odd.
Effectively, these guys are really worried that they were going to lose more than $10 million. I mean, that's one way to say it. And again, as people who have represented clients, Legal Mindset and I can both tell you do things to make sure that your advice to these people, because it's the same thing. They're in the business of advice. We're in the business of advice. Yeah. Your advice is documented, even when clients are mismanaging their funds or whatever. In their case, you have to document all the times when you told them this is a big problem.
Yes. Multiple times if it's a big problem. I mean, it should be extra documented, right? I mean, if it's something that's literally you're not paying your taxes, it's like, Johnny, you realize that they will come for you on this, right? I mean, that's not a minor non-compliance issue. That's a major non-compliance issue.
Right. And so this is that's the reason why it's, 10 million, why he sued them for 25 million, though he lost 650. Johnny Depp clearly was spending too much money. I mean, but these guys are facilitating a lot of those transactions. And yes, the client at the end of the day is right, but you better have documented where that money's going. Now, the allegations are that they were using his money to lend business interests money without his consent that they had financial ownership in. That Bruce Whitkins guy or whatever, the first testimony today was someone they were alleged to have lent $4 million to without Johnny Depp's consent to run his business. So the question
that was a real nice premium vodka bag in the back. I wonder where that company may have got that Israeli vodka there. Wonder where they got their startup money from. Weird. These are good questions.
So these are the allegations that Johnny Depp made against these people. And that's that. Surprisingly, it's not super surprising, but there's no cross on these people. And the reason there's no cross, you could really get into arguing back and forth about this, but you're wasting time because the question that these people are brought in to answer is not whether Johnny Depp hit Amber Heard. Notice there's no testimony about that so far today. This is all damages. Johnny Depp ruined his own career. Well, that guy just showed that Johnny Depp had a spending problem. He didn't show anything about why Johnny Depp wasn't getting gigs, or which Johnny Depp was getting gigs up until 2018. So that's not very helpful. They're just saying that he is the cause of his own financial demise. It's not really worth getting into these big fights over it. These guys don't prove many of the elements. They're just there for closing arguments for Amber Heard's defense team. But Johnny Depp's team has already got the closing arguments. Amber Heard has put up these guys saying, well, yeah, it seemed like he maybe wasn't getting jobs or something like that. Johnny Depp brought in experts talking about specifically where his income was reduced and when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
So the jury's going to look at and they came in person, which is huge, honestly, compared to having this guy testify remotely through deposition, not cross-examined. It just doesn't come across as powerful, in my opinion, as Richard Marks and and Ed White and stuff like that.
You don't feel it. You don't feel it. I mean, when somebody has a literal physical presence in the room, it's called presence. You feel them there. You hear them there. You hear the reverberation of the voice in that same room. And if we're bored watching this here, where I can drink my Monster Energy, here, we can stretch out, we can walk around. We're bored. The jury that cannot move, that is stuck in a box looking at a screen, of horrible video quality in a drafty courtroom, they're even more bored. They're even more tuned out. I really don't think this stuff is sticking. And this is really not landing where they need to land.
Right, exactly. And I mildly misspoke earlier. I said that reputation within a community is an exception to hearsay. It's not an exception to hearsay. It's an exception to the prohibition on testifying about someone's character. You can testify about someone's reputation within a community if you have the requisite foundation, if you are in that community. So you can testify that Johnny Depp had a reputation for being a drunk, for example, a drug addict within the community, if the community is talking about it. So if there was someone saying, oh, he has I heard so-and-so say he has a reputation, that would still be hearsay, but you can testify about someone's reputation within a community. That's so sorry to misspeak and make that a little more confusing, but back to this super chat from earlier about bringing in a medical or domestic violence expert. You can do that. Bringing in an expert to talk about like violence against someone and all of these things might be helpful, might not. You can also just do it on cross. A lot of times expert witnesses get bogged down on these technicalities, their qualifications. They get bored listening to their CV. Medical experts.
So boring. They're so boring, Nick. I mean, I remember all those cases because going back to the self-defense cases, how many of those? I mean, we were doing
every doctor,
Rittenhouse, Potter, Edgecombe, every single one. You were just bored to tears over those experts. They were horrible. I mean, the best experts have frankly been in this case. I mean, in terms of Dr. Mommy and even Dr. Karen, we got some laughs out of that one. I mean, but frankly, experts are typically just so boring. You bring in too many and it's horrible.
Yeah. And so what you're going to do is you're going to go through an hour of this guy's CV, learn every stupid seminar he's ever attended or whatever. And then you're going to get him explaining why when you punch someone with rings, they get cut up and there's contusions and bruises and cuts and scrapes and bone denting and all that stuff. Right. Or on close, you can just say, put a picture of Johnny Depp's hand with 5 brass rings on it and put Amber Heard's picture up where she's allegedly been beat. This is the result that they claim of Johnny Depp hitting repeatedly with these ringed fingers Amber Heard. Where's the bruising? Where's the cuts? Where's the blood? Where's the broken nose? Where is this stuff? Just let the jury look at it. And they become domestic violence experts in their own right really quickly. Right? You don't need to introduce an expert, spend a lot of time, spend a lot of money, bore a jury through these medical explanations of what's pretty intuitive. Again, people give a lot or don't give enough credit to jury members, but you guys know this stuff. And if you guys know this stuff, you can take some relative certainty that most of the jurors have done it too, right? Like they know the same things. They know when they see that clump of hair on the ground, that's probably not ripped out of a scalp.
It's cut hair.
Where's the mess?
Yep.
So,
and it's certainly not what Whitney described it as, like bloody strands and her bloody scalp. I mean, it's clean cut. There's not even a hair follicle on that hair.
Right.
It's just hair.
It's just hair. And it looks like it came out of a brush, maybe, or was cut, or was just a hair extension, or
was dog hair. I'll believe the dog hair. Yeah, I'll believe that over it was ripped out. That does not look like ripped hair at all whatsoever. And it's from somebody who does not know what hair getting ripped out looks like. It's somebody who is cosplaying, who's LARPing, and is going through these motions to make it look like that, but it's nowhere near close to what that is.
Yeah, it's and that's the thing. So again, if you guys are intuiting these things, there's a lot that juries can intuit. Now, if you're in a self-defense case and you need to show the trajectory of a bullet, you bring a forensic medical expert, like in the Curtis Reeves case, when they showed how the bullet went through the wife's hand and how, the wife's hand was facing a particular direction, holding back this man who was coming at the shooter. Whereas when she demonstrated it in court, she's like, I was like this. And it's like, no, you were like this. You were holding him back. You were not touching him gingerly on the shoulder. You had a bullet enter the back of your hand, come out the palm of your hand, and then enter his chest. So that's when you bring in experts for things like that are hard to explain. But stuff like got punched, don't see bruise, that's basic. You don't want to muddy the water too much, because they can also cross-examine that medical expert and say, yeah, but isn't it possible that someone could be punched? In your medical opinion or experience, have you seen someone who has been punched and actually taken severe violence without really much bruising that's visible? And they'll have to say yes. They'll have to say
otherwise. Yeah. Otherwise it's over. All right. Otherwise the claim is gone.
Right. So you don't let them do that, because sure, that can happen, but in this case, it'd be every time, every assault, and Amber, what, she just miraculously never bruises, but we know she does bruise because she showed us on her arm. Lordy 08 Koss, Cokespur, the unfriendly ghost.
I like it.
Dutchie says, thank you, Nick and Legal Mindset. So enjoying to see this last day of this trial this week. Can't wait for next week. Don't know what to do in the weekend without this trial.
Sleep, guys. Like, you literally get your sleep.
There may be a trial day tomorrow. I mean, some people are suggesting that. I didn't hear that from the judge. I think we'll find out at the end of today.
I really wouldn't know why there would be. Frankly, it wouldn't make much sense to me. And I'm surprised. Shit, I'd be surprised if Amber's Heard team doesn't finish their side before, halfway past lunch, maybe at 3 p.m. I think they could if there's running video depositions.
They're supposed to. They're reportedly going to call Johnny Depp to the stand.
Are you serious?
I think it'd be absolutely idiotic.
That would be insane.
But that's what's been reported, that they're going to call him back. I don't know if they're planning that today. If they run video depositions through today and call him in on Monday, it's an honestly stupid move. I can't believe they would do it. They might have just been trying to drum up some press or something. But if they call him back to the stand, I mean, I think they're going to get killed.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to prove out. They have to prove out that he's responsible for the statements by Adam Waldman. I mean, that's their hurdle for the counterclaim.
Right.
Why they didn't do that on cross of Johnny Depp is beyond me.
How much Adam Waldman have they gotten so far? Because I know they got in a little bit with Amber, but other than Amber,
just
they
the
got
article.
just
the article.
remarks. Yeah.
They just got the one article with a couple quotes from him, and they're trying to string together this defamation theory very loosely on the counterclaim. I mean, they rest their case in chief. I think Johnny's team motions for
dismiss the counterclaim.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually at this point, this is that's actually that's actually something that might pass. I think Johnny's team has passed all thresholds for motions, right? They passed all the motion thresholds, but Amber definitely could have her counterclaims dismissed. I mean, they were already spurious. We already knew that, and
at this point they should be, but now they have more witnesses. So who knows, but they have not really connected Adam Waldman's statements to specific representations of his client. And I mean, if I'm Johnny's team, that's the argument I make. Judge, where's the evidence that Johnny in any way ordered these statements for Adam Waldman?
See, Nick, no, Nick, you're messing up here. Nick, you're completely wrong. If you check the internet, you check with those vile people on the internet, say, just check the internet, and you'll see, Google me, Amber,
Google me,
and you will see, Google it.
And I would actually bring that up in my argument. I'd say the strongest advice the strongest evidence we have came directly from Amber Heard, who said to the jury, who's not allowed to do this, to Google me, and then you'll see it. That's what we're supposed to do. That's the evidence they have presented to this court, is that it must be this way. And if you just Google me, you'll find out. But Your Honor, we've had no testimony that Johnny Depp ordered Adam Waldman to make those statements in a professional capacity, that he was acting in Johnny Depp's interest when he made those statements. He happened to be the lawyer for Johnny Depp, but he was giving his own opinion about what happened, and they should have sued Adam Waldman. But they didn't. And here's why they didn't. Here's why they brought, but this is the real reason why they brought this counterclaim. The
Right.
counterclaim dismisses Adam Waldman's representation in the case because he's a witness, but they didn't call him as a witness. But that was the whole purpose. And they know it's a thin theory.
Yeah, a very, very, very razor thin theory. But they just wanted to get a counterclaim in there because they wanted to be able to say, okay, we're coming back for double, right? And like I said, it's always the inversion and then doubling down, right? So we're not the ones who are doing the defamation. You're defaming and are doing it twice as bad, right? So
Right.
that's very consistent with Amber Heard. It's doing it, but twice as bad.
I would also hit, and in your honor, Miss Heard has not put forth any justification for any damages, much less the ludicrous amount of 100 million. And any testimony that we've gotten on this shows that there's no way that economic damage can line up with her actual performance contracts, which, by the way, she admitted on the stand, she still has all of those contracts. She has not lost a single contract. She doesn't fulfill the damages element.
Which is just L'Oreal at this point, right? I mean, L'Oreal and there was
Aquaman
one
2.
other, and that was it, right?
Yeah.
But even if she's cut out, she's still paid for it, right? I mean, for Aquaman,
right? And she did some shitty movie for made 65 grand on an indie flick or something. But again, she didn't lose that contract. She said that, well, they didn't renew her after Aquaman 2. But there was no promise to bring her back after Aquaman 2. She had a 3-movie option. They fulfilled the contract. They didn't breach. So what have you lost?
But Rakeda, she was going to be bigger than Jason Momoa. She was going to be bigger than Hugh Jackman. She was going to be the biggest thing ever. She was going to lead the MCU or the DCCU. It was going to be her. It was going to be all Amber.
What a disaster.
It's
but we'll see. The reality is if the judge is running trial on Friday, I mean, I'll be here, but if
you'll be here regardless, Rakeda.
They do have some external matters. I mean, they have to resolve jury instructions, and they do have to do that before Friday of next week, before closing arguments. So they may be taking time to do motion hearings if they're not doing trial, and there will be coming down to a point where these motion hearings have to be resolved. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I assume the judge will announce it today because it'll be different. Just a reminder, like if there's trial tomorrow, I'm sure she'll say at the end, just a reminder, we are going to be in court tomorrow. And you need to be here at X time.
Okay.
Oh,
but the motions would not be televised, right? If any jury instruction stuff would not be televised.
Yeah. Motions are not going to be televised, only if she's telling the jury, hey, we're actually holding trial tomorrow. But I don't think they need the extra time for it, frankly.
Yeah.
Jane Adams, I've sent 3 messages but missed responses because I had to run to work. Why didn't they call Franco and ask him if they had relations? And they cannot. Virginia does not have the power to compel someone outside of Virginia to appear in their court. They could call Franco all day, but if he doesn't want to show up, he doesn't have to. They could have deposed him. They could have done a video deposition, but I don't know why. What ended up happening with it. But the reason Johnny Depp's team doesn't want to have Franco just come up and say, no, I didn't sleep with Amber Heard.
It's immaterial. Like we've seen what we need to see. It doesn't matter. I mean, we all know they smashed. Come on. I mean, let's be real, right? Like she did not bring him up there for a fucking cup of tea. I mean,
the other thing about that is people made a huge deal about the elevator video, which, I mean, yeah, it shows that Amber Heard brought James Franco up, but someone having sex with someone else the day before they're going to get a divorce isn't really that. That's not a bombshell or a gotcha to me.
It doesn't matter. Once again, it's like drugs. It doesn't matter. Sex in Hollywood. Oh my God. Holy shit. Spoiler alert. People have sex. Like this stuff happens, guys. So it's not doing anything.
If you show that she and Franco had been hooking up for months and months and months during all this time, like anytime Johnny's away, you got a different story. But the day before she goes to file for divorce, Franco comes in and bangs it. No one cares. Like it's not relevant to this question of abuse and defamation. So I think having the specter of it with the video is fine. People can draw negative inferences about Amber Heard and her character because of it. Plus it contradicts her testimony about James Franco and about their relationship, because it looks a lot less innocent than she tried to make it out to be. But that's all you need out of it, really. Right. Sarah Stuckey, Amber Heard treatment of Johnny Depp reminded me of less than 2% of my interactions with my husband. I have been so thoroughly disgusted by this tiny comparison to Amber Heard that went home and apologized for ever making my husband feel bad. The Dragon's Treasure says the weekend is coming up. You know what that means? Buying some tea. Look, I'm trying here. Just go to thedragonstreasure.com, buy some tea, use Nick's code Amber Poops in Beds. I'll be more clever next week. Geek Girl, I'm Amanda. I've been watching your trial coverage since day one, and I decided to stream it to my very small Twitch community. Took today off of streaming for my day job, but if there are any geeks in here, hi, thanks, Rackets. Hey, you're welcome. I hope you enjoyed streaming it. A person who somehow has no name on YouTube says, this guy sounds like the professor in Back to the Future.
That's a good one.
Runkle looks like Brett Spiner from Independence Day. Like,
oh my God, he does look like Brett Spiner. That's very true.
Yeah, when he was walking outside yesterday on the stream and his hair is like flowing.
Oh, and when he did on Twitter, he had the down angle camera shot.
Yeah.
All right,
so good. Funeral Man 04, Egon Spangler and Christopher Lloyd had a baby on a tree that hit every branch on the way down. Side note, I can't take that person in court who shotguns out a cough every 5 minutes. My sister is still a putz. I think it might be the judge. Like, I'm not sure who else's microphone is on that is coughing near a mic. It could be a judge or one of counsel tables, maybe. Catherine Smith, do you think some of the video depo is being used because so much of this testimony would be inadmissible in court? Technically, anything in the video depots has to be admissible in court too, but massive amounts of hearsay and BS, sub-legal mindset, he says, based as rackets. He's also in the description, guys, so make sure you click on his name in the description. Go check out his channel. Everything in the video should be, they're held to the same admissibility standards. They might miss some more of it because there's
I think they miss more of it. I think they miss way more of it, but it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't, I don't think they're doing it because of that.
Your Honor, our next witness is Adam Waldman, and I will start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn.
Okay, so they did call Waldman as a witness.
Interesting. All right.
All right. Thank you.
And so it's by deposition, though.
Yeah.
Lame. I was hoping it was going to be a live.
My name is Elaine Bredehoff, and together with Ben Rottenborn, we represent Amber Laura Heard.
This is Harry Potter's dad, his real dad.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
Okay.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between
Why would you play this objection?
And Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Bredehoff, the court has ruled
this
that
is why
Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I would advise him not to answer that question.
I think
anyway.
he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation.
This is
that
actually
correct? I'm sorry,
kind
Mr.
of
Waldman.
good for him. He's not a
believe that's
spokesman.
Okay.
He's not a publicist.
And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And
Because I have
when
to.
did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection, and I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to
instruction.
answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
Same instruction.
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October
Same instruction.
2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship. Yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you for advice?
I would instruct, I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
So the reason to leave that in is to show that Adam Waldman
general
isn't being
again to see if maybe we
uncooperative.
can
He's acting on
look at it
advice
from
of,
that perspective.
Johnny Depp's counsel.
That's
In
very fair.
Your
That's very fair.
relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token,
She's explaining lawyers.
the client to
Yeah.
determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles? that in
Instruction,
some way Mr.
do not
Depp
answer this
is
question.
not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
This is going
Now, Mr.
to
Depp has the right to
put
terminate
no
your
facts in the
representation
record.
at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
I think we need to let.
Would be free to terminate at any time.
And Amber Heard's team chose to call him.
Waldman, I didn't realize I was still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way. So I would instruct the witness not to answer that.
It's Elaine. She has no other moves.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position.
It's actually
to
very
make
good
the
of Ben
final
Chu to do it this way.
decision, regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp. So I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of a settlement.
But there's situations where they delegate authority.
Mr. Depp, after he and Amber Heard had split up, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they're trying to make the argument that he's making these statements based off of Johnny Depp's
by either of them
knowledge
against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
But statements made in real life.
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking personal knowledge, which would mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp.
Accept the instruction.
I accept the instruction.
Adam Waldman could have gotten the information
Once you came into
anywhere.
Mr. Depp's life and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
It would.
Random 11, they didn't answer out, edit out the questions because Johnny Depp's team wanted to keep this in.
And again, Adam, same instruction to the
They don't want Adam Waldman to look
that
evasive.
answering the question requires you
It's
to
on Ben
disclose
Chu.
communications that you had with
And
Mr.
it burns
Depp.
a lot of the clock here. This is
Instruct you
burning
not
their clock. It's ridiculous.
It would.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in a communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
So again, it rehabilitates
After
the
you
witness
began
because he doesn't look
representing
evasive
Mr.
at
Depp,
all. He's
Mr.
taking
Depp filed a lawsuit
advice
against
from
Joe
Depp's
Mandel,
attorney
Mr.
about
Depp's
attorney-client
former
communications.
business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joe Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
The best part is if they took any of these to a judge and the judge ruled in their favor, we wouldn't hear that objection at all. So
Right.
every
Mr.
one of
Depp
these,
have the ultimate
Elaine should know she
decision
can't ask this question.
making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question, gussied up a bit. So same instruction.
Yep.
It's making Elaine look like a fool. Like, really?
After
She
you
knows she
began
can't ask
representing
this.
Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And that guy's a
For
cuck.
purposes of this deposition, against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
You represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation, correct?
Again, I would.
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the
She knows she can't ask this.
And again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit.
Cannot
against
answer this
Amber
question.
Heard.
She knows it. She knows it. She's
Instruct the
doing it.
witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that
It's gonna
Amber
be
Heard
tedious.
defamed him.
This
by
is
suggesting
painful.
that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes.
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would, that is attorney work product and that is protected
By
in
attorney-client privilege.
Virginia. So I would object on that basis, but you can answer that question, yes or no.
Yes.
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires
The disclosure of
of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
It would.
And therefore,
therefore accept the instruction.
Fuck you. Sorry, but that's such a.
Did you communicate with the press?
Did you need to make him say it?
Yeah.
I would instruct the
It's
witness
the same
not
question,
to answer
Elaine.
that question
This
because
woman is horrible.
it's possible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
If she did this in court, it would be the same as her
What were you
redirect.
hoping to
Objection,
gain?
objection, objection.
Same instruction not to answer the question.
You just get to see her getting flustered.
I accept the
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs.
Do
Isn't
not answer that
correct?
question either.
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp. And we have to be consistent.
That's true, and I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21, 2018, is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. You see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
No.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
That was a lawyer answer.
I love it. I love it, though.
I don't know.
Mr. Depp.
I would say I don't know.
I'm going to ask the question.
Who knows who the first
Why
person to
did
contact
Mr.
Rolling
Depp
Stone was?
contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Guys, attorney-client privilege is
Did you
fucking
assist
ironclad.
Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communications.
Remember that attorneys write the rules, and the one thing they want to protect is their own
In your
ass.
view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity
Attorney privilege is so
constitute legal work?
hard to pierce.
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's
For
behalf?
Rolling Stones.
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
It was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
Same objection.
No, I instruct the witness not to answer.
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf
of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
I accept the instruction.
Is the guy instructing Waldman's lawyer?
How
No,
many
it's Johnny Depp's lawyer, Ben
publications did you
Chu.
reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
On the same grounds.
She's just trying to tell her narrative here, but it's so ineffective.
How many publications did you reach out to?
If they're going to make a motion to dismiss, these don't leave fact questions for the jury.
Same instruction, same grounds.
The jury's not allowed to draw an inference from this.
From a non-answer, from an attorney-client.
You had a Twitter account, did you not?
So they're literally not putting facts into
the record.
into evidence
When
here.
did you
It's a
begin
waste.
that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
Was it prior to 2005, 2010, 2015?
I have no idea.
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to give me
I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If you
recall?
want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely, no.
Was it more than a year?
Shadowban Warrior, it is how life goes when we're
I think
talking
so.
about a motion
more
to
than 3
dismiss and a
years.
legal ruling because Amber
I
Heard
don't
has
think
not
so.
actually put anything into evidence
Now,
to show that Adam Waldman made those
You
statements
had your Twitter
on behalf
account
of Johnny Depp.
suspended.
Zero.
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
Elon was angry.
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform.
But they didn't
And
answer.
the response that I received was multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they
Which is
name
always the
one
violation.
example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have a Twitter account now?
no,
Do
No.
you still communicate with the
I was
press
suspended for
relating
life.
to Mr. Depp?
And that would
That's what it
instruct
means.
the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between you and Johnny.
it would, so I accept the instruction.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same
Same
instruction.
instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press?
Same
Same
instruction.
instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, it would require Mr. Waldman to disclose his communications with Mr. Depp.
I just wanted to
which he will
say,
not do.
I want Ben Chu to say, what the fuck,
would,
Elaine?
And I accept the instruction.
That's what I want from him.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak to the press?
I will instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
It also calls for speculation.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press
Come on,
about issues involving
Elaine.
he and Amber Heard?
We'd instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if
Same
he had
thing.
asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard.
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Mr. Heard or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
Mr. Heard, Elaine, what are you not telling us about those balls?
Would you have followed
He's joining IO
direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press?
Same
relating to
instruction.
Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept the instruction.
Have you ever asked
This is
the
such a
press to correct
waste of
or
their time.
retract any
It
statements?
just shows they
you
have no case because they're burning valuable time.
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Walker, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as
That was cleverly done.
exhibit number 4.
All right, here we go.
Blow it up just a touch.
Did Mr. Depp ask you to make these statements? Going to instruct not to answer.
And it's it's an article from July 3.
Although it'd be baller move if he, this would be the real baller
Mail
move if he
online.
rejects
This
the
is
instruction
Daily Mail
and says
online.
he did not.
I do.
No, actually.
I was speaking on my
I'm just
own
gonna go
behalf.
To page 8.
It would be Gucci.
I'm going to ask
Although
you to
that would
take a
enter
look
into evidence a fact question of
at
whether the jury
following. It
believed him.
says,
So
Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts, quote facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
no lies detected.
I do.
Did you make that statement?
I believe I did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make the statement?
Same instruction, same rationale. You can't answer the why question without disclosing attorney-client privilege, so I would instruct you not to answer.
Because if
Were
he
you
answers,
representing Mr.
I chose
Depp
it
at the
myself,
time
then
you
he
made
also
this
discloses that Depp didn't
In any event, I'm
communicate.
going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the instruction, but I probably should hear the question.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment. Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
And thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same grounds.
Yeah, I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss the statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have retracted or corrected it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the
Waste
instruction.
of time.
If Mr. Depp had told you
And
that
time
the
literally
statement was
matters
not
for you.
correct, would you have corrected or retracted
Same
it?
instruction, same grounds.
Instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Is this normal or is Elaine just as bad? This is a poor strategy
Did you rely
decision.
upon any statements?
Yeah,
or-
there's no good lawyering here. You
Yeah.
just don't call the witness.
Making this statement.
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5.
She wrote these
Mr.
questions.
Waldman, I'm going
She
to be
knows he
asking you a
can't
question
answer
about
this.
A specific statement.
And it's
This
not even
one, if
like
you would like
requiring
to read the
competent
article
lawyering
first,
from
you're
Ben
certainly
Chu
at liberty to, and you could
or Adam
take
Waldman.
control now and do that.
Thank you, I will.
It says, this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
Then I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement.
Hearsay objection was
Quote,
weird there because
quite
she just asked him
simply,
if he saw
this was
that.
an ambush.
Yeah, it is a little odd, but
They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are two parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part
Right.
with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through (911), you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
Did you discuss with your
I accept the
client?
instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction.
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same
basis.
basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract, or
Same
correct
instruction,
these statements, would you
same
have retracted
basis.
or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What a
If
waste.
Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct,
Same
would you
instruction,
have
same
corrected or
basis.
retracted them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Same
Mr. Waldman, we
instruction,
were
same
looking at Waldman exhibit
basis.
number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading. And I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Thank you. Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
It's not in quotes.
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears.
I wonder
so.
if the unredacted version has quote
Do you have
marks
any reason to believe that you
later.
did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against
Instruct
Johnny
not
Depp.
to answer.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
Don't answer that bullshit.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
Because you're a bitch, Elaine.
What were you trying to convey to the
Worthless.
person making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
Trying to
Accept
convey
instruction.
it's a hoax.
Did you make the statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
Right after we discussed your
I
murder.
accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
Oh my God.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was
The
Mr.
jury's
Depp
got to be
aware you were
thinking.
speaking with the press?
She knows what he's going to
Same
say
instruction,
every
same
single
basis.
time. It's
I
pointless.
accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same
the
basis.
basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it. And then I'll
You're going to ask
you
the
some questions.
Elaine, are you going to ask the same set of questions to him about this document?
Oh yes, you know she will. That he was a Freudian slip. I thought it was IO on the council stand.
You need an auto tune.
I really do. This is literally good timing, though. I literally just dropped my clip of why Elaine is the worst and why her redirect was horrible. Like this is pristine timing.
Nice. Oh shit,
Okay,
my auto
thank you.
tune's still on.
Okay.
Thought I turned it
Directing your
off.
Attention to exhibit number 11. So, because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversations. You look at the top, conversation, 6 messages, 3 parties, over 209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then it has some email messages, or text messages. It looks like It starts with
One thing I don't know
Bishop.
what.
Do you
Oh
know-
no, no.
Who is it?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist. He's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of
The chat.
public relations?
You guys kill me.
role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer any, I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so. So I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17th February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17 February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday, the 17th of February, no. But I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
She almost caught Ben.
I
She was
accept the
sleeping.
instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing
Audio.
in this text message?
She's
And I
from
would instruct
Minnesota.
you not to answer the question
Up
to the
near Fire
extent
Goal.
it would require
That explains a lot. Sorry,
you to
Nick.
disclose any communications you
I'm not from here.
had with Mr. Depp.
I just ended up here.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
What tape did you provide to the Mail Online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
Well, I did a lot of it back in my day.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or had domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you hadn't.
Oh.
You never saw any, as we would say,
Rottenborn?
elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
It's a little tag team here,
Never
huh?
saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there, as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you, among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino, that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp?
Okay, good. It's also probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident. on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face.
Some appendage?
And
Weird.
She showed up on the 27th.
That's leaving a lot of room.
So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police officer, who've testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forms, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th.
Why would you have this answer in here?
This is not good for them.
Who are those 9?
Let's see.
Let me tell the jury who not to trust.
Laura Divinier, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divinier was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas,
poached.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, a good friend of Ms. Heard's.
This is Rottenborn's question.
Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses.
They called Isaac Baruch in the other trial?
On the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, to her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd
I
of
have
May,
to go to the bathroom, but I
which
don't want to
meeting was
leave.
captured on CCTV also.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go do it.
Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises.
I'm the captain now.
I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May. And then, of course, she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared bruised. But
She was always damaged on the inside.
21st and 27th. I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers, but I think that's an illustration of what I was referring to when in the question you asked me about.
Can you please pull up the document labeled ARW 660, please? Sorry, but you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you helped disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated?
Demolished. That's a good word.
Users about this case, other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
I slid into their DMs.
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on earth.
Yeah.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as
Tug
journalists who are not
Look online
or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
Oh, Tug!
Several phone calls.
Shout out
with the person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. Don't actually know his real name.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
What are other, well, let me ask you this. Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Yes.
What about someone who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
Yes.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media.
Ooh, they don't like that. They do not like that.
Yep.
I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but if I communicated in writing, it would be probably by signal.
Can you please pull up the exhibits?
So you'll never get it.
ALH.
Yep. Smart.
17001 to 2, please.
On the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement. Then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was
bad answers?
The same,
for Amber Heard.
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, well, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the
binders of
statements that had been made, and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
Holy shit, you don't want these answers.
In your view. So you took
in your view
binder
as Rottenborn
to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Rehab that.
And
by the way, he's
was that the
privileged
only
in
time that
making
you
these
spoke to this
statements
person?
when he makes them to
2
a
times.
police officer.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, no, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that
No,
right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Hurd and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
It was in blood.
Yes.
See, now he's just.
Do you know whether that claim was
called out a witness
produced
and
as
Amber
part
Heard
of this,
for
your
dishonesty
document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
to the point that he
I don't
produced it
know
to
that
a
I
police
ever
officer.
received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So what was, you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
So this is
Do you
Johnny's
have
team
your
now.
own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
Based on his testimony, I would hire Adam Waldman in a heartbeat.
I think it was in 2005.
You did a good job.
Who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
Me.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
In Florida, they'd have to put their name on the law
It's
firm.
none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
All right.
Jeez.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and have that witness. And is that, and go ahead.
We start the question.
All right, thank you.
That, I mean, Waldman just nuked him. That was a terrible.
I don't know what the hell they were thinking.
Why would you play that?
Marie Sadanaga, M-A-R.
Oh my God, is she using a virtual background?
S-A.
This gets worse and worse.
It's the Zoom one too. The
And my
default
business
Zoom
address is 100 West First Street, Los Angeles,
That
California.
white border.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
She is an NPC.
She's going to say that the police officers did not do their job adequately. That's the whole point of this chick.
As the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
So she's literally the California enforcement officer.
17 years.
Who's incentivized to make domestic violence everything.
Procedures and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types.
So once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine
it
whether
first.
there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier.
When I look into her
about
eyes,
when
I
the
see two
victim
portals
is
of
reluctant
blackness.
to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
So
They did neither.
if there are, when the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident.
No
call
answer?
here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute. And then it says, met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit.
I hope this lady gets more helpful for Amber Heard, because this
dated
is
November 24, 2014. And it's subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. You see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right.
for green screen fails, we're going to see a bunch of cats stapled to the wall.
A lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it. And the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at kind of to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadnagar, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at this, and we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur. So things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics,
she better get her to specifically say these officers failed. Otherwise, this is a disaster.
Items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different. I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements from people and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime. And that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written. Where
you don't have an
everything, the
incident
officer's
report
investigation
because they
and
didn't find
observations
any
and
signs
any
of domestic
photographs are
violence.
listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
For the purpose of domestic violence incident reports, were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same, I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim,
who
It's a
was
victimless crime.
clear that the other party
Perpetratorless
may
crime.
cause some type of danger to them, and that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence. All that would be included in the narrative.
It's California, so you can't enter gender, right?
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report? Yes, they can be. If there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there. And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day? The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence?
That's it?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
The Duluth model.
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor.
They didn't
of
get
the
her to say
victims and the
that these
suspects.
officers failed.
Every situation is different.
This is bad.
Really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
Oh, we take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that their life was in danger, or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third
Why would
incidents you would
play
have,
this
or where we
double
don't
again?
take the incident report, is where
You
both
try and let the
parties
jury come to
state
the conclusion
there was
that they
an
failed.
argument, there was no physical injury.
But you could have just asked her.
Both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described,
They're pausing because I got nothing.
any documentation required typically?
No, this is Depp's attorney.
On that
Oh, is
third one, when we don't
That's
have
right, that's right.
fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
Ms. Meadowhoff asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
Okay. When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement,
Maybe this is one of Heard's lawyers. I don't know.
I don't know. I can't tell by the voice. I really can't. Like, I'm not that good at
a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate
If this
that
Depp's
they
lawyer, I don't know why he
have
asked this
suffered
question.
violent abuse.
It's not too much. Usually, we try.
I know it's not
to
Rottenborn.
teach them to talk about the cycle.
But it's not true either.
Power and control, and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible
There is a
injuries,
younger guy on Depp's team.
or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily, because they would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and, evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a number of questions asked.
Okay, back to Elaine, yeah.
About if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth. And both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this.
You only
and so
used
I
about
just want to
10.
make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? This is as of May 2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion
Not
do
a good
police
answer for
officers
them.
have when they see an injury on the victim when they reported to a domestic violence call? And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury, because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Leading.
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
I said, what if any?
If an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and guess what I'm trying to say? I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence, there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those. So in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene. And if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
Oh my gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back in an hour.
Oh, oof.
I mean, that was terrible. Both of those last two witnesses were not good for Amber Heard.
They were horrible. I mean, I just don't know why they're. Well, we'll say it. We'll talk in a second.
All right, so we'll be back at 1:45. Is your next witness on a deposition, or it's gonna be live? All right, so we'll take care of the TV then. All right, we'll see you at 1:45. Thank you.
I mean, absolutely terrible.
Painful.
So what just happened, guys, is they brought on a domestic violence expert. She is the police's police within the police department. She's supposed to determine if there is some sort of failure of officers to enforce the law of California regarding domestic violence properly. Now, what you want to do with this expert is you want to bring them either the specific scenario, and you say you give them the reports that are made, the videos, the interviews, the officers' depositions, have them review those things because this is an expert witness, and then have them make the determination that this was not that this was not done properly, that they failed in some way. That would have been the big bombshell. These officers in this case should have issued an arrest warrant for Johnny Depp, should have taken an incident report, should have done something other than what they did, but they did not. And since they couldn't pull that off, now all you just said was that these officers didn't see domestic violence again. I'm going to welcome another person to the stream here. This is someone I have not met before, but welcome Legal Vices.
Yes.
Hey,
What's up?
Wow, here I am amongst the legends, the unbreaded legends of YouTube.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
So this is my good friend, my Jeff. He's actually a lawyer in Busan, South Korea, who reached out to me through seeing me on your channel, and he's been streaming with me for the last week. I'm about to pass out, so I was like, all right, let me get another Korean lawyer in here to keep me awake, because this is painful. I mean, honestly, he was texting me through this, and I've been sending out tweets and stuff. This is bad lawyering to the max.
Dude,
thank God for scotch. That's all I have to say. Dalmore 15 years keeping me awake during this. Holy crap.
Dalmore 15. I like it. It. Have you had their cigar malt?
Yeah, it's back there somewhere.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's a nice little
I just killed off an Abalor Abuna bottle. I feel really sad about that because it's about $250 a bottle here in Korea.
Oh my God. Those are
it's ridiculous.
Those are like $80 here.
Yeah, Korea has a sin tax of 162% on whiskey.
Oh, Christ.
Jack Daniels is $53 a bottle here.
No wonder you're always drinking just soju and weird.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why he's drinking the rot gut.
$50 or $2 or $1, right? $1, you know.
I've still got the bottle of makgeolli on the floor that we had the other night.
Don't talk about that makgeolli. It literally was the reason why I had to get off of Ricada early, because it almost destroyed my laptop.
So I know where I'll never move, and that's Korea. So Legal Vices, you've been following along. Have you been watching today?
Yeah, unfortunately.
What's your impression of what just happened with Adam Waldman and then this domestic violence expert?
I don't know why Elaine is putting these witnesses on. I think she's trying to show how Depp's people are not cooperative, but they're just getting pissed off at her for wasting their time. I think this is insane. I can't imagine what is possessing her to use these as her testimony.
Yeah, so I saw some people in the chat, and apparently over on Legal Bites' stream, people are speculating similar thing there, where they're trying to show some evasiveness, failure to cooperate. But there's a real issue here in that, one, video depositions are super boring and the jury checks out on a lot of them. Two, you have to get certain facts into the record to sustain your cause of action. Adam Waldman is brought in not for Johnny's case, but for Amber's her counterclaim. And if her counterclaim isn't sustained because they can't link Adam Waldman's statements to Johnny Depp, then they're subject to dismissal after their case, after they rest their case in chief.
They've done nothing to support her case in any way, shape, or form.
That will be glorious if her counterclaim gets blown out. I mean, absolutely fantastic.
What, if anything, would you give to Amber Heard?
A turd.
I'd give her a giant middle finger, is what I would give her. It's a really, they are failing in two major ways that I can see. One, they haven't shown that Johnny Depp is the publisher by agency through Adam Waldman of the statements. And two, they have not in any way linked damages to Amber Heard to these statements. They need to bring an expert to do that, just like Johnny Depp did with Richard Marx, and they haven't done it. And so you've got two elements of defamation that are not being fulfilled. You're going to be hard pressed to argue that Amber's or that Waldman's statements were defamatory per se. So they don't allege a crime. They just allege dishonesty.
Right.
They don't allege her failure as in her profession. They don't lead to sexual degeneracy. So you don't have any of the basic per se elements of defamation. So she's got to prove damages.
And her damages, I mean, the damages are so speculative. It's beyond. I've never seen this theory of damages put out there that's so, I don't know, it's so speculative.
Well, I think both sides have failed in substantiating the quantum of damage that they've suffered. I mean,
yeah.
But again, I don't think Johnny Depp really gives a crap about what he's assessed for damages. This is just him getting his side of the story out in a controlled environment in a court of law, rather than just throwing it out to TMZ and wherever the hell else.
But here's the thing, though. Johnny has more articulable damages because he's got a history, right? He's got a career. So you can say, okay, here's the baseline. How did it deviate from baseline, right? Here's an average. How did it deviate from average? I think that's a reasonable basis, right? Like as a baseline versus Amber Heard. I'm small. I'm going to become the biggest thing ever, and therefore we're going to project that out.
I would say whatever he was expected to earn at the most recent Pirates movie.
Pirates was it
5 or 6, whatever the hell we're on.
6. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly.
Which they testified
income. Yeah.
Yeah. 22 million up front is the alleged amount. And, you know, like they tried to cast a lot of doubt on that figure, but frankly, the way deals are done, you come to an agreement on the amount and then you put it on paper. They had an agreement on the amount that's testified to. There's no countervailing testimony. So you got to kind of assume that his agent had worked out a deal, unless you got a Disney person saying we didn't do that, or Jerry Bruckheimer making a statement, we didn't do that. And they haven't introduced it. So you got to expect 22 million plus residuals. We can show residuals for the last several Pirates movies. You probably got to take a 10-20% haircut, assuming that it's the 6th movie. It's not going to do as well, but you still got a reasonable claim for at least $30 million, $40 million.
Do we know how many points he had on the back end for the sixth movie, or?
No, I don't. I don't think that was testified to.
But 30 or 40 million clears a divorce settlement, so that's all I care about. I mean, at that point, we're Gucci.
Even if he doesn't get the tax deduction.
Right. I think there's some funny outcomes. So that there's the $1 verdict, which is possible because they say, well, he was damaged, but we can't really quantify how much. It's all speculative.
That's where I'm thinking.
They've also got That's true, but we also hate Amber Heard and we think that maybe she needs a punishment. So let's do the divorce money back, 7 million back, or even 14 million back.
14
That
million
might be
back.
because that dishonesty about the charitable donation has to piss jurors off.
Oh yeah. Oh, and
That
by
was
the way,
so
I've got
dishonest.
2 50-pound English bulldogs snoring behind me. So if there's any like weird noises, it's not me.
It's not coming through yet, but
Oh,
I'm going
good.
to use that same excuse. I'm going to go grab some Chipotle and be right back with
those
my
are
English
called
bulldogs.
children.
I'm just scratching my knee, I promise.
Yeah. But yeah, they have Depp's team. I think they've made the claim that there are damages. I don't think I think the 50 million is a nice headline grabbing number. It's a round number. It makes sense. I don't think they're expecting 50 million. They know Heard can't pay 50 million. So that's not a big deal to me. And I think like you said, if he wins $1, he wins dramatically in this.
Well, see, I've been thinking, even if he loses, even if they both loses or she wins and he loses, the fact that he loses may endear him more to the supporters that are convinced he's not getting justice out of this.
But I don't know. Because I've kind of flipped. I think, okay, on a baseline, he's won the court of public opinion, but I think the narrative, they're going to be able to spin the narrative if he loses on that it's all a lie. He's a liar. He's XYZ. He's now they can freely say he's a sexual abuser, right? Because they've said, hey, that's kind of open season. Just like in the UK, it's free reign to say he's a wife beater, because of the precedent of the Sun trial, right? So that now everybody can call him a wife beater. Now he's just a wife beater, right? So I really would love to see at least the nominal damages, the $1 in damage, because at least it stops that narrative in the United States. It cuts that off. It deters future people from, saying that about Johnny Depp.
Real quick, he didn't actually lose Fantastic Beasts. He was paid his $10 million for Fantastic Beasts.
That's the beauty of contracts.
You could say he lost opportunity on residuals, which may be true, but he was paid out his guarantee, and that guarantee being paid effectively shuts down damages on Fantastic Beasts. And again, we're not saying that Johnny Depp did not sustain $50 million in damages. I would suggest he probably sustained hundreds of millions of dollars in damages in reality. But what you can prove in court and what they've put forward in court, I think is not consistent with the jury awarding 50 million. Plus, it would also be, I think, the largest individual defamation award in history by like 10, 15 times whatever the other one is. You just do not get individual to individual defamation awards in excess of, millions of dollars. It's almost unfathomable that a jury would award that. And if they did, it'd likely go to appeal anyway and be pared down pretty heavily.
But the headline will be there, Nick. The headline will be there.
Headline would be great.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any substantial grounds for appeal at this point. It's purely all of the objections are just your standard hearsay.
No, just on the damages amount.
No, you're saying if the damages were maxed out, right?
Just the shocking of the conscience kind of stuff.
Yeah. And I was actually surprised at Oberlin College that their defamation claim was sustained on appeal, because it was so high. But generally, I think in this one, and again, given the weakness of the amount of damage testimony, because I think that the forensic accountant that they brought in to talk about damages his presentation was really underwhelming. Like, he had a napkin from a bar with four numbers on it.
How dynamic is he going to be?
Well, but I wanted like a report that's like 4 or 5 pages, maybe 20 pages, with a summary page that shows here's all this. We've got the forensic breakdown. But he literally has like a bar napkin with 4 lines. He's like, this says 45 million. It's like,
well, we came out in the red, so it ain't good.
Yeah, I was underwhelmed by it. And I think, but again, I think it goes to the fact that he's not super concerned about the damage number, and he knows Amber can't pay it anyway. It's really that win is the key.
I'm not saying she's judgment proof because she clearly has some money. She clearly has Johnny's money, right? But
at least like $6.9 million or whatever she hasn't given.
Well,
yet.
have you considered she's had 4 years of her wine habits still? So,
but what do we know?
We're down to
What do we know?
6.1 million.
Yeah, what do we know about her OnlyFans fund? We don't know. We don't know, guys.
I would sign up, but I'm a degenerate.
Ambersfeet.com. Ambersfeet.com. Amber, hire me as your social media manager. I will make you whatever amount you have to pay Johnny Depp. I can guide you.
Right back.
I know you've been willing to do nudes and Johnny's been holding you back. I can make you that money.
Yes.
We'll make it
because he wanted to put you in a
$1,500 at a
burqa.
time.
That was the best part of that maniacal video yesterday is you can just go back to being a stripper again. Aquaman.
It was yesterday was weird because it wasn't good for Johnny Depp, but it wasn't really bad for him, and it wasn't good for Amber Heard. Like that at the end of the day.
No,
as I was saying to Legal Bites earlier, that was the best day for Amber Heard that's been seen so far, but that doesn't mean it was a good day for her.
Yeah, that's not saying. And after the disaster of her own testimony, specifically cross-examine that redirect, you would have to have. I mean, I can't imagine the day that wouldn't look good that followed that.
that would be what we just saw.
Right.
that would be what we just saw. That's the only thing that could conceptually have been worse than 30 minutes of testimony with 6 inane answers granted.
Yeah, it was that Waldman testimony was such a waste. And again, they had a big failure. I think I don't know how they get. Here's what they should have done for Adam Waldman's testimony. I think they should have brought in an attorney of public relations as an expert witness to testify about attorney statements and how they can be representative of a principal agent relationship in the public, and how people can rely on attorney statements as the words of their client. Because you're not going to get Adam Waldman to say it. You're not going to get Johnny Depp to say it. So that's the only way I can think. And then let the jury determine if those statements are there by fact question without ever raising the fact question. Maybe that's the way you do it, but they haven't done that. They've got no testimony that links those statements to him.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Even that would be weak though, because that's not, I'm sorry, but Nick, that's still not specific to the claim, right? Like
it's not.
It really isn't specific to that. That's just, okay, there's a principal agent relationship. I mean, it's so spurious. The judge could still dismiss on that. Could still dismiss, even if they went out and did that and paid the expert with money that Amber Heard apparently doesn't have.
But I would suggest that they would have a better argument that then you now have a fact question, because we know we have those things. They haven't even established that his
hang on, I'm turning on my light here. There we go.
I was like, we're all in this now. We're all doing this
together.
Sorry about that.
They have not established for the jury that Adam Waldman's statements can be related to Johnny Depp through any testimony at all. And the jury's not lawyers. So right now, if I'm a juror, I might be thinking, okay, so why are they suing Johnny Depp over what Adam Waldman said? And I don't have anything in evidence. And if I'm Johnny Depp's team, I'm making that argument heavily. They have not shown this jury. They've not presented a fact question for the jury to resolve.
Yeah.
That's why at some point you need to go back to the Elaine objections of
we said what if any defamatory statements, so therefore they're in.
Your Honor, we're allowed a counterclaim.
Or my favorite one ever. Well, we're okay with that. No, you're not.
Great.
Wow.
Moving on.
Yeah, this has been insane.
Who else? So who else do they have on their list now? Like who's left?
Johnny
like,
Depp. Johnny Depp.
That is going to be ridiculous
if they do it, which I really don't think they should do it.
I'm convinced they put him on the rebuttal list just so they would spend their break time preparing him rather than focusing on.
It's a shit test.
But then there's been nothing left for them to focus on since they came back, other than her sister and Voice Fry friend. Yeah, we're going to Voice Fry because we went to smoke mushrooms and oh god, that woman was horrific,
rough.
Oh yeah, that was awful. I don't know who else they may be calling. I heard they had a social media expert, but that might have been the business.
Ellen Barkin.
Oh yeah, they've got Ellen Barkin apparently.
Okay,
And what's she gonna in London? She just testified he threw things in the general direction of me.
Yeah, which that's consistent with what they've put forth so far. Is that the chick yesterday, the vampire chick. Well, he charged at me, at you. Well, more like towards me. And then the weirdo soy guy, like he's chasing me around, spitting in my face. Like, how's he spitting in your face if he's following you?
Wait, which one's the soy guy?
Which soy guy?
Or
Is that
Khal Drogo?
Yeah, discount
Khal Drogo or
No, the guy who looked like Nick Offerman if Nick Offerman had 38% less masculinity.
I'm just calling him Khal Drogo.
Yeah.
He's Khal Drogo.
An unfortunate intensity, man.
Yeah.
And by the way, is it true that his that Raquel left him for a woman? Is that true? I had somebody tell me that. I'm not sure whether that's true or not.
I mean,
but I feel like Chad could
she left one woman for another woman. I'm not so sure what the
she probably had higher testosterone levels. Let's be real.
I was thinking that would be the worst. Either you're the best man she's ever had, she never needs another man, or you're that bad and she's just like, I'm done with men because of you, mofo.
Legal Vice says his Dark Souls shirt reminded me. Nick, sell me on this summoning circle theory, right? Because people were typing me like, Nick is talking about a summoning circle. I'm like, Nick is not. Said Brian Laundrie is a cannibal. So there's a grain of salt at which I think this thing. So what this summoning circle going on here?
Well, look, Brian Laundrie is a cannibal.
Is this a euphemism?
Very clear?
Is summoning circle a euphemism for something I don't want to know about?
Right. No. So I had Megan Fox on from PJ Media last night.
Yeah.
And we had a great show, and she was talking. I missed this. The chick, with the big ears and the kind of pretty, but she had those really she made Runkle's ears look like non-elvish. Runkle actually doesn't have big ears, but it's an elf joke.
It's still funny. It's funny. It's funny.
Yeah. So anyway, she's squatting, hiding in Johnny Depp's one of the penthouses for a couple weeks. And I was so confused because he burst through the door and he's like, "Get your bitch out." Right. I'm like, what the hell is this scene? I don't understand what this testimony is. So she is a sex therapist person. And they were allegedly casting, not spells necessarily, but having casting sessions.
I cast magic missile
with their vaginas. What are they doing with this? How is this?
They and I think she mentioned burning sage or whatever when she got to the place, cleanse it and all that stuff. It was just fucking weird. And so go
ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just it feels very summony. I don't know. Johnny Depp was Van Helsing to me.
Okay.
Well,
when I learned this,
legal mindset, you're from Florida, Ricada. You're from Midwest. I'm from Utah. That's close enough to California. She was so Valley girl, just she got the vocal fry and the there's feelings.
Well, they do putting crystals in all sorts of places, so I can believe all this. Come on now.
We felt the energy, and there was this vibe going on. Oh God.
Oh, it was insufferable. Yeah, that was really terrible. But no, there was some weird stuff, and she is some level of sex therapist and relationship specialist,
Belle Delphine level or
no. I tried to sign up for her course, but it's locked because I want.
Are you serious?
It's locked.
Yeah, because I thought that'd be funny, right? Because
that's content. That is content.
That's content.
That's
if
content.
Because it's a series of phone calls that you do.
Oh no,
it's
phone sex.
90-minute phone calls or something. And so I'm like, oh my God, that'd be brilliant if you did.
I remember when that used to cost me $3.99 a minute.
Exactly. But so
Oh,
I
my
thought
dad $3.99.
I was like, when I looked on her Instagram or whatever, which this is all everything's locked down now. And I was like, oh my God, I could sign up for this thing. This will be fucking hilarious. And it was shut down. So I couldn't. Her Eventbrite page is not loading right now, but I'm going to keep watching.
Oh, that's
reload, refresh. That's good.
Yeah, it's like $550, but I think I can out earn that on the content that it would create. So
I think so. I think it's a safe assumption, Nick. I think it's fair to say. I think it's fair to say that content pays for itself.
Plus, you get sex therapy as a business write-off. Where else can you do that but YouTube?
Seriously, what's your expense? I mean, that's like a line item deduction on your expense account. It's a business expense.
So, but anyway, no. So yesterday was really bad. It's only good at all to me in comparison to how bad Amber Heard's final day of testimony was. But today is shaping up to just be, I mean, so of the witnesses so far, has anyone testified to anything even close to a sign of abuse, much less witnessing abuse? No.
Well, they've testified,
but there's no witness. There's no evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's been the thing. I mean, you take pictures of clothes racks and mirrors and floors.
No, that was all yesterday, though. Today, I'm saying.
Oh, today there's been nothing.
There's nothing at all related to the main claim.
I have no idea why any of these witnesses have been put forward by Amber. They've all been like pro Johnny witnesses in essence.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Stacey Q says she is a spiritual sex coach, and she called it a cuddle circle. It's called a cuddle circle. That's
Are you
right.
Kidding me? Like
if I said the word cuddle circle around my friends, I would get the shit kicked out.
Just say Scissor Sisters, and I'm gonna get it over with. Like this is too much for me right now.
This is LA, man. Cuddle circles are the thing. I'm in it.
The only thing worse than
I've
a
heard
sex
about cuddle
counselor
puddles.
is a spiritual sex counselor.
Yeah.
I've heard about cuddle puddles.
I can't.
Whatever happened to Dr.
The poly community?
You don't want to cuddle puddle. That's the truth. That's messy.
And then you add furries, and it becomes worse. It's a whole thing.
Oh my Lord!
Speaking of furries, people are fucking going crazy about your dog, Jeff. Like literally, the chat is like exploding. So,
seriously?
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to show it now, but like these guys are incessant.
They're just wandering around. Well, I had my camera framed here before I got on to eliminate this, but apparently I wasn't paying attention. So you get the widescreen view, the dogs meandering about.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Add some Futanaris. Oh, nice comment there, but
no, they haven't super chatted. Make them super chat to ask the question.
When you have a furry involved in a cuddle puddle, it becomes a cuddle crusty, right? Like because
fuck. Okay.
Oh, that was too far. Okay.
Yeah, that's too far. Nick, I have standards. All right.
I don't. I thought it was cool. This is the first time meeting the I know you hate this. The Law Tube.
We already talked about how much he hates it, Jeff.
I know.
Not paying attention.
That's what I was doing. I know. That's why I said I know he hates it. But like the OG, the GOAT. So I'm trying not to let my true colors show on this.
Oh no, you're fine, buddy. By the way, while we're doing this, Legal Vice's channel, along with Legal Mindsets channel, are linked in the description. Click on their names. Check out their stuff. You're new to this YouTube lawyering nonsense, right?
Yeah, but he's like, I mean, it's been like a week and a half, and it's because of Andrew. I mean, we're just sitting around, hanging around here in Korea and talking shit. I'm thinking, I just spend my nights yelling at my wallpaper, and I think, well, shit. If someone actually wants to listen to me, and then he go ahead and do it.
No. Here's what happened. This embarrassing motherfucker got me drunk on a bar on Hooker Hill in Itaewon, and he was introducing me as, this is my friend, the big YouTuber Andrew. I'm like, I'm a piece of shit. Like, I got a little twat channel. Like, do not introduce me as the big YouTuber, please don't. Like, you could do it. Like,
it got you the VIP seating at the Four Seasons Hotel, though.
Whatever. That was a sham. It was a lie. It was all a lie. But,
yes, we spent the night on Hooker Hill in Itaewon in Seoul, Korea.
I was very drunk.
Okay, so he convinced you to if you're yelling at your wallpaper, just put a camera in the way, and now you're there.
I'm like, are we any better than that? Are we really any better than that? Like,
no,
the answer is no.
No, not at all. I mean, I was doing what I do my entire life, just screaming at nonsense. So now I
Yeah.
just put a camera in the way of it. So it's
And
perfect.
I had my YouTube channel 16 years ago when I was a president of a motorcycle club here in Korea, and I had 123 subscribers for 15 years. And then I started this, and I lost one like the first day, and then now I've got 1,500, and so literally 1,400 of these is due exclusively to Andrew, and I deeply appreciate that.
Well, guys, let's see if we can pump that up a little higher.
2K.
Again, check him out. We're building, I guess, some sort of gay hippie commune here. With
on a level of 1 to 10. No, actually,
I draw the line at hippies.
Hey, Nick, show me on the doll where LawTube touched you. Okay,
there's not a doll big enough, baby.
Now I got to take off the hat before someone says I can't quit you.
Oh no, yeah, very dangerous. Okay, so since we haven't talked about this legal vices, first, what kind of law do you practice?
Here in Korea, I mean, Korea has the one of the largest shipbuilding industries in the world, and it's like the third or fourth largest port in the world. So probably 70% of what I do is maritime shipping law, like ship collisions, crew injuries, explosions of vessels, and about 30% is just standard white collar. Well, 29% is straight up corporate law, just the boring stuff, setting up companies and advising on those. 1% is probably white collar crimes and things like that.
Sure. Very cool. Real quick, I have to add a very special guest. We'll only have him for a limited amount of time. You guys in the audience already know who this person is. This is James from court.
Oh,
hello.
How's it going, James?
Wow.
It's nice to meet you all. Seriously, thank you very much.
Yeah, man. How's it going today?
It's a little tiring. I'm not gonna lie. It's deflated in there a bit. A lot of sleepy eyes, a lot of nodding off, kind of.
So you've been in this courtroom like how many days have you been in there?
Around 10 or 12, I feel like at this point. I started going after maybe.
What's first question is what the hell's wrong with you?
I know, right? No.
Well, the second question is how much have you paid line standers to take your place, or are you just like doing this?
Oh, well, actually, no, I haven't had to do that. I have a good relationship with the people there now.
Nice.
That as long as I get I have to be there and get a spot and do it and follow the rules, and I'm pretty good. They don't make me no one's gonna come and take my spot from me and things like that. So they're really nice to me at this point. But yeah, it's insane.
Okay, so what possessed you to go? So if people don't know who you are, you have been in court observing the jury for several days now. My exposure to you was through Law and Lumber, Runkle of the Bailey, and the DUI guy kind of meeting you and you being in court near them. So what even are you? Are you an attorney? Are you interested in law? Like, are you just a guy? What's the scoop?
Yeah, well, it's actually funny because I became interested in all of this from you all, watching you all. So, yeah, I do journalism and communications and PR and stuff, down in Florida. In Fort Lauderdale.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Oh, well, Lauderdale by the sea. It's
bougie Lauderdale. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, proceed.
No, but so I was I was visiting my parents for Easter, and then I was in DC because I like to stop here in DC. And as I said, I'd been watching Emily D. Baker, Legal Bites, all y'all different streams, consuming this. And, I started to realize this is a really interesting story because not only is it, celebrity and things like that, but there's so many more kind of issues at play here and larger societal issues. So I really wanted to see basically what the energy was like in the courtroom. And specifically, I did want to see the jury quite badly. And I wanted to see their faces because I think I get a good read on people and stuff. So I really wanted to see what they looked like. And once I went, I was hooked, man. So, yeah, I had to keep going.
Yeah. So what observations do you have today about the jury? I mean, what's going on in that courtroom?
Yeah, as I said, it's really tired right now. It started off when there were at least, 3 or 4 jurors who were kind of like nodding their heads, like rubbing their eyes. The one juror who was late, was visibly tired. Maybe he overslept or something. So that's at play here. I think the video depositions are really taking their toll on everyone.
Yeah.
But I mean, there was a moment, the lawyer, the last lawyer, when he was talking about the fact, he was banned from Twitter and suspended for life. Everyone in the audience kind of laughed, and a couple of the jurors actually laughed at that. So that kind of like, people were paying a little more attention to him. But yeah, otherwise, kind of tired and sleepy a little bit.
Well, if there's even one shitlord on the jury, they know they've all been banned for life.
Yeah.
Well, my question is, are the jurors looking at this from the point of view like Johnny Depp's friends and acquaintances are being uncooperative, or are they angry at Elaine for wasting their time with these non-responsive witnesses?
I would say probably the latter, especially for the lawyer, because to me, again, and I'm not a lawyer, so to me it seems like Elaine is asking all these questions she knows she shouldn't be asking, and it's not, and it's under privilege, and he can't answer. And also, I mean, the questions, it's not like they're questions that would even show if he did anything bad. Like, were you there when Johnny Depp hit Amber? And he's like, well, I was his lawyer, so I can't say if I saw that or not. It's like all these kind of random questions that really don't have to do with the greater scope of what we care about. So yeah, to me, it just seems like a kind of a waste of time, to be honest.
Yeah, that's kind of the impression that we were getting. It's like, it doesn't, I think the idea Elaine had was to make them feel evasive, to make it look like they're hiding the ball, but it didn't come across that way. And I think with the video deposition, how they have Ben Chu specifically saying, we're going to instruct Adam Waldman not to answer this question. I think the one thing they maybe could have done better was to have Johnny Depp's lawyer, Ben, clarify that he's not representing Adam Waldman on that. That might have been more interesting to say, to say that, but I don't know that it was necessary.
No, that's interesting. And obviously I don't know about the legal work maneuverings of that, but I will say from what you just said, I did assume that he was representing that lawyer at the time. So maybe they should have made that distinction, because maybe the jurors will have that impression as well.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. With that deposition, Ben Chu is representing Johnny Depp's interests. And so he has to, Adam Waldman is technically adverse to him as a potential witness, but not like adverse totally. But Adam Waldman could have brought his own attorney to advise him, even separately. But yeah. So, no, that's interesting that it's not working out. What about the cyborg who went last? The weird, the Uncanny Valley lady, the domestic violence expert.
Oh, no, I don't even know.
Yeah, to me, I feel like everything today has been such a snooze fest that I can't see how jurors are paying any attention to what's going on.
No,
Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just I agree with you. They really aren't. Like a few of them, they swivel in their chairs. There's juror, I call her what, juror 3, 4, 5, juror 5. Like it's just looking at the audience most of the time, looking at the lawyers, looking at other things, like not even looking at the testimonies. They're not looking at their screens. You know what I mean? They're just listening and looking around and like hardly paying attention to some of this. So, if something like interesting like comes up, or it's like, oh, whatever, you'll see them, they'll write it down or whatever. But I don't think, they're not engaged, I think, like Amber's lawyers need them to be.
Do you think they've been checked out basically since Amber Heard left the stand?
Yeah, kind of. Because that was, I mean, they followed that up with the videos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you had that kind of like initial, like, okay, we're going to pay attention to the videos, but also like in court, kind of the audio of the videos a little low. It's not low that you can't hear it, but it's just low enough where it's like, it's not like keeping you awake. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, and it's usually like, it's kind of dark, the screen. So it's not even like a bright video. It's just I don't know. It's monotonous. It's very monotonous.
So what about I'm going to ask you about a specific part of Waldman's deposition that I found really, really interesting. There was a part where they asked him about the Los Angeles police and about basically claims being investigated against Amber Heard for perjury. Did the jury perk up at all during that, or were they still just completely checked out at that point?
Yeah, no, not really paying attention. I mean,
Man,
you know, like the ones who are like, you know, listening, like, yeah, there's like a moment like that would be something where they would like make a note, but it's still like maybe they'll like write something and then they'll go back to swiveling. You know what I mean? It wasn't.
Yeah.
There was nothing. It wasn't. That wasn't necessarily engaging them.
I'm
Yeah.
going to mute him till he's back. Okay, man, I was hoping the jury picked up on that, because that was like if the jury were attentive, that was a disastrous line of questioning to ask about perjury, and to basically have him say, well, I brought a giant police report. Oh, are you unmuted now?
Yeah, I had to banish the dogs.
Okay. If the jury were paying attention, having him mention that he had a binder full of perjury statements and proof that they were perjury, that he took him to the police, they gave them to the police, and that there was an investigation that was passed off to the LA Sheriff's Office, like that, I mean, to me would potentially be devastating. But I guess it was buried in monotony, and the jury didn't hear it.
It was, and I think, again, there's a few of them who are pretty good at, because there's a few that wear masks as well, so it's really hard to get a read on them, and there's some that do want to take it seriously, so they don't give any facial expressions. However, there's the ones who are solidified. I mean, yeah, there was one guy, I mean, he made a face, but he always makes a face. He makes a face at everything that, I mean, Amber's team says, to be honest with you. So it was not.
I've heard there's one that really hates them, like that one that really like reviles them.
It's like the old guy, right?
No, I would say it is, to me, it's juror 9. He's probably like, you know, in between 40 and 55, or so. He's not old. And yeah, he'll lean in, he'll do his eyebrow arch, he'll like lean back and look at them, he'll like look away. He is not a fan, especially during the testimony. He was, yeah. But that's just one person. So, but if anything, he caught up on that. So you know that he has that in his mind, and whenever they deliberate, he's gonna bring that up. Hey, like, yeah, remember when this happened? You know.
Well, if he is strongly anti-Heard, and he's very opinionated, and expressive as he seems to be, he might be. So in jury rooms, you get dominant personalities who will, I mean, effectively bully the other jurors into their position. And if he's the strongest personality on the jury, that's really bad, because he will remember those little things. He'll remind everybody of those little things, and he'll be bringing those up.
Yep.
And that's the kind of, I don't want to say bully, because he doesn't seem like that. He seems like actually like a really cool guy, but he is, whatever he does, he has a good job, and he does well at his job. He makes good money, and you know what I mean? He definitely knows how to command attention and have that leadership role. So I think what you're saying is 100%. I've seen his car, so that's why I'm saying.
What does he drive?
Yeah,
can you say without
too much? Wait,
that might be too much.
That's too much. Don't do it.
A luxury car.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
And if I think if the jury is as young as everybody's saying they are, maybe this older, wiser man would have a lot more pull and weight with them when it comes to deliberations.
Yes, and he's also not as he's in between, so he's not the oldest by any means. There's probably, I think, 3 who are older than him. The two older women, and then the older man as well with the white hair, are all older than him. So he's like, I think that gap. He probably, if I had to guess, he would have kids that maybe are like, you know, like 8 and 11, you know, or something like that, you know, maybe even younger. So I think he'll be able to like talk to the younger generation. But honestly, I have to be honest, I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna come to the same conclusion. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's gonna be that gap between an older generation, younger. It might be between people who wanna be totally matter of fact to the point of, like, due diligent about what we need to like, what actually is on the
The
scope of
nitpicky people.
Exactly. You know what I'm trying
Yeah.
to say. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so in all of your observations so far, watching the jury, you went there to watch the jury, right? Like that, I think you said that before.
Yeah. Yeah, and the courtroom in general, the judge, but the jury, definitely.
So in all of your watching of the jury, what has been the most interesting thing to you that you've pulled out of that experience? Like either a specific moment or in the aggregate, what interesting thing has gotten you the most?
I guess to me, maybe the level of seriousness and professionalism they're taking with it. I'm kind of sometimes a cynic and I just expect the general public to be a bunch of like heathens that like are not going to take it seriously, and whatever. I'm just joking, but you know what? Well, in court
Well,
too.
they are heathens. That
yeah,
is true.
exactly. And I have to be honest,
Yes.
like a lot of people, and it's sad, but people do leave like garbage in the court and things like that, like especially in the audience, and it's kind of insane. So, I was expecting like half expecting that, but also we live in this area is in Northern Virginia. It's different, but I wasn't expecting that. I guess I wasn't expecting the demographic breakdown as much to be the way it is. I was expecting a little bit different. So that was kind of surprising. But I mean, overall, yeah, they've been super professional. It's hard to get a read on them. Maybe I thought it would be easier to read them,
Sure.
Well, what about the judge? We just kind of sort of hear the judges. All right, you can approach. All right, they're kind of her is she as exasperated as she sounds?
Mm-hmm. And she's one of the she's one of the main cast members of this whole thing. I love watching her. She'll put her head in her hand and like look, at Elaine, like, and bring her eyebrows up. She'll take off her glasses, and sometimes if they're not doing, I mean, there was a time when it was probably about halfway through all these times that Elaine will not turn her microphone on. But the judge went to like remind her again, and Elaine wouldn't do it. And then the judge was just like shook her head and just forgot about it. Like, I'm not even going to bother to tell this woman to turn her microphone on again. That's really funny. The objections, I have noticed, she does make facial expressions at, I feel like, things that she knows that they should be objected to. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
She'll do things like, and I'll notice, and then I'll see Johnny Depp's team object, and she'll like nod like, okay, that was right. Like that was a good objection. So I think she's watching. I think she's very interested in this. She's watching it very intently. She's looking at the evidence, the testimonies. She's reading. She's getting a read on the people. She'll like do the back and forth like a tennis match, like look at the lawyers and then look at the witness a bunch. I don't know if that's standard for judges, but she seems to be interested.
Yeah, it's I think, when you're a judge and you sit there long enough, you start to become very critical of people who are in your courtroom going, wait, why aren't you objecting to this? Why aren't you objecting to this? So do you get a general, not speaking to bias here, but do you get a general sentiment that she is more pleased with Johnny's team than Amber's team, or is it more like specific attorneys? Like she's annoyed with Elaine for not turning on a microphone, but in general, like towards the team, she's relatively neutral.
Yeah, I would say the latter. To the team, she's generally neutral, and I think she's done a phenomenal job. And she has really tried to remain very, very unbiased, and even to the point that I think she's not been fair to Johnny's team sometimes, because she's gone out of her way to seem unbiased, because she has to sustain so many of Johnny's objections, because so many things that Amber's team is just off base and wild, that it's like they just by default they have way more like problems. So I think she purposely kind of like she'll overrule things. I'm like, you should not have overruled that. Like that was kind of unreasonable. But
I agree.
It is what it is. But I do think, I don't know if she has an issue with Lynn or she just thinks she's like hilarious. But I do think that she has some. I do think that she's like with Elaine. She's like, you're not going anywhere with this. And you can see there when they go up and deliberate, she's like looking at them back and forth. And she kind of like, I wouldn't say argue, but her and Elaine go back and forth a lot. So I think she's like, I don't know.
Yeah, Elaine has been getting really testy with arguing back after an objection ruling has been made. And I don't think that plays well with judges most of the time. This judge has been keeping it cool, but she's kept out to your point about remaining relatively neutral. They have had grounds to introduce a lot of stuff that the judge has still excluded in limine, where I know a lot of us lawyers are watching this going, yeah, I mean, that police report on the domestic violence charge for Amber Heard should be brought in at this point. Like she testified that it didn't happen and all this stuff. It's like a police officer witnessed you doing it, wrote it down, and made an arrest. That door has been kicked open normally, but this judge has been keeping that out. The judge kept out some of Whitney. There was kept out the allegation from Josh Drew of the affair or the three-way between Elon Musk, Clara Delvini.
That's so great. By the way, did you see the footage of Cara Delvini and Megan the Stallion where she's like playing with her robe and she's like licking her and
They doing the creeper thing,
and they cropped her out. She's being so creepy. They cropped her out of a photo. This was from like a couple days ago.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, I haven't seen that.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, it was some award show where she was just creeping full on.
Yeah.
James, is there court tomorrow?
So I was told no by the sheriff, but I heard all these rumors online in different places that there was. So
yeah, I think people misunderstood the judge saying the Friday next week there would be court for closing arguments, and interpreting that as there would be both days. That's because what I heard was that it was only next week.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I can let y'all know, and I'll figure it out at the end of the day, what they say. But I'm pretty sure there is no court tomorrow.
To answer a question from the chat, Dead Schooled says, why do they not mic the sidebars? The reason they don't mic the sidebars is because the jury is not allowed to hear it, and the court doesn't have like a sophisticated audio setup with an audio engineer to mic it for like output and broadcast, and then not mic it for the jurors. So and the gallery. So they just don't do it. It's cleaner way for them to avoid that.
I'm going to be honest, Ricada. I'm pro that even if they had a way to do it. Frankly, we all know people check social media and something would leak. It would get out there. They'd look at it. And I've said this before. You know that you're checking social media. You're opening it up. You open up Instagram or Facebook. You're not intending to see anything, on Twitter, but it's trending, right? So it's the top thing. So regardless of whether you want to or not, you're going to see something about this trial.
Well, it's like being here in Korea when the Super Bowl happens or something. You try to not look at the scores until you get off work and can watch it yourself, but somehow you always end up seeing the scores, whether you're trying to or not.
Yeah. James, when you were sitting next to Whitney Heard.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, you were sitting next to her. Cool.
Epic.
Cool.
Yeah.
If you have one word to describe the smell, what would it be?
Oh my God.
Well, it could be pleasant. I mean, this is not a leading question. You have anywhere you could go.
Oh, it's speculation.
I have to say, she looked very well put together, very clean, she wasn't wearing any makeup in her skin. She had very nice skin.
Did she look like she was covering any bruises?
No, she did look very anxious. I will say, but I can't answer that because I did have like COVID 6 months ago and I still have no sense of smell. So
see, so it could be. We don't know. Maybe she smells like
perma-roned. Yeah.
I was hoping you would have said
4 months ago, but maybe
lilacs and butterflies.
See, everybody thinks that was a gross question, but I was hoping you would say, well, she smelled a little bit like Dior Sauvage, right?
Oh,
see,
Johnny's been there.
No.
I'm not yet, so I would have butchered that answer.
No, it's fine. What like, was it tense? How did she? There's a good question. What was your impression of Whitney's perspective after her testimony?
Yeah, she was quite anxious. She didn't expect to be sitting with the audience necessarily. I think she thought she would sit back where she was beforehand. So she was nervous, you know, she was looking around her body, like she put her hands like underneath her legs and she was kind of like slouched like forward, and then she would like tighten her hands like in her lap at points, and basically just had those two positions like frozen the entire time. You know, so I can, you know, I sympathize with her because it must be hard, and you know, they know the courtroom, you know, they know the dynamics of it, and you know, being there and stuff. So I tried to, you know, be nice to her and, you know, smile and stuff to let her know like I'm not,
Of course.
I'm like an unbiased reporter and stuff. I'm not, you know, I've seen some Johnny Depp movies, of course, but I didn't go there for Johnny Depp. So, you know, I'm not there, you know, to cause any problems with her. I don't even have any issues with her personally. So, you know, I did feel bad for her for a sense. You know, it's got to be hard, you know, despite, you know, if she's telling the truth or not, you know, to be in that kind of state where you're surrounded by people who obviously dislike you is, you know, difficult.
Yeah, and people shouldn't. This is one thing that kind of annoys. Well, okay, I'll say this with a caveat. One thing that kind of annoys me is people kind of dump on witnesses, and they're just there. A lot of times they're forced to be there. In Whitney's case, she's there defending her sister. You know, that's what you do. That's family. I would suggest that people may have a little bit of grounds to be mad at her because I think she grossly misrepresented the staircase incident. And the reason I'll say that is because her story was worse than Amber's story about it. And if it's worse than Amber's story, I'm thinking that it's not credible. And so I think that could lead to some animosity if there's a perception that she lied. But in general, people should be, you know, witnesses are going to come give their account, and that's fine.
Unless you're a direct party, no witness wants to be a part of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's been the first live witness since Amber Heard. How did the jury take Whitney's testimony? I mean, what was your opinion of that?
I mean, I think again, there are the few of them who really want to take it, you know, face value. I think they were looking intently. They were, you know, writing things, stuff. But I think the people who have gone through Amber's cross have, you know, I think they're looking at it like, well, this is her sister. She's saying the same thing that Amber did. You know, maybe a little bit worse or a little different here and there, but she's saying the same thing. She's also not really helping. I mean, saying, you know, things like you do drugs with Johnny Depp, but your sister doesn't, but your sister hates it, but you do. But I mean, it's just not like, oh, you know, I just don't think she gave the best character witness. I don't know what it's called, but I just don't think she was the best. And I think the jurors were kind of looking at like, well, yeah, you're her sister. You're going to say whatever, you know?
Yeah, there's a strong sort of inference of bias automatically with a sibling. What I thought would have been interesting is if Amber Heard's team would have actually established that Whitney and Amber had been in fights. Like I thought it would be, that might have been more endearing, but they tried to avoid that.
But that testimony's got to come out at some point.
Well, siblings never fight. Come on now. That's preposterous.
Yeah. Well, the one thing she did say, because she brought up what Whitney had said about sometimes they get into fights so bad that Whitney like has to leave like Amber for like weeks or something, or like for like long time. So I think
a couple days. Yeah.
But I don't think I get, maybe what you're getting at is that one incident where then it was talked about on that reality show, maybe afterwards. Yeah, they didn't get into that, which you're right is interesting. Maybe that wasn't allowed. Maybe there was something in the beginning, an objection to it. I'm not sure.
You know, with Amber's team, I think I would want to make Whitney a less sympathetic witness so that her account rings more true. If less sympathetic to Amber Heard, less bias, eliminate some of the bias. But maybe, you know, maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe you just want to go straight with the guns. Someone in the chat said my comment about Whitney was inappropriate and they were never watching again. I don't know which comment.
Which one?
Which one? Let's figure out. I mean, was it the
want to know,
or her tragic look, or what? I mean, where are we going here? You know,
I don't think I talked about her tragic look.
Oh, I did. No. Let me just put that out there. That's
okay. I thought it really loudly.
Yeah.
No. So I hope it was the smell one. I thought that was funny, but I
want
to know.
We didn't establish whether she was the sister that taught Johnny the tampon method. I want the tampon method out there. I think that's very material. Amber made it material, and it's very material to whether that was a staged photo or not.
Yeah,
I disavow all of this. I'm still trying to be on my best behavior in the presence of God.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Your name is Legal Vices, not Legal Virtues. Get the hell out of
We'll
here.
we'll have you on a night stream. We'll really ruin it. No, so James, so there was one statement from Johnny Depp's team during Amber Heard's testimony. It was a question that they asked about the photos of the cocaine table. And Camille Vasquez said, so you have a habit of sending staged photos to your friend. Do you think that landed with the jury? Because to me, what I wanted to see was all of the other versions of that photo, and they didn't introduce those. So what was your read on that?
Yeah, a lot of people in the audience said they felt like Camille, she went there, but then she didn't hook it enough in certain ways, I guess. But I think maybe it was done to be very open-ended, because I think the point kind of came across regardless. And I think that door was opened enough for the jury, who I have to say, this jury, I think they're all very, very smart. And I even think that the young ones are either in law school or med school or doing professional things. I mean, just by the way that they carry themselves and look, and they're all pretty intelligent, I would definitely say. So I think that is something that will not be missed upon them.
I'm getting this question from the chat also, for you specifically, James. Do you think the hearing impaired guy pays attention to the sidebars and may be able to read lips? Is he trying to suss that out, you think?
No, and I don't think, I mean, it might be hearing impaired, but anyway, I wouldn't say I noted that. I will say he's definitely expressive, and he's laughed quite a few times. He's found a lot of things very funny, so it's always fun to watch him. But no, I wouldn't say he's not always really looking. He's actually kind of more distracted sometimes than not, drawing and doing other things and kind of annoyed. But when he hears something he doesn't like, he will make a face and he'll look up even if he's doodling or something. So yeah.
Well, James, I imagine court is starting back up pretty soon. I don't want to keep you if you need to get back into it.
Absolutely. I want to be able to report everything for y'all. So thank you again. So this is great. I'll hop on anytime. Any questions, please let me know.
Well, I'll start tossing you links, and you can pop in during breaks. Feel free. We love your insights and really appreciate that you're in there. Guys in the chat, if you are on Twitter like a horrific degenerate, James is on Twitter. His Twitter account is linked in this description, so go give him a follow. He tweets out throughout the trial, so you can actually have a little Twitter feed up if you want and see what's going on, not just catch his insights at break. James, anything you want to say to the chat before you go?
No, just thank y'all. I mean, I started watching you all, and that's how I got into all of this and started reporting on it. And now I'm glad to be a help to everyone. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support from the people on Twitter and in the chats and everything. So I'm looking forward to seeing y'all again. Thank you.
Very awesome, man. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Yep. All right. Later. Thanks.
Bye. Well, that was cool.
That'd be really cool to be.
I mean, what's been awesome is getting these in courtroom perspectives. Hearing it from James, and also it's a little bit different hearing it from Ian, hearing from Rob. I mean, different perspectives from different people. Obviously, attorneys have more insight into what they look at from an attorney's perspective. But also, it's interesting getting a layperson, because sometimes they're looking at more of the casual interactions versus the exact, precise reactions to specific testimony. So it's very interesting, but it lines up.
Yeah,
nothing conflicts with any of the testimony that Runkle's given or Rob's given.
Well, that's why I like the fact that it's a layperson in the court. I mean, that's why lawyers are never chosen for jury duty. That's why they're always excluded, because you don't want someone that knows the law. You don't want someone that microanalyzes everything. That's why I love the layman's perspective as to what happens.
Yeah, and I think that if any of us or Runkle, Rob, DUI guy, their insights on the jury are great for what lawyers are looking for from a jury. But we're looking for the jury to affirm the position we're forwarding. Whereas a layperson is looking at this jury going, what am I catching? Are they catching the same thing? We have some audio here.
Ooh,
they're waiting for the jury, but nothing's happening.
stepping on his throat, just like
I'm
Johnny
gonna
Depp
see
stepping
who
on
it is
Amber's
before
throat.
before I check it. I want to see what the actual who's they're gonna bring up, and if it is Johnny Depp.
No, I don't think they're calling Johnny today.
No. Just want to see who it is.
That's like a herd of lawyers right there. An Amber herd of lawyers.
It's just a mess. Just
a gaggle of lawyers.
Disgusting mess. One grenade
Vile.
will fix the world's problems.
I love as if you aren't a lawyer as well. It's like barely.
I know. When they all get culled, I go with them. It's not, I'm not discriminatory. I don't have a carve out. It's like, well, I'm a social media lawyer. Nope. All lawyers in the garbage disposal.
Lady Elaine Fairchild there in her Tiffany colored blazer.
Well, I mean, Amber's back in the RBG outfit today, I think.
She looked so good yesterday. Why in the hell would you not look like that every day of court? I can't understand it.
When I saw her, I thought she looked like Alanis Morissette at the final scene in Dogma, where she was like God and she came in like this beautiful white suit, like I'm here, like the light shining from heaven down upon
Well,
her.
you're talking about Camille Vasquez.
Oh yeah. You're talking about Elaine.
Yeah, you're not talking about Amber Heard.
No, I'm sorry. I was focused on Camille in front of me here. I apologize.
You need to calm down. I'm talking about how Amber Heard looked yesterday in that tan dress that fit nicely.
She had the Ava Braun hair though.
Not yesterday.
No, the day before she did. Yeah.
Was that it was the day before was the Ava Braun hair.
Yeah.
No, yesterday it was by far the best she has looked this entire trial. She looked feminine, but not slutty and not like librarian-y. It didn't look like she was selling anything. She just looked good. And like, this is what I was saying at the beginning of trial. If I'm her style consultant, I want her to have that style every single day. It looked professional, but also feminine. And I think if you're trying to sell a domestic abuse victim specifically, you want to sell a feminine person, not a masculine one.
Not a dictator of North Korea and or communist China. Like, no, you want somebody who's looking a little bit more relatable.
Yeah, again, one of the key statements here, the key things for me, and I'm not the jury, I'm a lawyer, but my thoughts on what I want the jury, if I'm Johnny Depp's team, I want the jury not thinking about, is this technically domestic violence? Because I think if you get to technically domestic violence and you get to like verbal abuse and screaming, and that doesn't look good for Johnny. If I'm Johnny Depp's team, I want them to picture the face of domestic violence. That face has bruises. That face is a submissive female who is a housewife.
ready for the jury?
That's who I want to draw the picture of, because like that sort of 1980s PSA version of a domestic violence victim. And Amber's not pulling that off at all. She's trying to come across like a tough, controlling bitch. And it's like, no, like you can be cold.
It's not relatable. It's not relatable for anybody, really.
Yeah. Wait, so we have an actual in-person witness? They said they didn't have any more of these.
Wow.
Or no, we're just waiting for the jury. Never mind.
The courtroom looks ridiculously empty there in the front, like in front of Runkle, and there's like the first two rows are empty.
People are so bored with video depots. That's a Runkle, yeah. Runkle's right here. They're so bored with these video depots, though. I mean, people just leave.
All
They're
right.
like, well, this isn't.
Seated. Your next witness.
We call Ron Schnell.
Okay.
Ron Schnell?
Ron Schnell, according to the closed captions. I love how the closed captions always translate her name as Miss Heard.
Oh, no, he is in person. I'll be right back.
Cool. Welcome to Korea law.
Just want the bailiff to just get so bored he just tases someone just to keep the.
Oh, it is in person.
Holy shit. Oh, wow. Look at this.
All right.
He, she, it.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
Oh, yes, you
What is
are.
your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And what are your
You
pronouns?
briefly describe your educational background since high school.
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
No.
I do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When
He doesn't.
I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU.
When I was 14, NYU.
I know this guy.
For their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the social aspect of high school. So I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to
I
graduate.
know this guy. I read about him.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
Nerd.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX. Also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system. So it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It was called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
Oh, this guy's the enemy.
And approximately how long were you there?
My dad worked for Cray.
Sun?
Fuck Sun.
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, M-A-I-L. And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine. Basically let you manage your email on the road.
They're qualifying this guy as a digital expert.
Mailcall.com.
People who are curious
I
why
sold that
this,
to a public company in 2000.
why this is going on.
And what did you do after that?
After that, I ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
Hopefully not their internet security division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for 2 cases, US versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the two largest antitrust cases in U.S. history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order, but I had special master powers in those matters.
And you said you were in that position for 6.5 years?
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013, is that right?
It was 11.
2011, okay. And what did you do? What did you do in 2011?
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
Okay, and that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
So I do all sorts of things. Generally, I consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this, where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Have you taught any courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what class did you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment. Although since COVID, I haven't been doing that.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what experience do you have in statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media.
This is a guy who's going to prove that Amber was damaged by the statements of Adam
for
Waldman.
litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation. Yeah.
And is that work both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones.
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an expert extremely seriously.
Yeah,
they pay you, bro.
Yeah,
Who's
paying
paying
me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this? It's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Professional
Have you ever been
professional
disqualified
witness.
as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks.
Okay. Disqualify him. That'd be hilarious. All you said is you worked on some social media stuff. What?
Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made here an analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come forward, that's fine.
Interesting.
Yeah, the question is he an expert on this? Not is he, because like, don't get me wrong, this guy worked on Unix, he's got serious credentials, worked on Microsoft. None of that has shit all to do with social media, hashtags, the impact of a newspaper article on social media. This guy's been in tech for a long time. He may not actually understand how social media works in the same way that someone half his age would. So
Interesting. Yeah.
The question is he an expert on these matters?
And it's pretty unusual we're doing this at this stage of the proceedings.
And in front of the jury. Voir direing him in front of the jury is a little bit like,
That
well, I
court
guess you
clerk knows so much more than we know about what's going on.
I guess you would voir dire him in front of the jury, because then the jury could draw, like, even if he's approved as an expert, they could draw negative inferences about his experience or positive ones. So. Are you saying years of expert work in operating systems does not qualify him as a 5-star chef? I am.
Do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
No.
All right, then I'll move him in as an expert.
Oh,
well,
forensic.
That was easy.
They just left that one up.
They didn't want to voir dire him. They just wanted to cross him. Okay.
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to
Weird.
do in this matter?
So I was asked to do several things. I used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
So API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use two of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called a Counts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag. And I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search on Twitter itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
To the chat, they did not disqualify him. It looks like they had a
did you,
mix-up on Depp's team as to what was
choose
going
particular
on.
hashtags to search for?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially, I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So
oh boy,
through
hashtag me poo
negative towards Ms. Heard, and I found that a super majority of them were using one of 4 different hashtags.
Which were?
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard?
Give us an example of a negative tweet.
Until the end of January 2021.
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and
that's not how hashtags work.
Would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard. But when
objection calls for speculation
later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did 2 of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1?
Ooh, here we go.
Which is on the 5th page of attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's.
God, I can't wait to see a good joke in court.
This is gonna.
You're looking at 3 good jokes right here.
Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you want it to be a?
If I could get it one of the numbers, since it's going to be part of the record, just.
Okay. Can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
Well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Do we know if that's the last? Can we make it? How about we make it 1900? That way, it's not. Can we just make it 1900?
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
And is this a chart you made, Mr. Schnell?
It is.
Okay. And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize.
Amber Turd is there.
In 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I'm old. I have to take my glasses off.
Okay. And what are these columns? First, tell the jury what they represent.
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Okay. And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the 4th one over?
I do.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018, frankly, to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
It's a stupid chart.
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
This shows that 25% of hashtags are against Amber Heard.
Hashtags, which are highlighted, or shows the difference between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all 3 of those hashtags?
That's correct.
Okay. And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They're going to have to
by the
link
way,
this to
what is
the
your understanding of when the
statements,
last
not
alleged
the
defamatory statement was made by
articles.
Mr. Depp?
Random people hashtagging.
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp, for the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018. And then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18 and January of 19.
And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
And if we go to November of 2020,
So just
for the
establishing
hashtags
that the
related
op-ed
to Mr. Depp
damaged Johnny
If
Depp?
you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show?
So it just says it.
What did your analysis find?
Isn't that
in terms of
quiver?
Tweets without those hashtags.
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, little here and there. They're single digit ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none. And then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901 which will identify as 1901.
You should include the past week.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1901.
That would destroy them.
Last I heard, it was like 10 point something billion Johnny Depp Justice for Johnny
And
tweets.
Mr. Banya,
Yeah.
what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
They don't have me poo on
This
here.
chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022.
The stands
It's just
zero.
another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
And what are the dotted lines?
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
And what is being shown here? In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in February of 2020, which I believe Mr. Waldman just testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February 2020, that came before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though
It came before
that
the
spike
alleged
came in
defamatory
before
statements?
the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of 2022, there are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
So you're saying that an article published in February
do you recall
impacted social
at your
media
deposition
in
being
April?
That's boomer logic.
That a spike in negative hashtags occurring before April 8th, right before April 8th, 2020?
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Overruled. Good.
I remember questions regarding particular dates. Yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets in April 6th, on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020 as it relates to Ms. Heard?
Right. If you look at the day by day counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, and you can see that there's a spike that begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th, and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
And what terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them. I think abuse hoax is used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but generally speaking, in the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Okay. If we can go to the second page of this demonstrative. What's being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
So this is generally, it's the same data as the first one, but I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them.
It makes
By
the
removing
graph
it,
look
it
worse.
sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they looked really tiny in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers, over 100,000 and stuff. So this shows, and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Which will make 1902.
1902.
That's
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
All right, any objection to 1902?
None is a demonstrative.
Yes, okay. You can publish that.
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does this chart show?
What I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. That's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look at for hoax, fake, and fraud and this is within the negative hashtags or it's misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay. And if you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. Oh, you saw the line there. What's the total number of times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Yes.
And what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it, sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or Minions. And look for those in the same data.
What? Okay.
And in terms of the percentage of the amount of times Waldman or Waldmignon was used in the negative hashtags from April 2020 through, is it January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
Yeah, so I found over 25% of the negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4 on average, had either Waldman or Waldmignon.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
So so if I had put them in quotes like that, say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way with the same spacing and the same order. So if it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I catch everything.
And based on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what are the results of these searches mean?
Well, obviously I can't read what's in people's minds, but when I read the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that if these terms, particularly the Waldman term,
Objection hearsay.
He's an expert.
Oh, overruled.
If these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further
All
questions.
right, cross-examination.
That's it.
What was the point of that?
So you verified the other witness, you agreed with the other witness's analysis, the other expert, and you ended up saying that there was a spike.
Sir, this is
prior.
the first time that you've testified as an expert.
And you only searched negative
as
hashtags. You
in
didn't
the
search
field of
positive hashtags.
statistical and forensic
Weird.
analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before.
That's correct.
And you're being compensated for your time here today and the work you did, correct?
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated, yes.
At $600 an hour.
That's what they're getting paid.
Right.
That's not bad.
And you're aware that Mr. Depp is being sued based on allegedly defamatory statements. What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. And where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay.
That wouldn't show that they actually.
And you don't know.
No. I would
even
push
where
back on
those references appear in the articles.
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where, in general, do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones, justice for Johnny Depp. That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Amber Heard is an abuser. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
We just don't like you, Amber. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
And the
We
last
just don't
one was
like you.
Amber Heard, right?
Oh,
that is another one.
And these four hashtags you identified and searched for, you don't believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection to these three Waldman statements. The hashtags aren't connected to Waldman, right?
Well, I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right.
Waldman Young.
But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags were related to any of the Waldman statements, and you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion, where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya
has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion today
Banya
in this
hasn't
courtroom
testified yet.
is you, correct?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So you're adopting your own opinion.
No, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
All right. And that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
All right. And you
The
indicated
jury
that
has
there
to be
was
lost because
taking
I'm
into
lost
account
at this point.
Statements made in the media,
Yeah.
correct?
Made in what? I couldn't hear.
You said you did not take into account in your analysis statements made in the media.
Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
But Justice for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
That sounds correct.
Yeah. Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first appeared in 2016, correct?
I don't recall, actually.
Right. Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Nope. That's
Words
a good
you
question.
never thought would be uttered in court in
Negative
your
thing
lifetime.
was heard
Amber
without reading
Turd.
Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Miss Heard other than the Waldman statements.
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
You didn't form any opinion that of the million plus tweets that you looked at were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements.
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given.
Yeah.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again? This is yours, right?
Correct.
Yeah. The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
Yeah. And there are spikes that existed considerably before Mr. Waldman's statement. You were asked about that by counsel?
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked the audio tape.
The biggest spike was before the statements.
Right, the date he leaked the audio.
And then there were many statements that, or there are many hashtags, uses of the hashtag that follow the statements.
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, so
Don't have to
you
do
look
shit.
at 1,000,002 of these hashtags, right?
Right.
Do we need to distinguish between pro Johnny Depp and anti Amber Heard? They're not the same thing.
Plus belong to Justice for Johnny Depp.
That sounds about right. You'd have to show me, but I'll take your word for
This is
it.
a good line of questioning.
But the vast majority of them were Justice for Johnny Depp.
980,000.
A majority of them were.
Well, it wasn't the majority so
Of
large that
million.
you had to draw another chart.
The reason we're
That's
drawing another chart is
fantastic
because
question.
Beautiful.
the numbers were high at particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see the other hashtags.
Right. Literally, this is your chart, and all of the other activity at the bottom you can barely see in comparison to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Statistically
Right, as I testified,
insignificant.
you can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, but when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
So you're not offering any opinion
Mm-mm.
as to what caused these spikes.
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining as to why these spikes are there.
I'm only talking about correlation.
Right. you're talking about a mathematical connection.
That's right.
Right. And you don't purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did a particular post with a particular hashtag.
That's correct.
All right. There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
Yeah. Were you aware there was a trial in the UK in 2020?
I'm aware.
And in July?
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike, there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I know the trial was going on then.
All right.
So in your analysis of this, you didn't take into factor a trial, public trial with multiple articles? That would have been my follow-up.
Particular dates, December 17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely no reference to and does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out, if that's what you're asking.
Very good point.
A whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
All right.
Beta Denethor here didn't do his research very well.
All right. At some point, you ran searches for
just paid to do it.
Additional search terms.
Sure.
Hoax, fraud. I think you said fake. And then you don't know why those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation, but you don't have any idea why they're there.
I can't.
Very good point.
Stats.
Right.
It's
And
not
just
correlated to external events.
Means one of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for. The ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Yon terms. So, it's not that big a stretch to say that it's related to Mr. Waldman if it's his
But
name.
it's a stretch to say it.
Waldman-Yon or Minion.
And you can't show it.
Wait a minute, is the new standard, it's not that big a stretch?
No.
There it is.
All right, this
I'm
is
trying to speak.
I'm trying to certainty, right?
Yes.
All right. So you're not suggesting that you know why Mr. Waldman's name appear in any of these tweets?
Well, if you look at the tweets that have Waldman-Yon, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Just a large sample is 2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these. But
wait, you didn't testify to that.
That's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy. When people are saying that they're part of the Wald-Minions or things like that, I would expect everybody to agree without arguing that it has to do with Mr. Waldman.
Ricky, you're way more into. Have you ever heard the term Waldman-Yon before now?
Mr. Waldman's statements.
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this. So
You're informed that?
That's
me.
I didn't think it was in controversy.
Wow.
It wasn't in controversy whether everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that if somebody was suddenly talking about him, that it had to do with this case.
Why?
But again, it's not, did it have to do with this case? Did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Right.
No.
And so you identified all of these hashtags
It's going surprisingly well.
as negative as misheard, right?
Right.
Justice for Johnny Depp is not negative towards Miss Heard, is it?
That's what I'm saying.
No, but the tweets that use that hashtag are.
No, but the hashtag itself, the hashtag that predominates through your analysis is not, in fact, negative towards Miss Heard.
You could say
I'm not
hashtag
defining
justice for
hashtags.
Johnny
I'm
Depp
talking
is
about the
bullshit,
tweets
and it would still come up
that
on his
contain
search.
that hashtag.
But the hashtag itself is not negative.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
But do you have an opinion as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
That's not part of my assignment.
Okay. But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too.
All right, redirect.
Oh, good end. No further
That was
questions.
a beautiful line of questioning. That was like uber nerd right there. That was beautiful.
Chanel, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of justice for Johnny Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
What's the foundation for that?
What percentage of the tweets with negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldman-Young?
Over
Overruled.
over 25%. 1 out of 4.
And in your analysis, how far in time do the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldman-Young go? Like how far to now?
Well,
beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking about.
Overruled.
So I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. I didn't see any end to it at all.
Okay. And based on your analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Miss Heard, before or after April 2020?
It was clearly
But after April
double as many
2020,
from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there,
what
it's
is
still a lot
before
more
April
after
2020?
April
Like,
of,
what's the scope
of 2020? And there are
of
fewer
measurement on either
months
side?
in that time period. I think there are 20 or 15 months in that time period, and 27 months in the first part.
And based on your analysis, what, if any, end do you see to the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
Objection, no foundation.
Based on his analysis up until the time?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you see any, based on your analysis, did you, at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
To continue to go on.
Okay. Mr. Chanel, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they've not.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay, sir. Thank you. All right. Your next witness. Okay, sure.
Nick, do you think the jury understands exactly what just happened right now?
I have to hope so. I have no idea, but I mean, what happened was kind of amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why that guy has a weird quivery kind of way of talking. And I think it throws experts off, because I think that they think he's an idiot. But he asks really good questions. I mean, when he said, you had to redraw your whole chart because of just how little activity there was. How are you going to say that Amber Heard was actually damaged in comparison to the what's going on in the cultural zeitgeist? So you have a million two tweets, 980,000 of those are justice for Johnny Depp. And then this little subsection, and then a quarter of that subsection are somehow Adam Waldman related negativity. Like that's it. You're talking about 40,000 tweets out of 1.2 million.
Well, and again, saying justice for Johnny Depp does not necessarily mean it's anti-Amber Heard.
Right.
Because you could say hashtag justice for Johnny Depp space is bullshit. And that he counts that as a pro Johnny Depp tweet.
Right. And they brought up that he did this random sample analysis of 1,000. It's like, I mean, 1,000 is a decent sample size for some things, but you're talking about out of 1.2 million, a 0.1%. Like, really? Well, I did it twice. Okay, so 0.2%.
That is That is statistically zero.
Yeah, it just doesn't jive because even randomizing, that's not a representative sample, I don't think. So
in Nerd World, that was a brilliant cross-ex though.
Yeah, and I hope it translated to the jury, but for lawyers watching, we're like, man, this guy's asking really good questions. And getting him to say at the end, like, you can't say justice for Johnny Depp is negative, right? Well, that's not in my scope. Justice in general is pretty good though, isn't it? I'm a big fan of justice. Yeah.
Wonder Twin powers activate.
What more do you want? He basically just said it's positive, effectively, like testified to it. He smiled while doing it, like it didn't.
And I wish Runkle wasn't sitting where he was sitting so I could see what his reaction was. He was like right behind the podium.
Yeah, that was Runkle tweeted. Let's see what Runkle said on it.
Oh yeah, what did he say?
I'm pulling it right now. Twitter's running slow. Hold on. Runkle says, loved his finish, and so did the jury, but that needed another 30 minutes of ripping his model a new one. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I agree that he needed that much more time, personally.
I thought he did very well in the time he had, in the time he allotted to it.
Wait, so Runkle says technology is how you get a good lawyer to do a bad cross. And it was like watching someone get served a massive, delicious steak and just eat the garnish. I disagree. I think he was a pretty good cross, but who knows?
Well, I think the fact that the jury is reportedly so young, they're not like this testimony to a 75, 80-year-old person is much different than this testimony to someone in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah. I'm going to disagree with Runkles. I think that was actually a pretty good cross. He got the guy to admit what's not that big of a stretch. I didn't look into it. I didn't look into that. I mean, what more do you want to discredit this witness? I think you get into too long of questions and you get him. Oh, look at James from court talking up Chandler.
Nice.
Get it, buddy. Get those digits.
And that's a beautiful fuchsia dress at the end.
She's like 20 years older than him. She doesn't look
at MILF. She's 20 years?
Not quite, but she was Miss America. Then she was like, she's a lawyer. So she's been through 7 years of school, and she was like a social media person.
Yeah. Or spring chicken.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 52. Everybody's a spring chicken to me.
I think they pretty effectively dealt with that cross-examination.
We will be calling Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation.
Oh, God.
We start.
Okay.
Okay.
More
Lady Ziploc
video testimony.
Says Whitkin was a great witness for Depp. No monster when drunk or stoned, and no anger towards her, only sadness and confusion. Good stuff. Romo Drummer says she looks like she's hypnotized. This was previous witness. That weird looking one. A Rogue Patriot says when delivering her, the stork must have slipped and dropped on the ugly tree, hitting every branch, leaf, and twig on the way down. God.
Leaf.
That was his agent.
MULROONEY.
Wouldn't it be funny when Dr. Mommy gets recalled if she brought muffins for everybody in the gallery?
Oh, it'd be amazing.
State your name and address.
She should mail me some muffins.
Michelle Mulrooney.
Oh, that's harsh.
Los Angeles, California, 90067.
Don't do meth?
Ms. Mulrooney, what is your occupation? I'm a partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice. Could you just please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history? Okay, I attended USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982.
Yeah, Chandler Painter's 36.
I attended USC and received my law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher until 1991. And then I worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch. When I joined it, then later morphed into several names. And then in 2011, I joined Venable LLP as a partner.
Thank you. What are your areas of practice and expertise?
I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Venable.
And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials?
Yes, we frequently do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for all the time.
Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is?
A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married, and they discuss things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a postnup, the clients do that after they're married. They contract on the same issues.
Do you regularly represent actors?
Yes.
I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement?
At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup.
Ms. Mulroney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is?
Yes.
And could you please tell us who Dana Lowry is?
She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
And this is dated Monday, February 2, 2015. And says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Think. Who did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I just direct your attention to the top of the email where it says February 2nd, get control. February 2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately you were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup?
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay. And based on this, when approximately were you contacted to represent Amber Heard in connection with the prenup or postnup?
The early part of February, the late part of January, or the early part of February 2015.
Ms. Mulroney, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. And it is an email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's counsel, correct?
During this time period, correct.
And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it is an email from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13. It says J/A deal points. Do you know what J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means?
I believe it means Johnny/Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No,
What is it?
Oh, I thought it was.
it's a community property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50, each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings. Yes.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the confidentiality agreement?
It's very standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement when either party is disclosing their assets that they ask for a confidentiality agreement.
You respond on February 17, Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep trying to move forward.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
To show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. And I'm going to start again with going down to show you where the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling you to have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says, Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. What did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto?
I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back ends. I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro forma.
What did you mean by back ends?
Is this testimony saying she was damaged or he was damaged?
Or royalties, sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying.
They're going to try and go towards
agreement.
Johnny Depp was tanking his career.
Movie, TV show,
that's where the dates matter.
I can't figure it out. Are they saying he sucks and he didn't suffer damages, or she suffered damages because of him? This is weird.
No, that his career was on a downward path.
Yeah. Correct.
Prior to the Washington Post article.
All right. And then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to you?
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp in connection with the post-nup agreement?
Yeah.
I received one telephone call.
And whom did you receive that telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
I guess she's technically
My
Amber's
recollection
lawyer
is
on
that
this.
he was very mean. That he called me names and that he fired me on behalf of them.
Disgruntled
When you
former
say
subcontractor.
what did you mean?
Well, My only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leading.
What, if any, observations
Are you
did
one,
you
though?
make during the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch?
I thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
He was slurring his words, and his speech pattern was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were under him. I was just extremely rattled by
Your
the
children's
call.
speech pattern when they're on heroin.
For a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard.
It took you
And,
2 to 3 minutes to realize you should hang up on a represented
that's all I remember
opposing
is that
party?
It really shook me up.
The first words out of your mouth
Did you
should have been, "I
perform
can't
any
talk to
further
you."
services
Yeah.
for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial agreement?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing a postnuptial draft agreement?
No.
But Amber said she was pushing for this, and Johnny Depp didn't want it.
Contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
No.
Who, if anyone, was paying your legal services?
I don't recall.
Look at your bank
Johnny
receipts.
Depp was.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had the authority to fire you?
No.
He
Did
was
you
paying
tell
your
him that?
services.
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Why'd you have to look to your lawyer for
What,
that
if
answer?
any communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
Ooh.
I don't recall specifically.
Cop out.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
Did you call his attorney and tell him you had a discussion with him,
do
with their
recall
represented client?
that I told her that I was no longer representing him. But I don't know if I did that in writing.
Yeah, so you didn't know who you were representing 5 seconds ago.
Somehow she knew.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney,
So how'd you
when
get fired?
did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential postnuptial agreement terminate?
Shortly after that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
6 minutes.
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive. I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
What was the...
All right. Yes, ma'am, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call the Disney corporate representative.
Oh my Lord. Let's hear what Disney has to say.
No, this is going to be useless. These people never know anything. Corporate rep, they're going to be asking about executive conversations and conversations with people like Jerry Bruckheimer. Corporate rep's not going to have any info
Would you
about
please
it.
state your name and your business address?
It's
for the
Stephen King with an earring.
Tina Newman.
Oh my Lord, it's a
Disney
woman.
Studios Motion Picture Production, live action, 500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I've just highlighted under topic number. It's subpoena duces tecum, paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production. Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as the corporate designee or in preparing as the corporate designee, do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Do you recall in your preparation as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by Disney, any document that referred in any manner to the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents you reviewed that were produced by Disney in response to the subpoena duces tecum, the word op-ed in any of those documents?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
It's going to be amazing. She won't have seen anything at all.
Whether
Yeah.
Mr. Depp
She has an executive title and won't know anything about it.
Nothing. She knows nothing. It's like Colonel Clink from Hogan's Heroes.
When you
I
say
know
no,
nothing.
I have to probably ask clarification. Does that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
There you go.
Because
You are correct, sir.
I was just going to say that decision doesn't fall within my job
So
responsibility.
why is this person even here?
Above my head. Best way to say it.
If it's above your pay grade, get someone whose pay grade it's in.
Like I said, I just know that it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Are you aware of anyone else at Disney who has knowledge of the topic areas in the deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say. I can't speak for someone else.
Rakita, you are absolutely correct. Why is she here? She knows nothing.
My knowledge.
What's
and
the
what
relevance?
My job functionality is at the studio, at Plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may not have more knowledge, but I can't speak on behalf of them.
See, like, what's
Disney
the relevance
aware
to the
that
testimony?
Mr. Depp has testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No.
They had to cut her laughing.
Would Disney entertain
You do
paying
it for
Mr.
103
Depp
alpacas.
more than $300 million and provide him with more than a million alpacas
Yeah, there you
to be able to obtain his services for any future Pirates of the Caribbean role?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked.
This is wasting her day off. She's pissed.
52 to.
It's
Alan
wasting my
Thorne.
sleep. I'm
Who's
pissed.
that?
He was our co-chairman.
I mean, the jury just heard that she has no idea
Yes.
about the hiring decisions for
And
Johnny
Alan
Depp.
Bergman,
They can
who's he?
they can just honestly
Same.
lights
He's the
out
other
from
co-chairman
there.
of
Sleep
Disney.
until it's over.
Was at the time.
And then Sean Bailey, you indicated.
Why isn't Alan Bergman testifying
President?
right now?
It's our president of production, correct?
Okay, and then.
Or Sean
Vicky
Bailey or
Strauss,
Jerry
who's he?
Bruckheimer.
I believe at the time
Bruckheimer's
he
the
was
one that
head
needs
of
to be in that
marketing.
seat.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul Rader.
Paul Reeder is the head of communications.
All right, and this is from Angela Shaw.
That's a sweet tie, by the way.
5/10.
Whose tie game is on point?
2017. You see that?
Yes.
I'm repulsed by the
And it
concept of
says,
wearing ties in the office, but if I had to wear one, it would be
HR.
that one.
Johnny Depp, a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the two co-chairmen, the president, vice president of
No, I'm not
production,
her.
head of communications on this?
She was
particular-
bored out of her fucking mind by this
I don't know what
testimony.
the
That's why
intent
she
of the
sent it
email
out.
is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be bringing it.
Why are they wasting their testimony time with this?
All right, and just to take that a little bit further, given the
I
Disney.
keep
has a
waiting for each one of these
relationship with
witnesses to
Depp,
come up with some
if
reason
there
for it,
is
and they don't.
Yeah,
publicity,
the big nuclear strike, the
Depp,
big
whether it be positive or
Perry
negative,
Mason moment.
that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So
Just look at her demeanor.
as far as I can read
She
into
knows she knows
Okay.
nothing. She knows her job
And-
is to
and
be
so that-
evasive.
That's your interpretation.
and
of
have
why
no
Angela
knowledge.
Shaw sent this to that group of people.
That's why she's
was to
sitting
keep
right
them
there.
Apprised of this particular article on Johnny Depp. Would you agree?
In a $1,400
Yeah, that
Herman
would be my
Miller chair.
assumption.
I'm going to
Legal
ask-
Mindset's the one to testify how evil Disney is, but anyone that's ever been involved in corporate law
Exhibit
knows
number
that Disney
53,
is amongst the
and
evilest
Is Disney
litigants ever.
14 through
They will crush you into
147?
non-existence.
And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Well, it looks like an internal email. It may have been part of the disclosure documents.
This one's from.
Obviously, it was
That was
part
a
of
little-
the disclosure documents.
We've identified.
She knows this
Alan
document.
Horn before. Well,
We're gonna do
actually, it
behavior
starts with-
panel.
Let's start down here.
Nervous
On
sip?
June 21st,
Mega pint.
2018. All right. And then it has a reply from Sean Bailey, sad. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was Mr. Bailey's position with Disney on June 21st, 2018?
I believe he was the president then.
Okay,
He may have been the
Okay.
EVP. I don't know.
okay. And then we have an email at the top. It's to Sean Bailey, CC Janelle Tipton. And then it has some copies to some other people. It's from Alan Horn. I believe we said he was one of the co-directors. Is that correct?
Co-chairman.
Co-chairman. Okay. And Alan Bergman.
The other co-chairman.
Okay.
I like how she's asking her a question about this document that
Do
she
you
can't
have any
authenticate.
recollection of
Oh, yeah, that's a
reading
good
the Rolling
point.
Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
Elaine is
I honestly
younger than the
don't
Rolling
remember.
Stones, and she keeps calling the magazine The Rolling
Do you have an
Stones.
understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
they may have.
Right,
I
Ms.
don't
Newman, I'm
know.
going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, it looks like a email.
Please tell me, please describe it for me.
It's an email.
It's an email. Well, it
Called
started
that
from
one.
Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in post finance, and then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right, and you said Scott Sellers is in post finance?
Correct.
What is that?
He handles all finances once film goes into post production on any given picture. Also reporting for the studio, internal reporting, finances.
All right. And this is July 14, 2018 that he's sending this to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I must have looked at it and commented.
Right, and
Let's see.
in fact, you commented depressing. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this when you sent it back?
Yes. Mhm.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 56. And it is a document also produced by Disney, and there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177.
I'm gonna bait stamp your face, Elaine.
Ask you to take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn down to
What is it?
169. It says Johnny Depp's legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber Heard abuse claims. The actors' camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against the Sun for an article that labeled the actor a, quote, wife beater, end of quote. Katie Kaleni reports. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of learning about this and reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking October 2018.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60.
I was like, he left me.
And it's dated November 5.
My browser decided it wanted to close.
Disney reportedly scrapped
It was bored.
Depp's
Yeah.
POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 Return. You see that? Question was, did you see it?
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails or in their IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any
I
other
already
role
said
because of
hiring
Amber Heard's
decisions are
op-ed?
above my pay grade.
No.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any decision maker outside of Disney? And by this, I'm including producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said they were not considering Mr. Depp for Pirates 6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018?
No.
They didn't even
All
bother
right.
to cross her.
Do we? How much time?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin.
Yes.
B-A-R-K-I-N.
11 minutes.
Thank you.
He threw something at me.
Well, it threw something in my general direction is kind of what she
Yeah,
testified.
cross will mean, don't you mean towards you? That's it. Those are the two questions. Did he throw something at you? Yes. Don't you mean towards you? Yes. Done.
Good morning, Ms.
I
Barton.
want to know what the time allotments. Oh,
I
she
think
has
the
not
comment
aged
would be
well.
very short, but very simple and clean for the record.
Time
If you
is a
could just
bitch.
Describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of
Ellen Barkin and I had many
Please
intimate
summary
moments when I was a teenager, but
started
she
working
wasn't there to enjoy them with me.
I started.
I regret them now.
About 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what
She
they did
doesn't
for
smoke.
40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood.
Which was when?
And he, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes. 1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic,
You'll change that to sexual.
To sexual.
Thank you.
You wish.
For how long did your relationship?
That's my pickup line too.
Mr. Depp?
Can we change this to sexual?
Several months. Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
Oh, don't do that. I have a fear of chiropractors. Wow.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That
These
period
days
when it
get long.
So I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
You're a trooper.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me, like,
you literally
where
are.
would see him?
If she wants to tell the private
Yeah,
details.
he would come to my house.
She
or
hasn't
I would
talked
go to
about
his
sex
house.
in 15 years.
Both houses in LA.
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
Oh my God.
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
All the most a lot.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual.
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What was your understanding? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red
Hot
wine.
buttered monkey love.
Getting drunk on red wine always gives me a headache.
Okay. In addition
Gives me
to
really
alcohol,
weird dreams.
were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
That was a quick answer.
Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Just call her Mr. Barkin.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Hallucinogenics. Cocaine. Marijuana.
Hallucinogenics. Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was tripping.
Actually, he said bitches be tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the
So
time, how many
what?
times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and sexual, then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I just know he was always drinking or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Now, did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
No, a professional fight, you dope.
Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant.
Oh, I thought
honestly, I
talking
don't
about
remember.
Vegas.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
I don't.
Relevant.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And
Toss.
Uh,
So you were never abused, Ms. Barkin.
sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you? Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And
this
was
is
it
not-
when he threw it? Was it in your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people.
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, and don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did
see?
Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a
Did it?
sexual relationship with
And
Mr.
he
Depp,
didn't give it to her.
was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah. And demanding.
All right.
The moment
Ladies and
you-
gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the
Wow.
case and do not do any outside research, okay? We'll see you back in 15 minutes.
The moment she said it's a toss, they should have tossed the fucking Depo testimony. Why are you bringing this in? You're trying to show that this guy is a violent abuser, and he's like, he threw a wine bottle at you. It was a toss. She didn't feel like she's in any danger at all.
Any ground that they made yesterday was completely removed, and then a big minus
Come
from
back
what's
at
happened so far
3:45. Does that
today.
give you time to be ready? Okay. All right. 3:45.
I cannot figure out. I just cannot figure out what the hell their strategy is with
This whole day has been mystifying. Yesterday was frustrating. Today is mystifying. The only thing I can think of is they're trying to make them forget what Amber Heard said when she was on the stand.
Yeah. So Trevor Lund, and I know some other people are saying the same thing, that the history of being controlling was important for them to get in, but it's really not. Like, again, I know we can get on this technical definition of abuse and what is it. But if you've got Amber Heard destroying Johnny Depp's career, saying that she was a victim of domestic violence or domestic abuse, she's standing up as a representative of domestic violence, and it comes down to, well, he was controlling and jealous. No jury on earth goes, that's what I think of with domestic violence. No, they think of some guy clocking a chick or choking her or slapping her all the time, berating her while hitting her. They think of that PSA from, I think, the early 2000s, where there's like the kid crying on the staircase while you hear the woman get just thrown around a kitchen. Like, that's what people picture for domestic abuse. We're long past the technical legal argument of whether or not this domestic abuse is a factor. Like, the jury now gets to decide whether her statements are sufficiently true to support the destruction of Johnny Depp's career.
You're exactly right. I mean, that's why I've been saying that the he said, she said thing is past. That ended when this trial started. Now it's, can he prove what he said, and can she prove what she said? And what you're saying is, when I mean, for me, in my whatever sphere you want to call it, when I hear the term domestic violence or domestic abuse, I think physical. But then when you think about it, you go, okay, well, maybe it encompasses some verbal abuse, but your gut reaction is it means physical abuse, and there's zero evidence of that.
And the question is some guy who's like, remember what Amber Heard is going through. I don't want you to do nude scenes. I don't want you wearing slutty clothing. And that's honestly the level of control that Johnny Depp had. We know that she had free reign to go wherever she wanted. She had a driver that would take her wherever. There's no evidence that he ever prevented her from going somewhere. Didn't stop her from hanging out with her friends, brought her friends to the area. Like, what control over Amber Heard's life did Johnny Depp actually exert? I mean, she can claim it, but again, we're talking controlling. Abusive levels of control, you tend to mean one person holds all of the money. The other person doesn't have any access to transportation, finances. They can't get away, is what you're typically talking about.
Yeah, and if you look at the testimony from the day before, including Focal Fry Chick. I mean, it was all like how he was isolating her. You know, he was isolating her from, but everyone who said he was isolating her was hanging out in this 5 penthouse suite in downtown Los Angeles, bringing all their friends over and having these parties and going to islands in Paris and France and Russia. When was the isolation happening? It wasn't.
Yeah, that's the big problem with all of this. So if you're, again, it's this now, when it gets to a jury, all the technical legal arguments, because if you're not in Virginia and you're not before a jury, if you're in California on an anti-slap motion, Johnny Depp very possibly loses because the judge says there is abuse here. I have determined there is something qualified as abuse. As a matter of fact, now she has truth as a defense. Therefore, anti-slap, go for it. And you can try and appeal it, but that's a reality of California. When you get past that, this judge has gotten past the motion to dismiss. And she says, now there's a question of material fact of whether abuse occurred. And suddenly you've got a jury determining what abuse means to them and applying it to the facts of this case.
And the jury instructions are going to be incredibly important.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, they always are, but in this one, I'm going to be curious to see what the jury instructions come out as, because if they have instructions as to what constitutes abuse, the fight over that and what they can say at closing is going to matter. They might not even be able to say what constitutes abuse. And I would argue from Johnny's perspective that they should not be able to say what is abuse, because the jury shouldn't be determining if there was abuse. The jury should be determining if Amber Heard is properly an ambassador of against domestic abuse, and if she is if she stood up against domestic abuse. If those two things happened, if Johnny Depp has committed an act of abuse, because I think a whole lot of people who are not abusers have committed some act of abuse. Like if you really want to get technical.
Well, that's what Kurt on Civil Law was saying yesterday. I mean, he made it. People came down hard on him, saying, if you're married for 20 years, does one slap constitute abuse?
And there are tons of people out there, I can tell you right now, who will say, no, of course not. And that's it. And okay, let's say one slap does constitute abuse. Does one shove? Like, then it gets more attenuated. But if you shove someone every day or every 10 minutes, then yeah, absolutely. If it's one slap a week, maybe there. But then you get into this question of, does she reciprocate or instigate? Well, now let's say Johnny Depp lost his cool and slapped Amber Heard. But let's say he's trying to get away from a conversation. He's leaving and leaving and leaving, trying to lock himself in rooms. She busts through a bunch of doors. She hounds him and hassles him for an hour, and he finally snaps and slaps her. Did he abuse her? I mean, I would say it's an abusive act, but did he engage in domestic abuse in the way we think about it? Probably not. There's some level where you go, he shouldn't have hit you, but at the same fucking time, leave him alone.
Well, that's what I mean. I think the comedian Bill Burr said it best. Can we all just agree that not every ass kicking just falls out of the sky? Even in hockey, you get 2 minutes for instigating.
Yeah. So it's weird. And for me, like I do not and would not hit my wife, not once, right? Like this is not a thing for me, but I can certainly see volatile relationships that are functional where people have gotten heated and thrown a hand or two and do not consider themselves victims of abuse in any sort of way and wouldn't even consider it abusive. Some people might say I deserved it. Some people might have punched their partner in the, prior to that. You never know. And so the jury gets to make that decision. That's the point. No matter what I think, you think, anybody else thinks, the jury has to internalize what those statements mean and if the facts that have been put before them apply to it. And I think right now, Heard is hurting on defining Johnny's abuse to a reasonable jury.
Well, I think that this whole safe word couch thing, where they chose couch to be their safe word when they're in physical altercations.
Yeah.
If you want to extrapolate, that means until someone says the word couch, it's a mutually agreed upon situation. It's a mutual fight. It's an agreed upon thing. You're consenting to whatever happens until someone says the word couch.
There's that. There's not only that though. There's the recordings. Johnny Depp, you're starting physical fights. I don't want to be in physical fights. I don't want to do that. You always take it physical. I need to get away from you. I need to leave. I try to go and you won't let me. Like, and she's admitting to it. So again, if she's starting physical fights, then they have this next hurdle on Amber Heard's team. They try to do it through Dawn Hughes. They have this hurdle to say, well, she's starting physical fights as a preemptive retaliatory physicality to his existing abuse. And
I
the
knew
jury,
where this was going to go eventually because it's the Shaggy defense. And every time she's cornered, it's the Shaggy defense. Well, you started this, wasn't me. But you did this, right? Wasn't me.
Right. And the problem with that is, does the jury have sufficient that, and it could be true, but have they put before the jury a justification to convince 7 jurors that Johnny Depp was so physically, imposingly violent that at any time that she instigates anything, that it's a preemptive defense, that it's an Iraq situation, right? Like, that's the question. And that's a really hard sell, I think.
And that's a very good analogy as well.
Yeah, because it's what I mean. Well, especially now. Did you see that Bush gaffe?
They're still on that poor bastard after all these years.
Yeah, it's but yeah, so this goes to jury, and the jury they're not held to a strict definition of anything. You will never get their reasoning unless they choose to give it. And when they give it, they could be lying or they could be wrong about their own reasoning. You'll never know. So that's the interesting thing here. So it's having the Ellen Barkin come on and them trying to push the idea that he's violent and controlling. And the answer is that he threw a bottle at you. Well, it was towards me and it was a toss. And actually it was towards a group of people. Okay. Well, there you go. Now not only is he not throwing the bottle at Ellen Barkin, he's not singling out his domestic partner in any way.
Because there was a group of people there.
He's tossing a bottle towards a group of people, doesn't hit any of them. That's another, this is a sign of an abusive husband or boyfriend or whatever. And then the controlling part is he wanted to know where I was. He thought I was having sex with someone else. Like, well, that's a lot of guys. I'm not saying it's right, but that's a lot of guys who want to know where their spouse is. And they get suspicious that maybe they had sex with someone else. Does jealousy amount to abuse in Hollywood, in LA? I don't know, man. Having a hard time.
The only thing they have established that's relevant to this issue of abuse is 1, he gets angry, and 2, he breaks his own shit. That's it.
Yes. And on the controlling thing, for every instance that Johnny Depp has been controlling and jealous of Amber Heard, we have tons of recorded instances of Amber Heard saying, "You don't leave me. You're killing me. You don't know what you do when you leave me. You're killing me." And her justification is, well, when he comes back, he's going to be a demonic monster. But it's like, but that sounds like control too.
Were you believing Johnny Depp from the beginning of this? It sounds like you were.
I disbelieved Amber Heard from the beginning.
Okay, I could see it happening. I mean, Johnny Depp has the reputation of being a massive drug addict, a massive alcoholic, and he's always got that little mumbly, I'm Johnny Depp. I could see him hitting somebody. I could see him being an abuser.
100%.
As this went on for 5 years, and especially in the heart of the Me Too movement, That was the bandwagoning time of the universe. Not a single ex-girlfriend other than Ellen Barkin's vague testimony, not a single ex-girlfriend, not his ex-wife, not an ex-employee came forward and said, yes, he was this horrific monster that she's describing. Not a single person came forward to say he was that way. And in fact, they're all saying he was amazing and he was wonderful and he's this kind, caring guy. And then we move on to this trial where you have Amber Heard taking pictures of mirrors and floors and clothes closets and hangers and neatly arrayed pictures on a bed.
That bed picture kills me. Like, why do you keep showing this?
Yeah, and there's not a single picture of her with demonstrably violence-inspired injuries.
Right. Like it's like you took a picture of a bruise, one bruise on your arm, which doesn't look like a grab bruise because it's big rather
round.
than being lines. Grab bruises have dots and then lines either between your fingers where your skin gets kind of crimped or at your fingertips where the pressure is. And then the other part about this is that picture is before a lot of the instances of abuse, and she doesn't take any pictures of anything after that except the one instance right before they're gonna or the James Corden show or whatever, and it doesn't show what she claims.
Yeah. Well, and you get the picture of the broken bed, which I think Law and Lumber did an amazing job of disproving. But you don't have a picture of this blood-soaked pillow she was talking about. It makes no logical sense. Your sister,
Right.
if I went to my sister and said I was getting the shit kicked out of me by my girlfriend and I've got this broken nose and these bloody eyes and all these scratches and gouges out of my arm, she wouldn't be taking pictures of the floor.
Yeah. It's yeah, for one, your sister might kill her. For two, like when you think about it, two, you know what? This is what did it for me. This is what like really did it for me. So in Australia, they're going through all the pictures. They have this story of horrific abuse that she endures with the Maker's Mark bottle and everything. And they're going through the pictures and there's a bed with blood on it. And they asked Amber Heard to identify the bed. And what's on the bed? Well, look, blood stains or whatever, blood. They didn't ask the follow-up question. Is that your blood or is that your bed? Neither one of those. And the reason they probably didn't ask them is because it was probably Johnny's blood and not hers. And I'm like,
that's interesting.
You brought up a picture of a bloody bed and you didn't have your witness, who's the victim, tell the jury that was her blood? Why in the hell would you not just say, whose blood is that? Unless it's not hers.
Well, and that, I mean, I know you're a Maker's Mark drinker. And that's what I've said on my. Oh, you're not?
No. Well, sorry. I have a Maker's 46 bottle, but Maker's is a little like it's a little sweet for me.
The high wheat stuff is a little bit sweet for you. Huh?
Yeah.
But what I was talking about on like my channel and then on Andrew's is talking about how it has that dipped wax, and when you peel the label off, it's an extra thick, hard ridged wax.
Oh yeah, I did talk about that though.
If it was a smooth edged bottle, maybe not. But when it's a hard, sharp edged, extra wide wax, she would have been carried out of that room on an ambulance. She would not have walked, let alone not even sought medical attention. She would have required medical attention.
Yes, you would have serious injury. First of all, the wax neck would have been damaged as well. Like some of the wax would have peeled away. So having that picture of the bottle the next day or whatever doesn't jive.
Blood-free. To be horribly graphic, it was a blood-free bottle, which would not have happened in nature.
And one of the things I've brought up multiple times is that women who are sexually assaulted by male genitalia have internal injuries. This is not designed for that. This is a hard object, and with that jagged wax, it would cause significant damage to a very sensitive area. Like this idea that, well, I saw him punching me is beyond silly. Like you'd be screaming.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing she says about all of these things. She repeatedly said, "But I didn't feel the pain." She was looking at the carpet. She was looking at the blue light. She was looking at the wall. I didn't feel any pain. I felt embarrassment. I'm sorry. You feel pain.
Yeah.
And rage.
Oh, we're back.
That was a short 15 minutes.
Man, I'm really short on these super chats. Faith. Oh, wait. Faith is Elite says, will the jury be paying attention at all to these witnesses? Probably not. That Disney one, what juror got anything out of the Disney witness? Ellen Barkin, maybe, because it was short, but what did they get? It was a toss, and it was at a group, not me. Huge domestic abuser. Lancelot says, wow, I think her and Cat Lady are perfect for each other. I've never seen a largemouth bass given human form before.
Oh, yes. Okay, you want to approach with.
Restless Medic says this witness is a definition of the Aerosmith song "Dude Looks Like a Lady." We're back to the agent.
Yeah.
Jeremy Bushel, thank you for the donation. Jen T, welcome to Paralegal Status. Jeremy Bushel, what is happening with when the pre-recorded video jumps all over in the timestamp, cutting off the witness's mid-sentence? Well, there's some we don't know, but objections and anything that was objectionable should be cut if the objections were proper. So if it was mid-sentence, they may have had something objected to mid-sentence, but they're not going to play the objection on the deposition unless they just have a failure of a cut. But there were some times where they were failing to play the answer to the question, like the yes or no question. It's like they cut off the yes or no. It's like, well, what was the answer? Ryan says, every time I look at this woman, I keep getting flashes of the mouth of Sauron. Anon Hamster, what is Mr. Chu's position in representing JD, Benjamin Chu? I mean, he's on the legal team. I don't know their structure internally.
Yeah, I was wondering who is the lead and who is the follower on Amber's Depp on Amber Heard's position. Is Elaine the lead?
I've heard Elaine is the lead on Amber Heard.
I know she's licensed in Virginia, so probably, unless they both are. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, frankly, I would rather have Rottenborn run my case than Elaine, but I don't know. I mean, who knows what the actual power dynamics are within these groups.
Yeah.
And when you've got like multiple quote unquote equal level, equal qualified attorneys, one being lead and not lead, that's going to be kind of fluid, I think. As to
one has to be lead, one has to be second. Otherwise, you just get into infighting and shit.
Yeah, and I think there has been some, and I think there may have been some on both teams, frankly. Christine M, thanks for covering this trial. Been watching while working from home. Also, congrats on 400,000 subscribers. Thank you.
Wow, nice.
Hey, Legal Vices says crappiest business manager ever if he has to video call with a potato cam.
Yeah. Hey, that was me like about 6 hours ago, dude. You're behind a little bit.
Well, good conversation, you know. Cosplays, cons, and cuisines, etc. I've agreed with Nick ever since Vic, but even before, show me actual proof that this bad thing happened. Be accountable for your actions, which Johnny is. Neo Ritter, did you catch that he said Depp started to change after the Rum Diaries? Wasn't that when he met Amber Heard? Julissa V says, all these people make it sound as if his problems got worse when he met Amber. I don't feel like they're helping her case at all. By the way, you mispronounced my name. It's, Julissa. Julissa, sorry. Also, how can I become BFF with your wife? I don't know. I guess you got to meet her. Come meet us at Anime Matsuri, I guess.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Alan Blaustein.
All right.
Blaustein.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right. All right, thank you.
Alan Blaustein, Canvas Prince.
Please provide your full name. Alan Scott Blaustein. You're a doctor, correct? Correct. And you're a psychiatrist?
Okay.
Yes. How long have you been a psychiatrist for? Since 1987. And you went to medical school? Yes. What medical school did you go to?
All of them.
Northwestern University.
Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct?
Correct.
You
Before
understood
he
that
started Magnum PI.
Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with?
Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe.
Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome?
I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety.
And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety?
She told me that.
Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar?
There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion.
This is not an expert
Do you
witness.
recall
No,
having a
this is a
conversation
fact
with Mr.
witness.
Depp about a bipolar diagnosis?
No.
What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed?
Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
I would say that he expressed having issues with anger.
Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber?
He expressed having anger towards her. Yes.
Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber?
I can't, no, I'll have to say no.
In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy. But I don't remember if it was about affairs.
Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
Her Pokemon collection. She had a sick Mewtwo.
In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
This is from your files?
Correct.
You keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And this billing invoice is for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And
for those acting
so
about
it says
doctor-patient
10 to 14,
confidentiality, this court,
from your billing records,
you get
would this
some
be
level of it, but not
is this
much.
your understanding the first time you
And he probably
met with
consented.
Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
Mountains?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
That I didn't have any.
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD, or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he did when Marilyn Manson would visit?
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp, did you have any understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol or not?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol?
Yeah, that his relative sobriety was not complete, yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety, was not complete?
Well, relative sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout, almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him, with a short time exception, I think. So I called it relative sobriety. Then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used the substance that he was trying to be sober of, abstinent of.
Okay. So in addition to marijuana, in the time that you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January of 2015, there were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol in addition to marijuana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
We did.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and I assumed that was the reason.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Last seen Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
And you kept these notes in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
And that's what makes them process notes.
Okay.
And working with
there you
Mr.
go.
Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiance?
No, not from this.
Johnny Depp likely
What does
waived
it
his
say?
privilege in light of Amber's
Such a
mental health
pain in the
stuff.
ass.
By the way, chat. That's probably why this isn't.
Do you
protected
recall
at all.
why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom.
Ma'am? Some of these accents kill me.
And I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? You know?
I don't know. No, I don't. Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids. Out about officially. He didn't want to be his dad. Thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clear, better. She needed me to be all this. Needed me to be all this week or all this work. I don't know.
If we turn to the next page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
This violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
What is Mr. Depp referring to there?
I don't recall.
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Or rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but
doesn't remember violence.
Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. So this is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
What other relationships was he talking about rage and chaos?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children and arguments about not child custody, child care, or visitation, or access to the children. On the left, it says raise 2 kids, 15 and 12. And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
My association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear, wake up to fight devil.
He has the worst notes of any doctor I've ever heard.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt. Something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label it as a devil.
You missed some interesting testimony. I don't know if you heard, but up to the point you left, he had not met Johnny Depp yet. It was a telephone consultation to see if he wanted to take him on as a client.
Horrible inside of himself, what I would say.
So the devil was
and
something.
He's the world's worst note taker.
That's what
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was the representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
And as far as I know, they still haven't met yet.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Oh, and he also
Remember
said
the word monster in my
he had
office.
no knowledge of any physical violence.
Or not?
Of course.
That'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now, turning to Blaustein 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit. And there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, that says Amber fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
You know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think the self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I think referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, page, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says
he's just guessing
Johnny
about his own
Debbie,
notes.
correct?
Correct.
All right.
It's like
and then
3 hours
it says
after I
10
finished my
slash
property
what?
class in law school, wondering what the hell my notes said.
That's 10-7.
Yeah, no
And so it
kidding.
says JD 1021.
Rule against purple what?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue, need a minute.
Pig
There,
need
I
a
can
minute.
say
I love these
his
closed
words
captions.
with my girl.
Pig need a minute.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
Watching Magnum
The
PI.
next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Turd.
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially Mr. Depp and Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that. Yes.
Okay. And then what does it say under she refuses to accept?
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
May not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you
Didn't
had with
wanna get
Mr. Depp?
I'm 52,
were
and the
being
answer to
concerned
that
about the
question
age
is
difference between
fuck
him
no.
and Amber?
I don't think
God
so.
bless you.
No.
I did it once, and that was enough for me.
What does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote you're being my mother and psychotic sister?
Oedipus calling.
That's something that he said he told me, he said to her. That
Mr. Depp said to Amber, you're being my mother and psychotic sister?
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turning to the next page.
Everybody in LA?
Which is Blaustein 15.
I have zero experience with drugs of any sort, so I have no reference for this, but it's still
What is it? Self something?
Self-destructive very early.
And was Mr. Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I think, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, ask him about where can he get rewards elsewhere? Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him where did he get rewards elsewhere, and there he said in the past MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
So what did you understand where you wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine
That was breakfast.
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There's always another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely that those were things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was
Probably shorter to list the ones he wasn't addicted to.
And then it says back to the left. It says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself.
Probably
to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that could be healthy? What kinds of rewards that could come from the relationship that could be healthy? And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all that his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
More on relationship issues, being accused, in his word, of being manic. Grounded by seeing children. Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
The relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother. Yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
Turn to the next page, Blaustein 16.
Oh boy, what is the point of this?
Yeah, and
this is another one where it's just
10/29/14 at the top.
Just time.
The mood
No
euthymic.
Does he seem like a quack to you?
Normal mood. Attention decreased.
He seems like someone who has no idea what he was like.
What memory?
He talked to Johnny Depp about it all.
Difficulty with attention, paying attention.
I feel like I'd remember Johnny
Memory,
Depp as a client.
Transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a maybe mental status test that I would have done in the first session.
I don't remember.
Where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I asked him to remember 3 words, he may have had difficulty. He would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words 5 minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
Right. And then what does it say after that?
THC, a marijuana, as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what THC stands for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention, is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention. MSE, mental status examination. More present, more attention. Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be.
This is word salad.
Perhaps is what that's referring to.
So Mr. Depp was off on
what date that was.
Date. Turning to the next page, Blaustein 17. It says JD at the top and then 11/10/14. See that?
Yep, I have that.
Okay. And Mr. Depp came in to see you on 11/10/14.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the first line say?
Some clouding, probably secondary to THC.
What do you mean by clouding?
Would have been
This
something
is
in,
only hurting Amber Heard's
confusion
time.
or something about his mental state, or less sharp, less alert, perhaps.
This is time they could be crafting an
It says
argument
no evidence of
for closing
mania,
or
hypomania.
Rebuttal. I mean, it makes
What do you mean
no
by
sense.
that?
Preserving for cross on rebuttal.
I didn't see in his presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
Okay.
I'd be interested to see what the time allotment is right at this point.
Discussion about relationships, core issues of trust. Amber says context, contact. Don't know.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other
Johnny
sessions?
too. Like,
Not that I recall.
how long are you going to have him? He talks
At
slow.
10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
11:24:14.
The first line says 15 minutes late.
15 minutes late. Clear. Relationship stabilizing. Looking at jealous parts of him.
What do you mean by that? Looking at jealous parts of him?
Things that make him jealous and what his role might be in jealousy.
And what made Mr. Depp jealous?
Well, about what was happening there, but with Amber, I don't know. I can't recall. You see, in my next notice, it was a triggering point. On my next notice, triggering point, early breakup at 22.
Right now.
Yeah,
an actress cheated.
I
with a
want to
leading
pull a
man.
trigger right now.
So was Mr. Depp jealous of Amber being with other men?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. Turning to Blaustein 18, which looks like it starts at 12:7:14.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
Correct.
And then it looks like you have paranoia in quotes.
Would have been his word. And what he meant by that, the elements were fear, envy, and vigilance.
So Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia.
Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's what's the next day? 12:18:14.
Yeah, let's see. 12:18:14. Yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Yes. Patient working.
What does this have to do with anything?
One, it's just possible there was a phone session.
have no fucking clue.
Didn't mark as a phone session. Big fight with girlfriend yesterday. Struggling with how to separate. Let her tell you her feelings. Relationship needs to take care of you. Her to go to a safe zone, withdraw. Different than
What
childhood
possible
experiences.
strategic advantage could this give them? I can't conceive of anything.
1/6/15, correct?
Correct.
Unless he has some admission of
And what do these notes
violence.
say?
Patient late, 20 minutes. Positive hypnotherapy
He's late
session.
to his therapist. Who
Goals
cares?
to make a beeline to bed.
Johnny
Using
stepped on his
relationship to
beeline.
take care of the individuals.
I can't wait to take a nap today. After this guy, especially.
It's 5:20 a.m. The
Not
sun is
logical
coming up
approach
over
to
here. I've got to be
birds.
awake in an hour and a half, so
Work.
screw it.
Take care of emotions. Sobriety continuing.
And then Blaustein 20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1/8/15, just to be clear.
1/8/15, correct. Slate, vulnerability, woman in studio who admired Amber threat.
What did that mean? What did you understand that to mean?
Amber threat?
That probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of. Let's see, the next thing is something of vulnerability.
Oh, jeez. Something
Instance
about
of vulnerability. An internal fear parallel to vulnerability in childhood.
I want to hear what Runkle's saying about the jury right now.
Way.
This is insane.
What does that mean? Free or fight, only way?
I'll look it up.
Free.
I don't know if he's tweeting, but
Free or fight, or free and fight is the only way. And my understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive relatedness with Amber through, well, dash vulnerability.
Did and 1/8/15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how
he doesn't have anything about
his
this
jealousy would present itself, whether he was jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
God.
It would make him angry. It would make him feel insecure.
Oh my
That's-
Lord.
That's what a waste.
Your Honor,
I'm
our
52
next
years old, and that is the
Eric George
worst
is the attorney
testimony I've ever seen in any
Edinburgh
case
Legacy
anywhere
Op-Ed.
ever. Right there.
Will you please state
Oh, okay. Some testimony related to the op-ed.
your name for the record?
Sure. Eric George, ERIC. Last name is George, GEORGE.
And could you also state your business address, please?
Sure. 2121.
This is max
Avenue of the
headroom here.
Stars, Suite 2800, Los Angeles,
Suite
California, 90067.
And what is the name of the law firm that you work with?
I can't believe it's a law firm.
BROWNE, George, Ross, O'Brien, Anagway, and Ellis.
And you are an attorney, Mr. George?
I am.
And I take it from the name of the firm that you are one of the named partners?
I am indeed.
Okay. What are your areas of practice?
Litigation, largely in the business and entertainment areas.
Have you handled defamation and libel matters?
I have.
Where are you barred? In other words, what states are you a member of the bar?
Sure. In California, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And are you also a member or barred in the United States Supreme Court?
I am.
Can you please tell us where you attended undergraduate and law school?
Sure. In Georgetown for both undergrad and law school.
What, if any, service did you have with the Council of the United States Senate Judiciary Committee?
Sure. I'm just pausing to get my dates correct here. In approximately March of 1999, I began service as counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, where I served through about mid-2000.
And what, if any, service did you have to the Secretary, the Legal Affairs Secretary to the Governor, Pete Wilson?
Sure. From about March 1997 to January of 1999, I was.
He's communicating to us in Morse code through his eye blinks to please save him.
Title was Deputy Legal Affairs
Being held at
Secretary.
gunpoint. They've denied him access to brownies.
Have you been recognized for your career achievements since you have been an attorney?
I'll say immodestly, yes. various ways that lawyers are from time to time in magazines and publications and whatnot.
And what, if any, recognition have you received as one of the top 100 attorneys in California?
He paid for the quarter-page ad in the Legal 500 for California.
Attorneys in California, and I've been fortunate to be selected as one of those for many years.
And what, if any, recognition have you had as being a super lawyer in California?
Oh, Jesus. Literally a paid ad.
Answer, except that's, I believe it's called Los Angeles Lawyer Magazine. I could have that wrong, but again,
I bet he got a plaque with it too.
Super lawyers.
All right. And are you also a member of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
I am.
What?
In Utah, that's a checkbox on your bar application.
One of the qualifications for becoming a member, being invited to be a fellow.
I hope they ask how much you
American
paid for
College of
super
Trial
lawyer.
Lawyers.
Yeah.
Sure. So the college reaches out to individual lawyers who have distinguished themselves and generally occupy the top 1% of law practice. And it's an organization dedicated to the development of professionalism within the practice of law.
I'm going to now turn to Amber Heard, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. George, how long have you known Amber Heard?
Too long.
I have known Amber Heard, gosh, it's got to be a good 5 years.
I'm going to be referring to an op-ed, and I'm going to use the term op-ed. It's obviously an opinion editorial that Amber Heard ended up ultimately publishing with the ACLU. And so in the Washington Post.
If he's one of the top 1% trial lawyers in America, why do I have a better audio video
As
system
I
than
go
him?
through and ask these questions, I'm going to be using just the term op-ed.
It's a good
Would you
question.
be comfortable with
They're going to
me
try and have
using
this guy
op-ed
just
and
establish that it's
understand
not
it to mean
defamatory due
that
to his
particular
expertise as a
publication
defamation lawyer.
on December 18, 2018.
Sure.
So what, if any, legal representation did you provide to Ms. Heard relating to the op-ed?
She presented to me a
was he the guy that reviewed the op-ed
and asked for my counsel in terms of reviewing it, editing it, and finalizing it for publication.
Oh, so he's going to
It's
say
this guy's
When
fault
is the
we're here
first
right
time
now.
Amber Heard
Yeah.
reached out to you in connection with the op-ed and reviewing
we
the
totally
op-ed?
didn't defame him because
It
I
was
told her
certainly
that it didn't.
Within the time frame of December 6, 2018.
In connection with the op-ed, what, if anything, was your objective in representing Amber Heard with respect to the review and revision of the op-ed?
I reviewed it and spent some significant time on it to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against her in connection with a defamation or related type of tort claim.
Well, you failed there,
And
buddy.
ideally, with that in mind, to minimize the possibility of her ever being sued in connection with publishing it.
Failure rate 100%.
Mr. George, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 9.
Yes,
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
As its title, it's a judgment of dissolution of the marriage between Amber Heard and Mr. Depp.
Were you familiar with this document and its contents when you represented Amber Heard relating to the review of the op-ed?
Yes.
And what was your objective in representing and advising Amber Heard on the op-ed in connection with this stipulated judgment of dissolution of marriage?
So my objective was to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against Ms. Heard in connection with the publication of an op-ed, whether that is a tort related to, say, defamation or something akin to it, but also including any contract-based breach claim arising in connection with the judgment.
Like, you are exactly right.
And
That's
what, if
exactly what
any-
he's arguing. It wasn't defamation because I made sure it wasn't defamation.
What, if any, indications did you have from Amber Heard during that time frame that Amber did not intend to follow your advice or did not care if she was in a compromising position or might be at legal risk?
So let me answer that this way. Really 2 points. Number one, there was never anything that she said to me to the effect that she was willing to run some risk of being sued, or that she wouldn't listen to my counsel, or anything of that sort. Number two, that she affirmatively did follow in all instances my counsel with respect to these particular edits.
There's some theory
What,
of
if any,
defamation
legal
in some
advice provided
jurisdictions
by you to Amber Heard
that if you
respecting the
rely
Washington
on
Post op-ed
competent
was
counsel, you
disregarded by
can't
Amber Heard?
be guilty
None,
of
to my
defamation
knowledge.
What, if any, legal advice
or something.
provided by you to Amber Heard
That's
respecting the
sparking
Washington
something
Post
way back in like
op-ed
law school brain memory
was
thing, but you might be right
followed
there.
by Amber Heard?
All of it.
What, if any, legal advice did you provide to Amber Heard in connection with the drafting and publication of the op-ed that was not made in good faith by you?
I acted in good faith throughout and with the best of my abilities.
All right, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we have Jessica Kovacevic. She's Amber's agent, and that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead and spell the last name for me.
27 more minutes.
Kovacev.
It's now officially light outside over here in Korea.
Nice.
Oh my God. Is this Vocal Fry's twin?
Good afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you are here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME?
I do.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please describe in just very general terms what a
Try and
talent
tone down that
agent
hiss
does
a bit.
generally?
Ugh.
Yeah, I was just turning down my own headphones. That hurts.
For your clients, you make introductions, you read their scripts, you negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Heard is one of your clients.
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career
No.
at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that
She's
arises.
here to testify that she just couldn't get
dealing with.
Amber a job
Did
after
you
the
ever, at
defamation.
any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Heard?
No.
No.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Ms. Heard in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
No, Miss Heard said she did that
extremely
on her own.
She auditioned.
Was Ms. Heard's performance in the film well received critically?
No.
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
Because nobody knew it was her.
As a talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice. when a movie, I mean, when Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever. So even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point,
that was last year.
Were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
So did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
What?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of fame. She had starred in movies and shows already by that point.
Going back and taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms.
Reviews
Heard,
of her performance
how
are
would you
actually not good. I've been
characterize
reading
the
them.
arc of her career.
Did people in Hollywood know her because she was Amber Heard or because she was Johnny Depp's wife?
She was a known actress when I started working with her. She was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series.
I could get the lead of an independent.
When I worked with her, we slowly started to strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently, was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
And is the
I
arc
can't
of
wait
her
to read
career
this
now
line about
on the
Aquaman.
upswing with her
Oh, I'm waiting.
being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes, and they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen.
Why?
It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have
I don't know if you live in reality
downturn after that, and then have that
You appear to beg to differ with her
constant
assessment of
tweets
Amber
and
Heard's acting
negativity
abilities.
put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
It's the only logical
Can you
conclusion is that
name a
anybody
single
in
role
any
she has
blockbuster
lost as a
automatically
result
succeeds?
of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
No.
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her. And, the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because, of this bad press, because it's nothing she did and it's all hearsay and it's all, whatever, but there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that
is it tangible. What
is an
statement?
example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away. I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said
She's
to you,
supposed to be one of the biggest
no
stars
one
ever. Where are all the opportunities?
is going
that
to say
she's
to me,
getting
"Oh,
and
we
losing?
can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever." They just don't want to hire someone that has
This testimony's terrible for
bad
Amber
press
Heard,
around
by the
them
way.
from
extremely,
these accusations. No one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
What the hell? What?
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, "Quite simply, this was an
Blah,
ambush."
blah, blah, abuse.
Set
Blah,
Mr.
blah,
Depp
blah.
up by
Where did
calling
that
the
come
cops,
from?
but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friend spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Okay. Did any was WME aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman.
You didn't
1,
observe it. You
just to
said
make
that's
it
what
a
I
little bit
think a
easier
second ago.
to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point.
Yes.
You testified earlier.
read the reviews.
That it's quite typical
It's a flop,
when you have a series
falls
of 3
flat,
to 4
not great.
films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory, or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one? I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
That becomes an actor's quote, their fee. yes, typically, like you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Again,
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her
I'd fire you
to get more TV roles?
Objection.
Yeah.
And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
Remember that cocaine
And
talk with Legal Mindset?
did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less?
The difference in damage
It depends.
testimony
If it was a
is
big,
astounding.
Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year.
Johnny Depp,
Big movies take up longer
they've
time.
alleged he had a
Indies, you can
deal
do
that was then
a couple
canceled
of them a year. It just depends. So I
with the
wouldn't
dollar amount.
put a number on it, but definitely more than zero.
Here they're testing. She
And
should
has
have
Amber
gotten
started more
something
than one project
sometime.
per year since then?
She just literally testified the damages were
Immediately after
more
the
than
success
zero.
of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to
Yeah.
earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
Anticipatory damages,
would expect it to
expected
renegotiate
losses are
on
so hard to
Aquaman
prove.
2, most certainly.
But like I said, if you've got a contract and
and
it's gone, it's gone.
So right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please. Now, did in fact L'Oreal suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
And what the conditions were for the renewal?
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own.
A bot is whatever you
research, just
perceive to
clicking
be
on
negative.
the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
I decided they were bots because I didn't like what they said.
Just as I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments, clicking on them. Many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
Got to be a bot then. Couldn't be someone interested in Amber and Johnny.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to set a career trajectory,
I would have objected to all this.
Actor
She's definitely not an
broke out in a
expert on
major
this,
franchise
qualified
film,
in any
would
way.
you look
Clearly.
at other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actor salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actor salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been?
No, Ana de Armas
after
is way
Aquaman
hotter.
1? Should have been.
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable. That would be a good comp.
I'd rather see Ana de Armas in any movie than Amber Heard.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our day and the end of our week.
Well, there's the answer to that question.
A good 3 days and come back for our last week of testimony and enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again.
Judge. Let's get those times.
What we need to remember as we go through the weekend, okay? So you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right. So enjoy your weekend. We'll see you early, 9 o'clock, ready to go Monday morning. Okay. Thank you.
Timestamps.
Yeah, tell us how much time is left, Judge.
All right. And also, in this matter, Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, please do not do any posts on social media over the weekend and no public statements, please. All right. And we will see you on Monday morning. As for the attorneys, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I thank you for all the jury instructions, objections. We're going through those now. I appreciate that. I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get. So if you get with Jamie so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing just to give you information, where I'm getting IT together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations. The laptop is going to be scrubbed and it's just going to have the audio and the video files on them. Okay. So they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday. It's not going to have any Wi-Fi or internet or no passwords. So it's just going to have that on it. So once I get it and I approve it, I'm going to have both parties take a look at it and make sure everything is on there. That's supposed to be on there. And that's going to go to the jury when the physical evidence goes to the jury. Okay. It just seemed like that was a better way to do it for the audio and the video files. Okay. As far as times go, I can give you your updated times as of this minute.
The depositions do have cross if they want to do it.
Plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes. Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute.
Wow, 10-hour difference.
So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes. And the time for the defendants is 8 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. So anybody have any other issues before we're done for tonight?
Not at this
All
time.
right. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Yes.
Thank you, Annie.
That's like an hour and 45 minutes a day the defense has left.
Yeah, that's really short.
They wasted 8 hours today.
And most of it was to the defense.
Yeah.
Like the overwhelming majority was to the defense. This is a bad day for Amber Heard.
Yesterday she had small gains. Yesterday was the best day she had. This took away all of those minor gains and left her in a huge hole. This was just baffling. At least she waited for the jury today.
I like that she was in there for everybody waving at Johnny Depp.
Oh, hipster dude is with Johnny Depp. Okay.
Man. Wow. I cannot believe now credit to Ben Chu for asking the question, right? But the defense witness testified. I want to remind people of this because this is so important. Amber Heard's agent testified that quote, no one wants someone ... accused of abuse ... working on their movie. Like they made the case for Johnny Depp. Like they made the case for the accusations being the cause of all this stuff.
Even her agents are projecting.
It's insane that
I got nothing. That. I'm stunned by this. This may be the worst examination I've ever seen ever anywhere. This is bad.
Yeah, that was what went on today was bad. All around bad for Amber Heard. I don't know how anything advanced her position. And she had significant losses. The Adam Waldman deposition was a train wreck for them. And that should have been another point where, I mean, if you're going to depose this guy, you have to know about privilege. So you have to ask around the privilege, and they never really did. Like you gotta find some way to make this. Get Adam Waldman to make a statement that in general attorneys would make public statements on behalf of their clients. Like get him to at least admit that. And they didn't even do it. They didn't ask that question at all.
There's literally nothing to even joke about today. It was just, it was like joking about a train wreck or a murder spree.
Here we go. So here's what we got. These are Aquaman review, a complete belly flop. This is from The Guardian. Just quoting, and Amber Heard turns in a performance as King Nereus's daughter Mira that is about as relaxed as her appearance in the famous hostage video she made with Johnny Depp to apologize for infringing Australia's rule on importing pets. That's the no negative press there. How about this one? Entertainment Weekly. Here we go. The most excruciating moments come when Aquaman and Heard's Mira head to the Sahara Desert on a treasure hunt for a golden trident scored to a contempo R&B cover of Toto's Africa, just in case you didn't know where the Sahara Desert is. And their love-hate dialogue is just as painful. Here, judge for yourself. He, quote, your ship has been marinating in chum butter. I don't want to come out smelling like swamp butt. She, that'd be an improvement. Ugh. That one got a C-, by the way. Here, what about this one? This is from New York Times. Poor Amber Heard has to perform her scenes in a scarlet wig and emerald green costume and do superpower acting with her mouth agape. She looks like she ate 40 Katy Perry songs and is belching them up. There's even room for a hobbity Willem Dafoe.
What does that even mean? I love it, but I don't know what it means.
It follows with this. There's no joy or wonder to behold, just comic book movie, blah, blah. All these larded on extra characters and this extraneous plot leave you with the sense that nobody trusted Momoa to carry more of this thing on his own. Has nobody seen this man's shoulders? He does get saddled with romantic silliness and lots of half-breed put-downs. And in its way, the movie still treats him accordingly. He's like 50% bouncer and 50% something you'd get with a Happy Meal. Oh, Jesus. So that, I mean, like, again, her representation that Aquaman didn't have negative reviews is absolutely incorrect. The Hindustan Times says Aquaman review, Jason Momoa and Amber Heard star in best DC movie yet, from the Hindustan Times YouTube channel.
That's the one positive from the Hindustan YouTube. Oh no.
Let's see what this one says. The Independent. Let's see. Amber Heard camps it up entertainingly as the resourceful underwater princess bewildered by human customs. Let's see if we've got, that's the best review I've seen so far.
Well, that's kind of what she's doing in court. She's like seeing how humans act and trying to emulate it.
Gosh, this is, well,
yeah, she was on a meteoric rise to stardom here.
Yeah, this is that again. Does anybody in the jury, in the gallery, believe that's what was going on in her career?
I always wonder, because I mean, we see things as like I've said this before. We see things as lawyers. We analyze things, but these are the jurors who don't have access to the social media if they're following the court's instructions. You know, they can't analyze things. They can't watch the YouTube channels. Are they connecting the dots, or are they just oblivious? I have to believe that they're connecting the dots and remembering how the dots are connected.
Yeah, that's. I don't have a ton of faith in people, but I have faith that people don't just like go, yeah, oh yeah, you know what, they said it, so it's true. I think it's wild that the reason I think it's important that Amber's agent said that, I mean, obviously it pertains to Johnny Depp, but they can say now on close, Amber Heard's own agent testified that someone who is accused of abuse is not welcome on a movie set.
Mm-hmm.
Like, their agent said that. What did Miss Heard do? She accused Johnny Depp of abuse in 2016 and then again in 2018 in her op-ed. And once that abuse came through the op-ed, it was solidified and crystallized. Richard Marks testified that it was targeted to the industry through a credible publication like the Washington Post. It was done intentionally. We know the ACLU knew that the Washington Post would be a great place to distribute this message. And that is what killed Johnny Depp's career. And we have it from our guys and their guys.
The end. Yeah, that's it.
What more do you want out of Amber Heard's witnesses today? Oh, I don't know. Again, their bombshell Ellen Barkin ended up being just a toss towards a group of people, not a throw at me.
Well, I knew she would be disappointing, but I had no idea she would be that disappointing as a witness.
Yeah, the overall feel of today for Amber Heard, again, we're watching this thing hoping for some good lawyering, hoping for some interesting testimony, some sort of thing where a lawyer who is paid a lot more than us has connected some dots that we can't see. That, at least that's what I love watching these cases for. I'm like, I want to see them string together something that will blow, in a case where this has been covered for years and years, will still blow people's socks off when it happens. And that kind of happened for Johnny Depp the other day. It just hasn't happened for Amber Heard at all.
And you would expect a case like this to be just stacked upon event to the pinnacle, the grand finale, the fireworks go off, the end. And it's been exactly the opposite. That's why I'm seriously thinking that that's what this is all about. Put Amber Heard on the stand early in her case in chief, and hopefully everybody forgets what she said by the end of the trial.
That's what I said too. It's like it's the only reason that you put her early in the case. I think they made a mistake leading with the doctor rather than leading with her, because I think that week
Wow,
break
you would have
was,
put her first.
if you're gonna put her second, I would have put her first. I mean, just because I think that week break was devastating to them. Because I think Camille Vasquez said, I have 1 week to go through every bit of this like 4-day or 3-day testimony, except for the last chunk, and pick apart everything. And then she did.
She was so good. And
Yeah.
I mentioned this before, like I was in law school when the OJ Simpson trial was going on. I missed nearly a semester of law school because I was stuck home watching the trial morning until afternoon.
Yeah.
And of all of the cases I've witnessed on TV and in person, she gave the second best cross-examination I've ever seen. The only one I've seen better was when Barry Scheck dismantled criminologist Dennis Fung on cross-examination for 8 days straight in the OJ Simpson trial. And she was a close second, and it took her about a total of 1 day.
I don't know if people realize, like, because people have asked me, they're like, oh, will you like restream the OJ trial and go through it? I don't think people realize how long the OJ trial was.
6 months.
Yeah, it was eternal. They were in court for 6 months.
Well, and I thought of doing that on my channel because I was sort of putting together this idea of doing like lawyers that I've been impressed with. I did a thing with like Jerry Spence, sort of the hometown guy I grew up with. It was one of the reasons I'm a lawyer. And
Yeah.
I was gonna do this Barry Scheck, because I mean this was the most amazing cross-examination. I started going back through YouTube videos and I remember, okay, this was 8 days. And to get to the gotcha, well, how about that, Mr. Fung? You had to watch 3 days of him literally walking him brick by brick by brick down the path to doom, which is what she did with Amber Heard in the space of a few hours. Just these innocent questions. Well, you would do this. Well, you said this. Well, this was this. And then finally you get to the answer. And then she just kind of does this Matrix glitch reboot. It wasn't me thing.
Yep.
It was a brilliant cross-examination. Even though the second day wasn't as good as the first day, it was not bad at all. It was stellar all the way around.
Yeah, it was it was.
And she's
not,
an associate, I saw. Yes, I went to her like to the website. She's still an associate. How long till she becomes a partner?
She must not want it at this point. Like, yeah. I don't know. She should be running a law firm. Anyway, well, I'm gonna jump into super chat mode here.
And I've got it's 6:13 a.m. and I have to actually wake up.
You have to start a work
30 minutes. Yeah, I got to be to the office in like 2 hours. Thank you for putting up with my nonsense for
oh man, it's
these
been a
many
pleasure.
hours.
It's been a pleasure. We'll have to get you on a night show sometime and just kind of chill out and talk and get to know you more. But you're welcome to come on these Depp trial streams. So,
I mean, anything. I'm just coattailing here, and I mean, I deeply appreciate everything that Andrew and you have done. It's been a pleasure. It's an honor, and I appreciate everything and putting up with me. And it's been great. Thank you so much.
No problem, man. And again, guys, check out Legal Vice's channel. It's in the description. Click on it. Legal Vice sounds like a German meal. You want to have some Legal Vice?
Put you in the Legal Vice.
But check him out and yeah, dude, go carpe some DM today, I guess.
Seriously.
And yeah, I'll make sure to get your contact from Mindset so I can send you invites whenever you're available.
Thank you so much.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Click on the leave studio button.
I'm getting out of here.
Go away.
I'm trying.
I have to insult you. Leave. Oh, no, there's no trial tomorrow. There's no trial tomorrow. There's just some motion hearings. Those are not open to video. I mean, the public, I believe, can go in, but they're not open to video. So, all right. Many chats. I'm going, you don't think his channel's in the description? It is. It's right after Legal Mindsets. Legal Mindset, Legal Vices. I'm going to read super chats. There are many of those, and we're gonna see where we get. SM says, do you think any of these people doing depos from 1 to 3 years ago have regrets about their testimony and appearance and demeanor now that it's being viewed worldwide? If things about the trial change, they're also stuck with their depo. I don't know, maybe. It's hard to say if they regret it, but who knows? Some of them should. Beth says Johnny needed $20 million to pay off Amber's wine bills. Karen, but not a Karen McPherson. It seems that Johnny Depp's increase of drug and alcohol use coincided with the same time his relationship with Amber. Things that make you go, Loser in a suit. Can someone stop hitting Elaine with magnets? You'll mess up her already glitched software. Oh yeah, that drove me nuts. Okay, I have to get back to where it was. Where the hell was it? Okay. Shoot. Okay, that's really annoying. Hold on. Sorry. One day I'll figure out a better way to do this. Or YouTube will fix their system. Either one of those would be acceptable. Where was this? Oh, wait, there was shoot. There. Oh my gosh. Almost there. I'm at the spot. You always have to find these things. It's not as easy as it seems. Once they go away. Karen. Okay. Loser in a suit. Read that one. That's the magnet one. Becky. There it is. Becky Weisner says, been with you from Kyle to now. Crazy ass. Ty, Nick, and friends. I wish I could have an old fashioned with you all like every night. Well, you can. You can join me every night at 11 p.m. Central for an old fashioned. Cheryl Huffman. Welcome, or thank you for the chat. I appreciate it. There's no message attached. It was probably censored by YouTube. RIP. Matthew E. Leonetti. Based on the dates, the video depositions were done when the courts and other places were closed because of COVID. They probably started depositions a couple years ago, knowing that at some point they will have an actual trial. Yes. Yeah, that's true. They've been prepping for trial for a long time, but the reason the video depositions are used rather than in-person testimony is because they can't compel someone to come in. Penny, this is Penny Whitbrot over on Rumble, says, I'm a retired CCU nurse. If Johnny raped her with a broken bottle, her injuries would have been serious. The vagina is extremely vascular. She would have faced life-threatening blood loss. Kate Moiriri says they are already pitching Amber with a new script. At least it's a speaking role, even if it's only one line. Want fries with that? Ouch. Shannon, I asked before, but may have missed it. What do you make Amber's bruises being on the wrong side since Johnny Depp is right-handed? I mean, I don't really see bruises anyway, but it all depends on the encounter, right? Like if he's squared off with her and he's punching her with his right hand, it should be on the left side of her face. But if he's behind her punching her, like if he's pinning her down and hitting her, it should be on the other side of her face. So, or head. I don't know. I don't believe any of the abuse stories at all. So I don't find any inconsistency with the bruising because I don't think the bruising is related at all to Johnny Depp, whatever bruising there may be. Richard Blum. Do you think these video depots are meant in part to protect the witnesses from being destroyed on cross? Drew from yesterday might not have come off so well if they had thrown him the other testimony at him. Maybe, but they are being cross-examined in these depots. That is happening. They are being examined and cross-examined. Both parties get a shot if they want it. They may not want it because they may think it's a complete waste of time to do it. And they may have done depositions and determined that nothing that they got out of those questions was valuable, so they just had it cut. Trent Todd, I thought her side said they didn't want to waste the court's or jury's time. Kind of fell flat today. Keith Gray, thank you for the donation. Very much appreciated. Again, probably censored by YouTube. Legal Vices says, as Elaine, couch. Next, where are we? Lancelot says, this lawyer Depo is just going to piss off the jury. What was Cat Lady thinking? Yes. Terrible plan to do the lawyer deposition of Adam Waldman. They should not have bothered, but they really wanted Adam Waldman off the case as an attorney. And so part of that was to include him as an agent for Johnny Depp and as a witness, a fact witness. Mexican Iron Man question. If I were in the jury having to watch this, it would make me hate Cat Lady Elaine more and despise Heardside more. Isn't this bad, boring, and frustrating for the jury enduring this crap? Yes. Jennifer C. I'm sorry. Is this being played on a loop? Yes. Jared Collins, same instructions, same grounds, better pizza. Papa John's. That's good. Blake E. Great content. Even got my fiance who didn't care about this trial hooked on watching you. Question, do they have to use the deposition or could they have done it and never shown it? Thanks. Yeah, they don't have to use the deposition. Now, if either side wants to use the deposition footage, they can, but they don't have to. Charles the Hammer says, rackets, you need t-shirts saying same instruction, same basis. Luis Cueva says, this is just YouTuber shout outs. Jackson Kai, so in exchange for proving 800 times Adam Waldman won't violate attorney-client privilege, Adam was able to eviscerate Amber's witnesses by answering their questions respectfully. Hope the YouTube callouts were worth it then. Ashley Harrison, oh my God, Rottenborn bringing in Tug. Mr. Waldman, did you leak the truth about this matter to a guy with an umbrella? Do you like muffins? Have you pledged money to Tug to have him cooperate? Do you like cats? John Harrington says, hey, Nick, playing catch up, but who is the blasphemer talking about your downfall, the clip you played last night? This needs to be addressed by the Wrecker Army. Also, regarding the staircase, Johnny Depp should own a pet owl. That was Ethan Ralph. He's a fat weirdo. Nathaniel Curry says, what is your title? Adam, basically the God Emperor of mankind. Next we've got Stania Gorez says, lots of commentary on Amber's styling and outfits. What do you all think of Johnny's various suit, shirt, tie combos throughout the trial? Johnny is dressed very, very well. He's been professional and stylish, respectful to the court, but men have an easy job. Put on a suit. Put on a suit that fits somewhat is the male standard. Johnny suits Johnny suits look like the suits of a guy who has millions of dollars, frankly. But I don't think they're ostentatious or anything like that. I think they're just well put together. On a Wall says that is bull. What's bull? Lancelot, they are so butthurt over Tug and getting BTFO'd by YouTubers. Oh yeah. Yeah, they really hate people like that umbrella guy. They hate everybody. Like the negative commentary, you can tell it bothers Amber Heard. Always has. Bibble, I refuse to answer your question. Could you stop playing D&D with me? Bibble says, can you tell me what the Fifth Circuit ruling on SEC means? Does this mean the ATF unconstitutional overreach is going to get curbed? On ATF, no, you'd need to use the SEC ruling to then challenge an ATF's ability. But the SEC has these fines imposed by the SEC. ATF tends to operate through the criminal court system. But how you doing, Bibble? How's it going, man? Been a while. Next. Skeleton says, just caught up on double speed and having someone asked what was essentially the same question was torturous. That aside, when are you reading yesterday's super chats? I just don't want to miss mine. God bless. Stay on Reddit. I think tomorrow during the day. I think tomorrow during the day I'll be doing the super chats from yesterday and potentially some from today. I'm trying not to, but I really want to keep on top of them. But tomorrow we'll probably see if I can bring some people on to discuss this case and maybe hit some of those super chats as well. I got to just check my schedule and see what I'm doing. Won't be starting at 7:45 in the morning. That's for damn sure. Elaine Weldon says police testimony today because Io said he gave photos to police. However, Io Depo was before they found police videos. So was Io lying about giving police photos? Don't know. They showed photos to the police officers at the deposition, at their depositions. I don't remember the police officers talking about photos showed by Io, so I don't know. Christopher Schaffer says Fox News is claiming the police lady stated they should have filed a report based on what was seen. How the heck did I miss that? I swear she said nothing of the sort. She didn't say anything of the sort that I saw. She never said they should have filed a police report, especially based on what they had seen. 30 Dan, just for Andrew, legal vices, balls or no balls on your futanari. Oh, shoot, he's gone. Sorry, TJ Stecker. Alexandria, Virginia attorney here, considering joining the Ricada endorsed LawTube community. Any advice? Advice? Get a microphone and headphones that don't suck. And then get a camera that doesn't look like it's covered in Vaseline. That's it. And then be you. Jacob, in a case like this, how did they select the jury? Would they have immediately disallowed anyone who was a part of a feminist or men's rights movement? Does that factor in? I mean, I would, but I don't know what jury questions they asked. I do not know. Free range humans, welcome to paralegal status. Tuck Fard McNutt, if you were Johnny's lead, how would you spend your 14+ hour advantage? Well, on rebuttal, you bring in Dr. Muffins. You bring in Dr. Muffins to go ahead and just absolutely crush Dawn Hughes and her criticism of Dr. Muffins' test taking. And you have Dr. Muffins dismantle Dawn's test taking. That'd be great. You probably bring back Isaac Baruch just because he's so damn likable. Maybe bring back Richard Marks or Ed White. Yeah, you got a lot of time. You got a lot of time. And it also depends if the defense ends up calling Johnny Depp like idiots. Spend a lot of time with Johnny Depp is what I would do. His oh my goodness. The time they can spend with Johnny Depp as plaintiffs who get to cross-examine their own client. I mean, they can ask him anything they want. They can lead him down whatever path they want and have him say whatever they want. It's like a gift to the plaintiffs. So it would be really stupid, but it depends on if they call him, you spend a lot of time with Johnny Depp. If they don't call him, bring back all the witnesses who were, especially if they were hits with the jury. I think Dr. Muffins, and I really think Isaac Baruch is a good guy to call back just to testify to, remind the jury, look at that flickering gray, just to remind the jury that nobody saw anything ever. Johnny was nothing but generous to these people, and all this stuff's being exploited. Oh, I guess you bring back Whitney Hurd's, the person to impeach Whitney Hurd. You bring her on rebuttal. Maybe bring in some sort of expert. I don't know. Experts can take a lot of time. Rick Nikita says, uh-oh. Mr. Shado, can we hire this Mr. Schnell to find someone's 65,000 emails and the rest of Amber Heard's photos? Gethralkin, I guarantee that a large chunk of ACLU money went to Mr. Schnell. He did not do this altruistically pro bono. Silver Moose 85, are they calling this digital expert to explain digital penetration? No. No, that's not him. Skytrax says, I hope they ask this guy if pinch to zoom is adding pixels. Gnome John, that's a lie, sir, in programming. True randomness is an impossibility. Also, as a person who works almost exclusively in APIs, no one cares. Guy's way too smug for what he does. Love the stream, Rackets. Hey, thank you. Dude, that expert was all qualification. I mean, he's qualified, great credentials, but the quality of his work, where'd it go? Like he didn't do anything related to what should have been done with the case. They just didn't ask him the right questions, I guess. They didn't want to, of course. William Green, the witness Schnell would have been so much more valid if he had used sentiment analysis. It would have been incredibly simple to run his data set through TensorFlow or any other AI/ML-based sentiment analysis system. Now, as a minor pushback, I'm not sure, but if Tensor or AI/ML based sentiment analysis systems aren't recognized by the court as admissible, then that wouldn't help you at all. Like, for example, a polygraph test isn't admissible because it's not replicable science. AI programs to do some sort of subjective analysis may not be considered acceptable science for the purposes of court in Virginia. I don't know that. I'm just saying maybe that's why. Zeno Roths XMD says, because We Are With You, Amber Heard is about Johnny Depp. Gonzalo Bergali says, so can they call Rocket Man for a refute to testify how it's full of bots and any damage is significantly less? The study is poop if it's only on the hashtag. People can say blank the hashtag, and that's not an endorsement of the hashtag. I agree. I thought his analysis was weak. I think any relatively conscious member of the jury who's on social media knows that, or looks at that analysis and goes, nah. Volpe Fox, I hereby state that my dislike of Amber Heard is due to her actions in court and has nothing to do with MSM or any statements made by anyone other than Amber Heard herself. Chris Friday, great cross question. How many spam bots are in this sample? And if you know how to write a program to check, Elon Musk would like to talk to you. Echelon 007 Entertainment, where is the line for hashtag me poo? I don't think it existed in 2021. Heel versus Babyface says hashtag me poo, hashtag Amber Turd, hashtag justice for Johnny. Gethralkin, correlation does not equal causation. Schnell was brought in to cherry pick statistics. Infiniryu says, and Amber Turds is trending. Leanhart says, how can he say all of the justice for Johnny were negative to Amber if he only saw 2,000 or more since he said so? So did he see 2,000 tweets or a million tweets? Garbage expert for Amber. He saw 2,000 tweets, specifically random samples, found no contradictory samples. So he determined that all of, mathematically it was all of them. I don't think that's actually a great assessment, but that's what he did. Chris says, this very intelligent expert witness is exactly the type you talked about yesterday, where the questioning attorney doesn't care how intelligent you are, can't outsmart a guy who asks questions for a living. Well, a great example of that is this guy.
Do you love black people?
People who get interviewed by Jesse Lee Peterson think they can outsmart him. I don't know how particularly intelligent or unintelligent Jesse Lee Peterson is. He's one of the most effective interviewers I've ever seen, because he will just ask you the question until you answer it. He'll just keep asking the question. And these people, like, they have their smart, weaselly ways to get around. He's like, no, just tell me. Just tell. Do you love black people?
Do you love black people?
I love that guy. That's what makes him a funny interviewer. It's not, and you'll get these very smart people on his show and he'll ask them very effective questions. He'll just power through them. It's great. Oh, by the way, I believe I'm going on his show on the 31st. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. It's been ever since I watched any of his interviews. I've been like, man, I hope I get to talk to that guy someday. So, Patrick L says, we may all be spring chickens to you, Legal Vices, but you still have one of the most fantastic mustaches I've ever seen. Mike the Dad Crosby, the expert, also admitted that the hashtags existed before any statements. A spike after a statement thus cannot be attributed to the statement without a lot more examination. Yeah, exactly. That bothered me so much. It's like they tried to hand wave that. They're like, what? I mean, it happened before, but let's talk about what happened in April. Wait, what? Yunin Stealthfoot says, can they call Elon Musk as an expert witness to talk about Twitter bots? Then ask him if Amber left turds in his bed too. No, Elon will not be testifying in this. They apparently didn't serve him properly or something. And also, he's just can't be called in, right? They don't have jurisdiction over him. Sophia MBA says, good job, Johnny Depp attorney on Twitter cross. Predictive analytics SLB done. It's not SB done, should be done. It's not a univariate analysis. It's multivariate. That's a better use of analysis. Amber Heard tweet expert just did a data grab. Epic failure tweet analysis. Yeah, I mean, and he got him to admit. So you didn't check for any of this other stuff. He's like, well, I didn't think it'd be controversial. You didn't think it'd be controversial in a $150 million lawsuit back with claims back and forth. You didn't think it'd be contentious? Everything's contended. The name of the witness is contended. Timothy Reaper, is opposing counsel allowed to ask, since you don't know anything about this, why are you even here? Yeah, just let the jury figure it out. Mike the Dad Crosby, time is a B for liberal white elites is the correct term. Maybe it's because they're very hard to make happy. Brian Alleman, Ellen Barkin hit the wall harder than Dale Earnhardt. Holy shit. Quite frankly, Samantha Therese. So this washed up old bag is credible. And you think any jury member is going to find this bitter Betty credible? Limafau? No, I didn't. Ellen Barkin, I don't think she was credible particularly. James Mueller, did you hear the witness say the Depp did drugs? Very surprising testimony. Quite frankly, Samantha Therese says, so he was always high in order to have sex with you for 7 months. Enough said Ellen. Charles League, as a layperson, most of these witnesses for Heard feel like her team has to make an attempt for her defamation claim, even though they don't think they have much of a case, so they can say they tried. Yeah. Yes. Jennifer Cochran, I think she was trying to drive him crazy deep down. I think she was jealous of his success and vowed to herself to take him down. Jabradel says, we considered that maybe Amber is just really loose down there, and that's why there's nothing on the bottle. Maybe it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. Cole Drew, discovered your channel during this trial, really enjoying the commentary. Have you ever heard of a court reporter writing a book on a case they transcribed? I haven't, but I don't see why they wouldn't be able to. That'd be probably an interesting book. Just a Dude says, Rottenborn sounds like a beta Ron DeSantis accent-wise. Catherine Ferris, hey, Nick, I saw an article about Barkin and Johnny where they broke off because she wanted a relationship, and he said he did not and did not feel that way about her. Now she's back, an elderly, scorned old lady. Pretty lame. Interestingly, she amended her. That would explain why she amended her romantic relationship to a sexual relationship. If Johnny didn't want to be romantically involved, he just wanted to smash. That would explain that. D says, thanks for live streaming and the informative co-stars who join you. Legal Vices is awesome from Arizona. Thank you. Stuff and Stuff says, started to watch somewhere else, but I missed Nick's commentary too much, both the funny and the competent. Hey, I don't know why you'd go somewhere else. I don't know why. I don't know. Twisted Life. Holy crap. It worked. Twisted Life gifted 5 Ricada Law memberships. I didn't know that the gifting memberships thing had actually gone through. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very cool. I wonder who got them. Sackett as paralegal for 6 months and some snoozing emojis. Thank you. Nancy Myard sent a Woot sticker. Really appreciate that. Jackson Kai. Nick, you are missing out on a lot of money by not letting people pay you to be super duper lawyers. You can put Vasquez on the list for free to show it's better than super lawyer. The super lawyer thing is, I literally, like, you make a joke, but I could create the Ricada Law or the Ricada Media lawyer review and create a super lawyer status and just have people pay me to become super lawyers, because that's what they do already with other publications. Like that is something that can just be done. There's no criteria for it other than what the publisher decides. And a lot of times that criteria is a couple $1,000s a year. Brian Miller and Ogre Simping, welcome to lawyer and paralegal status, respectively. Thank you. Blackguard 4, Amber is actually a mutant with a healing factor. That's how she can sleep off a severe beatdown by an Elden Lord with only slightly red cheeks. It's that, or she had Rocky or another accomplice punch her in the face before the cops showed up. Lena Stensgaard and Lord Chaos Monkey, welcome to paralegal status. Thank you. Finkel Wideright says, hey, Nick, great to see you and Gavin McInnes finally collab. Great coverage, guys. Allison S., any actual acting from Amber Heard and Aquaman was all CGI anyway. It was the only way they could get real emotions. Piece of steak. Nick, to get the record straight, our relationship was not romantic. It was sexual. Insert raspy voice. Our relationship wasn't romantic. It was purely sexual, and it was the purest sexual relationship. JDB says, I wouldn't believe Amber Heard. Agent 1, Amber Heard was damaged when called a liar by someone defending themselves. Is she serious? And 2, when I think successful superhero movie, I don't think Aquaman. 3, it's called Aquaman, not woman. Robert says, how were any of today's witnesses even super relevant to the case? They were mostly about damages. And since the majority of them were videos, wouldn't the jury just be tone deaf at this point? The computer guy didn't even add me too. Yeah, it was very bad, very boring, very slow. And the jury was checked out. Yeah, I saw that Keemstar is getting sued again. I will be covering it, of course. That's good comedy. Jonathan Diaz says, pee pee poo poo Lamau. He also says, I'm actually a fan, just making fun of Amber. No worries. No worries. Charles League, there's no evidence I can point to that Amber lost a role, but it's obvious it's from bad press. And there's no physical proof Depp lost a role because of bad press, but it's obvious it's not from Amber's claims. Jonathan Diaz says, here's $90 total if you were crossing Amber. What's a question you would ask her? Okay, so if I'm crossing Amber Heard, you got one question. I mean, I guess you just say, your cross exam. So you say, Miss Heard, you've been working in theater and acting for quite a long time, haven't you? Yes. For years, right? Yeah. And in that time, you learned how to use makeup, correct? Yes. And that would include how to use makeup to do an injury, right? Like a bruise. You learned how to make bruises with makeup, didn't you? And see what she says. What's she going to say? No. Of course she did. And even if she didn't, she probably, even if she says no, the jury's going to think that she did. Robert Espiritu, after all these witnesses for Amber, the jury will still remember Isaac the most. Yeah, he was so likable, memorable, and believable. That is great. I really do like Adam Waldman's testimony wasn't useful, but I think it came across well for Johnny. Like I think Adam Waldman's testimony is going to be a decent one. Julio Scissors, Ethan Westcoat, and Ricky Bobby 86. Welcome to Paralegal Status for all of you. I appreciate that. Okay, where are we here? Okay. Cancerous Cockatoo. Have another $5. My first $1 billion pledge should arrive any day now. Brandon Jensen. Wake up, Nikki. Trials on. Pro Vigil Bottle Shake. I read that one earlier. 11 Bravo Crunchy says only a fat needs multiple days of rest. Trashman. DSP got gifted members before you did. The time of the pig roach is among us. Long live the pig. The 10th Planet. Didn't the makeup artist confirm that she saw no injuries on her at all and never saw Johnny Depp act violently to her either yesterday? No, the makeup artist said she did see injury. She did see that. Oh, someone in chat. What has Amber been found guilty for? Nothing. Heart. Amber is innocent. Heart. I just believe in the law. Okay. Cool. Great job. Trash Man. Wait, read that one. Catalina K. Can you undo Amber Heard's testimony? That was bad. It's gonna be tough. Fleet Admiral Rindex says greetings. When commentary on a case provides more entertainment than most streaming services, the commentator deserves a tip. Keep it up, good sir. Hey, thank you. Barry Soitoro, I feel like this could be a Scooby-Doo episode, and when Camille pulls back Amber Heard's mask, Ralph is underneath saying I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you laughing at my dead mom. Mo says sitting in the middle. Yes. Will Roberts, Hogue Law took a shot at you last night on Legal Bites. No, he did not. Ross Lumbus says if Johnny wore rings on his fingers, punched Amber in the face a few times, would it look like she has a pimple or that she has a lacerated, open, broken bone, facial injuries? Clearly lying. Barry Soitoro, OnlyFans is in the near future for Amber Heard, methinks. Marla says, comment on Johnny's legal team, all in black skirts, the women. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have much comment. I mean, his legal team's always been dressed fine. All of the lawyers in court have been dressed fine. Yeah, if someone wants to tell me about whatever Hogue Law said about me, you let me know so I can violently take him down. Tom Grawl, read that one. Amanda Salisbury. Wait, Barry Soitoro says Amber Heard cut a greasy queef. Everyone out. Amanda Salisbury, do you think it's possible Rocky and Co. are pretending to no longer be friends for credibility boosts? We believe these things are fabricated. This isn't too far-fetched, right? It's not too far-fetched, but I think the simple explanation. I think the simple explanation is just that the money stopped and they had to deal with Amber Heard without having the money attached. That sounds like it to me. TLJ Screwjob. Hey, Nick, which is less believable? Kyle's totes pointing his gun at Zeminski, bro, or Amber Heard? Granted, both are lies, but just asking. They're pretty bad. Winton Dupree. That's not Runkle. It's Rachel Levine. Stop it. Scott McKnight. Since the ex-abuse bombshell, I think people are calling her Slamber, but I may have misheard. Very nice. Very, very nice. Dash Tipiak says, hi, sorry I missed the last part of the stream yesterday. So I'm going to ask my question again. Do the video depositions count towards Amber's time or both? It depends on who's asking the questions during the depositions. It's broken down by who asks the questions in the depos. Next. Abitab Dylan says the audio of Hotel where Amber Heard asking whether Johnny Depp leaked the info of her been a stripper. Was she ever a stripper? Johnny Depp was hiding that info in the audio. I think the report is that she has been, or she was a stripper at some point, but I don't know. Misanthropic Sith, if Amber's agent arguing that her career should have taken off during COVID when no one in Hollywood was, is her agent arguing that when no one in Hollywood was pretty much doing anything? Yes. Smith's Museum, I DM'd you on Twitter with a clip from yesterday. What do you think about it? It sounds like her sister swapped who came crying to her about cheating. Very possible. Auburn Gal 98. Will Depp be on the stand Monday? He's going to have to be on soon. They only have 8 hours left. So not sure what they're going to do. Kelly Joyner, can they call Kate Moss? Probably on rebuttal. Penny Whitbrought over on Rumble says, oh, the yawn, bless your heart, today was brutal. It really at times was brutal. Times is brutal. Malik Foxon says, just make a sign that says same instruction, same grounds, and plant it in front of Elaine whenever she opens her fucking mouth. No kidding, man. That was really a tough section of testimony. Finkel Wide says, pansexual who likes baby play. Will your nose be my daddy, Nick? No. Chris Campbell, would you rather be sentenced to a week of hard labor or 24 straight hours watching Rocky Pennington deposition with no coffee allowed and being lashed across the back every time he fell asleep? Oh, week of hard labor. God, that sounds awful. Robert Espiritu says, after all these witnesses for Amber, the jury will still remember Isaac the most. Spicy Meatball for rebuttal. I wish they'd bring back Isaac just to chat. These are newer. Gag says, report is a juror didn't show up. Court delayed for 30 minutes. So that's, that was from way earlier. Martin Pine, Amber Heard should work at Bed Bath & Beyond. Human Filth says, Amber will be just fine after this is over. There's plenty of rich Eastern European or Middle Eastern businessmen who are into the grumpy stuff. John M., pretty sure medication plus Coke would turn Nick into Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. I don't know what that is. Grim, it'd be interesting to see if the massive dopamine fluctuations from the Coke interacted with her BPD symptoms and behavior towards Johnny Depp. Lauren says, you haven't met your quota of Richards impressions this week. Would you object to everything Monday to run the clock down for Amber Heard team? Maybe. Sidebars are neutral time, though, so they don't really help you. Alive and Well in Israel says, Ralph says your wife was succumbing to temptation and having a makeout session with Pinecone Girl, and also that he's going to bring some big op against you. Please explain the wife bit, though. Ralph is a liar who has lied constantly throughout everything. So I don't know what to tell you. Blind Press in the Evil Dead singing voice. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you. Not another peep. Time to go to sleep. May Lily, is it possible for this trial to end early and for the jurors to make their decision, or do they have to wait till the 6 weeks are over to make a decision? It is possible for them to end early. Absolutely. If they rest, then the judge will redo this. Let's see. Go to bed, Nick. Everyone in chat, go away so Nick goes to bed. I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. May Lily, wait, read that one. Alive and Well in Israel says Ralph's thing about the lady, it was during Knoxville. Yeah, I know what Ralph's accusation is. Like I said, though, Ralph is just lying because he's flailing around. He's mad that his show is dead. And he's mad that he has buried himself by cutting off everybody who ever supported him like an idiot. Apollo XV says Lamau Crowder Discord greater than Daily Wire Discord. Piccolo the Driving Ape, something that a lot of people haven't pointed out that Amber said during her recordings was, "You are pinning me to the wall. I am cornered during a verbal dispute," as a metaphor for her side. Okay. DCV Titan says cocaine, the Dr. Dre diet. Hayes says rackets tell Legal Mindset that Australia isn't real. He knows. Lance de Oreo, thank you for the donation. David Stowe, where is Legal Mindset in Korea? I spent a year in Ujongbu, Camp Stanley, years ago. I don't know what the fuck that is. That was in Korean. I can't read that. What's up, Mr. Branca?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Oh, good. Just reading some super chats to wrap up the day here. How are you today?
Casual today. Took the day off, basically.
Yeah, no tie.
But thought I'd check in. Any particular fireworks today?
I mean, in weird ways, yes. It was largely dull video deposition testimony. But I mean, tell me, in the context of this case, you're the lawyer for Johnny Depp. How happy are you if on cross of Amber Heard's agent, you get Amber Heard's agent to say, no one wants someone accused of abuse on a movie set?
Yeah. Pretty good.
pretty satisfied with that, I would think. Ellen Barkin, who is Johnny Depp's ex, was supposed to be kind of a damaging testimony. She, because he allegedly threw a wine bottle at her. And on, questioning, she said, well, it wasn't a throw, it was a toss. And it wasn't at me, it was at a whole group of people. It was a toss of a wine bottle towards a group of people. So again, just an absolute nothing burger. It was pretty bad for Amber Heard today, in my opinion. I mean, they didn't win any points, and I think they lost several.
So there's no court tomorrow, right? It's Friday. No court on
Correct.
Friday. So
yes.
What's the schedule for the rest of the trial? Is next week the last week?
Next week is
God
the last
willing?
week. Closing arguments is on Friday. There's outside of divine intervention, it will be. That's the schedule. So I tweeted out the amount of time left. Today was such a waste for Amber Heard's team. And since they have these limited clocks, I'm just surprised that they're that stupid. But the defendants have 8 hours and 10 minutes left of time, and the plaintiffs have 18 hours and 30 minutes left of time. And so the defendants' 8 hours and 10 minutes have to last for their cross exams on rebuttal.
So rebuttal start on Monday. Do we know?
They have not rested yet.
Yeah. Okay.
They could. It's reported that they're going to call Johnny Depp to the stand on the defense's case in chief still. I can't imagine that they're actually going to follow through with that. That seems to be so stupid. And especially doing it as the last thing in their case seems really terrible. They tried. The defamation allegation against Johnny Depp from Amber Heard for her case is that his attorney, Adam Waldman, made some statements to some newspapers. So they had the deposition testimony of Adam Waldman, and it was almost entirely just Ben Chu saying, I would advise Mr. Waldman not to answer this question. It would be a violation of attorney-client privilege. Just over and over and over and over again. And Elaine kept asking the same questions. And our thought on the panel was maybe they're trying to make them look evasive, but they didn't really look evasive. It just looked like you can't answer these questions.
It's pretty tough to depose somebody's lawyer.
Right. And
it's
then
supposed to be.
And then the best part is they elicited testimony from Waldman that because he asked him, isn't it true that you told some publication that the LA County Police Office had a perjury investigation into Amber Heard? And he said, yes. And he's like, and isn't it true that you didn't retract it when you found out that that wasn't true? And he says, well, that's not really what happened. What happened was I took these binders of perjurious statements of Amber Heard with the evidence of the perjury to the Los Angeles Police Department. And they told me not that they had ended the investigation, but rather that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department was handling the investigation of perjury. And that was the last I heard of it. So now you've just elicited testimony that Amber Heard was investigated for perjury, and it's apparently still open.
Yeah, was not dismissed on the merits.
Yeah, and that this guy has binders of evidence that she had lied. And I mean, probably take it with a grain of salt, but if they were even listening at that point, but still, it's like a big misstep. Why are you interviewing this guy? Why are you deposing him when you know you can't get him to say, Johnny Depp told me to make these statements? You can't do it. And that was their entire thing, is try to get him to admit that Johnny Depp controlled his communications as his attorney.
And of course, that's the key, right? I mean, so they were trying to get at, I would think, whether or not Depp had any role in the crafting of those statements. I mean, that's the connection you would need to make here. And was that all buried under privilege?
Yeah, because so they've got a fact issue, and I think it's a critical one. Once they rest, there's likely going to be a motion to strike their defamation claims, because they have not put into the record from any source that Adam Waldman was acting in an official capacity when he made the statements on Johnny Depp. It doesn't say in the articles that attorney Adam Waldman, speaking on behalf of Johnny Depp, issued a statement. It just says that, Adam Waldman, who's Johnny Depp's attorney, said this. So I think they have reasonable grounds to dismiss that the statements are not attributed to Johnny Depp. That's not an evidence. I don't know that the judge is going to do it, but they've got a good argument for it. And they really failed on damages for Amber Heard. I mean, they have just failed to point out how she's been impacted. Specifically, she kept all her contracts, and that's still true to this day. Her Aquaman 2 contract is still intact. Now, they brought her agent in to testify that she would have been able to renegotiate the Aquaman 2 contract, but was not able to do so. Not that she tried and failed, mind you. Like, they didn't say that she tried to renegotiate the contract. They just said that she wasn't able to do it for some reason. But she maintained. What happened with
Aquaman 2? She's in it or not in it?
Well, it doesn't matter whether Warner Brothers is now allegedly talking about cutting her entirely, but her contract is preserved at the original amount, $2 million, which is higher than her Aquaman 1 contract. This lady's just saying that, well, I could have renegotiated it for $5 to $6 million.
Oh, well, that's completely speculative.
Right, exactly. And her L'Oreal contract, which was maybe a point of contention, turns out that was just extended during COVID. So she still has her L'Oreal contract as well, even though that's one that they kind of indicated was hampered by this defamation. So you've got this huge problem here on facts where you can't link the statements to Johnny Depp specifically, and you can't you don't have a direct link of damages. The closest that they got was they said that there was a movie she was going to be in. They didn't even name the movie in testimony, but and that one got taken away, but no one could tell them why. No amount given, no movie title given, no name of the person involved with the decision making. So it's just,
and of course, movies not happening and people not being cast is perhaps the single most common thing that happens in Hollywood.
Exactly. And even the alleged paring down of her role in Aquaman, because she testified that she's had a fight scene cut. It's like, well, yeah, but scenes get cut out of Marvel movies. They have director's cuts of all these things for reasons.
Right. I mean, they probably filmed triple the amount of footage that ends up in the actual final product.
Yeah. So
Everybody
it's
gets tough cut.
they have a real fact problem with their claims, possibly getting, I think they could make a grade A attempt at getting the counterclaim dismissed. I don't
Dismissed
know that
entirely. Right.
I don't know that they will, but they have two at least. And this is just my observations. I'm not in the thick of it. They have two at least very obvious factual deficiencies for making the case at this point in time. Now, if they try to bring back Johnny, the only thing I can think of is they're going to try and get him to admit to his communications with Adam Waldman, but he still has privilege. And they can just simply object every time it's asked. Objection, Your Honor, asking for a violation of attorney-client privilege. I'll advise my client to not answer this question. And you know, unless Johnny wants to waive his privilege, which I don't think he does, that's going to be a big issue for them. So,
and here's a question that came up for me today. Maybe you know the answer. You've obviously been following this a lot closer than I have, but is the ACLU paying for Amber Heard's legal defense here?
that is ambiguous at this moment.
Okay.
Who is paying for Amber Heard's legal fees is not clear.
Because I was wondering if the ACLU had, I mean, heaven forbid for the ACLU, if in part of getting her to write this op-ed in the first place is that they had offered to indemnify her,
right?
Which that could be a big hit on the ACLU.
It would be the funniest timeline, I think, because then Amber Heard gets, you know, this thing, and then actually that'd be such a great timeline for her, honestly, because she
And
comes
it's no
out,
risk for her then, right? I mean, she's suing Johnny for $100 million. Maybe she gets it, maybe she doesn't, but she's at no risk if the ACLU is actually indemnifying her losses.
And if she loses, she can say the ACLU enticed me to write this article. They wanted to do this thing. They were going after Trump. I always maintained that I never wanted to hurt Johnny Depp, and I tried to keep his name out of it, but they did this, and they knew it was so risky that they offered to indemnify me. They told me, you know, whatever would happen. And so the ACLU has to pay the damages. It was actually them. And that's how it goes. That would be, and if ACLU is paying the bill to Johnny Depp, that'd be hilarious. I would laugh eternally. And then she actually has a rehabilitative story, not a great one, but better than what she's got now. So, but no, I think, you know, if there is, if there's something awarded in either of their favor, I think that becomes a quick fact question on damages, especially if there's a fee shifting that's involved, which there could be. So.
All right. Well, listen, I know you must be exhausted. I don't want to keep you from your super chats, but I'll hang out if you don't mind. And if I can, think of something funny or interesting to add, I'll throw that in.
I always appreciate having you on. Let me add you to the description real quick. Self-defense. Guys, this is, if you don't know, I mean, you probably do if you've been here. This is Mr. Andrew Branca from lawofselfdefense.com. He is a preeminent self-defense expert in the United States on anything related to self-defense, use of force situations. And if you're interested in that stuff, you should definitely check out his book, check out his website, and check out his YouTube page. Because
by the way, I will mention we are doing one of our 3 or 4 times a year law self-defense advanced classes. It's an online class taught live by me. We're doing one this Saturday. I think the URL is there. lawofselfdefense.com/live online for those who are interested in that.
Yes. Here, let me read this. So they also brought on a digital forensic expert to track the social media impact of Adam Waldman's defamation. Let me read Uncivil Law's tweet about this, because I agreed with his sentiment. It was exactly right. Okay, so what a self-own for Amber Heard. Because of the expert witness you called, #Justice for Johnny Depp and #Amber Turd are now part of the record. Now the jury knows that 1.2 million people wanted #Justice for Johnny Depp. And so this guy's like, he did this analysis of the different hashtags. And so he's got that Justice for Johnny Depp has this huge number, right? And then he's got all of the damaging ones, and they're these little things. And he had to admit that he had to redraw the graph and remove Justice for Johnny Depp, because otherwise you couldn't tell that there were spikes in the other things. And so he's trying to make it out like there's this massive negative information about Amber Heard. And it's like, well, you had to remove it to even get to any amount of negative information. And he was only able to link a quarter of the negative stuff to Adam Waldman's name at all. And I mean, it was really, today was just bad.
And that was an expert today. That was part of their attempt to show damages. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Penny Whitbrat says, what exactly does Johnny have to prove to win? Well, he has to prove that Amber made a statement to a third party that is false, that damaged Johnny Depp, and that she did it with the requisite degree of fault, which in this case would be a reckless disregard for the truth or actual knowledge of the falsity. Those are the elements of defamation that they have to prove. I think they've got enough for a jury to conclude it, but it's up to the jury to do it. Ivan Petrascu says, give the jury a rifle and tell them they have to choose one. Abadab Dylan says, in the hotel audio, did Amber Heard confide in Johnny Depp that she was a stripper and he said he didn't leak it? Was she a stripper? I think you asked this earlier. Yes, I believe she was a stripper at some point.
Amber Heard?
Yeah, I think that's what was I think that's come out that or when she was really young or something. A Wild Weeb says, hey, Nick, in the hospital for poisoning. Thanks for keeping me entertained. Been a rough few weeks and you've been making me laugh. Damn, get better. Holy cats. Clone of Steve Dream Killer says, I'm late, but I cannot believe that Ellen Barkin I saw today was the same woman I jerked off to in the Big Easy when I was 14.
Yeah, she didn't age well.
Not at all. Jeffrey says, if the ACLU did have to pay for Depp for damages after the case, would that impact the possibility of a separate lawsuit against the ACLU directly? Not sure how realistic it is, but I'd love to see them dragged through the courts. We're past the statute of limitations probably on this lawsuit. I think it's 2 years for defamation in Virginia. The op-ed came out in 2018. So no, you're not going to bring ACLU into court. But really, an indemnification is one of the only ways you're going to effectively punish the ACLU, because you're going to have a hard time winning a lawsuit against the ACLU in their capacity as the ACLU.
Yeah.
They're going to get a lot of benefit of the doubt from judges based on their history and reputation as a proponent of civil rights and it's nonsense, but they'll get it.
It would trying to get children to agree to a lawsuit against Santa Claus. It's just, as a practical matter, regardless of the legal merits, it's just impossible.
Yeah. Plus, almost all of them, there's a trillion lawyers, and you'd have a trillion amicus briefs about it too. Oh God, it'd be a mess. Bean 175 says, Amber's case seems like a cosmic, what is this, a joke skit from Seinfeld? What is this, a joke? Yeah, no kidding. Diane McNamara says, Whitney said Johnny Depp came up the stairs behind her. Amber said Johnny Depp was at the top of the stairs facing Whitney. Why wasn't this called out on cross? Because they don't need to. They can just bring it up in closing argument, and then there's no explanation. Whitney, the best part about the witness examinations and why people can't be in court, Whitney could not be in court to listen to Amber Heard's testimony about what happened on the staircase. So when it comes out completely different, Whitney doesn't know necessarily that her testimony is different than Amber's. She'll find out, but on closing argument, they can come and say, everybody who told a story about the staircase told a different story. Every single one of them told a different story. But you know whose story hasn't changed at all in this? Mr. Depp. That Amber Heard struck him. His bodyguard pulled him away. And that's the only testimony that's been consistent between him and his bodyguard. That's it. And, that's powerful. That's powerful stuff. Canopies says, hey, Nick, what do you think of the judge's performance in this trial? I think she's getting a lot better. I think what we're seeing, and you can tell me if you think this too, Andrew. I think we're seeing judges very conscious of the massive social media presence of their trials, and that they are being overly cautious on any appearance of bias, to the point where they'll be pretty conservative on rulings, like on motions in limine and kicking open the door type things. like that. I think that that's a big issue here.
Well, it definitely changes the dynamic in the courtroom. And people have to keep in mind, most of these judges are older than me, and I'm a boomer, and I'm not great with the social media stuff. And so they're even worse. And it was bad enough when cameras started coming to the courtroom in terms of changing. I mean, I think it's all great. I think cameras and social media, I want all of it, 150%
Yes.
of it. But in terms of how it affects a judge's demeanor in the courtroom, now when cameras came in, they knew they were going to be on TV. And now they know they're going to be on social media, and their conduct is going to be tracked not just on the 6 o'clock news or the 10 o'clock news, but in real time by thousands or tens or hundreds of thousands of people. It changes someone's demeanor when they know they're being watched under a microscope the entire time.
And many
not
of them are
always for
elected.
the better. I think Nick's right. It makes these judges extremely cautious, less controlling has a negative connotation, but a judge is supposed to control their courtroom. And they seem to me to be getting kind of loosey-goosey about doing that. And I don't think that's good for due process or justice.
Well, we saw it in Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
There were many instances in Rittenhouse where things blew the minds of the entire panel, where we're like, whoa, wait a minute. Like when Binger implicates Kyle's Fifth Amendment right. I mean, if you do not have a Kyle Rittenhouse level case that is publicly broadcast, you have that happen in some local shooting. I mean, that case gets a mistrial.
Yeah.
Yep. That flat out, like what happened in that case would have gotten a mistrial. Nate, the lawyer, Emily Baker, both former prosecutors, several years of experience, jaws dropped when that happened. No way did a prosecutor just do that and get through it. And I think in this case, the previous domestic violence police report not being allowed in after we've had testimony from Amber Heard that she's never abused anybody in her entire life, and that nobody saw, that this headline was a false allegation. I mean, that should come in, but I think this judge is very concerned that if she does allow that door to be open and the public watches it, there's a perception of bias that could come back on the integrity of the court. Interestingly, I think it impugns the integrity of the court in this way, but that's me.
Yes, I concur.
But other than that sort of consciousness about the broadcast, I think she's doing a pretty good job lately. I think she's been very fair. And she's got this clock thing, and it's hard to argue that the clock is unfair. Like if it's applied to both parties and they're given 6 weeks of trial. Yeah.
I mean, she could be far worse, of course, the judge. She could be like the Kim Potter judge, or, I mean, we've all seen far worse.
The
examples.
Curtis Reeves Budweiser judge. Holy hell. Tom Tillich, nobody wants to face Johnny in court because he was so stinking nice and generous to all of them.
Yeah, I meant the Curtis Reeves judge, not the Kim Potter judge. The Curtis Reeves, the sire with the pen.
Yeah. Oh, God. Kai Christofferson, is this rebuttal not the easiest layup you've seen in a while? How hard do you think Amber Heard team is about to be slammed in rebuttal and closing arguments? I mean, again, I think you bring Dr. Muffins back and just shred Dawn Hughes, point out the absolute slack job that she did on that test while criticizing Dr. Mommy's test. And then you go ahead and bring back any likable witnesses that Johnny Depp had. And just remind the jury who's got people showing up for him in court. Isaac Baruch is a great witness. Seemed friendly to both people. Said just wants this over.
And by the way, I would do that explicitly. I mean, you can't make too much of it or the judge will get upset. But thank people for showing up. Thanks for coming into court today to talk to us and the jury.
Yeah. Welcome back, Mr. Baruch. I know it's a little bit of a burden to travel here. Thank you for showing up today. Boom. Fauci lied, puppies died. I want to wrap Johnny in swaddling and teach him about boundaries. Wait, what? Tuck Fard McNutt says Sue Tube is greater than Law Tube. Fazimoto says, is Legal Eagle a good lawyer? I have no idea if Legal Eagle is a good lawyer. What I do know is that Legal Eagle, no matter my opinions of him personally, is an excellent asset to his law firm and probably brings in millions of dollars in referrals. And At that point, that law firm could care less how good of a lawyer he is and would probably rather him never litigate a case again his entire life.
Great way to
Please,
become partner.
yeah, just please bring in these clients. That's why I said I don't care how, like, Kim Kardashian, when she graduates, any law firm who does not hire Kim Kardashian is an idiot. Like, just never let her run a case ever. Just put her on a billboard and just use her Instagram as the greatest marketing force on the planet. James Ridge, my blonde white wife has constant bruises on her legs from our 3 to 7 year old doing what little kids do. Dark bruises that appear easily and quickly. Oh yeah, absolutely. Dia Irie says, so do you think Amber taking a grumpy on Johnny's bed is also a smear campaign? Gross, disgusting, and yes, of course it is. True Anon Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care says, so I know you said they wouldn't do anything about perjury. What would happen if one of Amber Heard's witnesses just said, I can't keep lying, and goes back on what they said before? Like, okay, there is a scenario in which perjury becomes so clearly prosecutable that they will do something. But you're talking about an admission. If there's an admission or some documentation of knowledge of false statements from Amber Heard to the court, yeah, then you're going to get it. But if it's just she lied is the sentiment because she made her case and people disagree with it, that's not going to get you perjury. Suck my dick says Vic Depp because didn't want to expose court to Hep C. Oh, video deposition because didn't want to expose court to hepatitis C. Greg McCormick, Viva Pacino, whoopsia. Oh yeah, that guy. That was weird testimony. Alive and Well in Israel says, please elaborate. Lady R kissing Pinecone Girl at Knoxville. Again, Ralph is a liar who has lied about several things, including this, and that's up to Ralph. So, Felipe Move, Nick, I've been following you for a bit now, and you are becoming my most hated YouTuber ever. Well, thank you, Felipe. Max Mura says, I like Coca-Cola. Lady Skate Roller, Rock and Rolla. Joker Alice, I hate it when Americans think every Hispanic or Latin country is Mexico. Learn your damn maps. Puerto Rico is not Mexico. It isn't? Are you sure? Have you been to both at the same time? Dear Amy,
Mexico's like small toe.
I don't know what that's in response to. That's kind of curious. Dear Amy, surgery RN here. RE bruised eyes. Filler or Botox and or nasal surgery could cause bruises to eyes. Would want to look good before James Corden show. Breathing tube and being under anesthesia would cause a busted lip. Could. Very, very much could. I don't know what the recovery time on filler and Botox is. I know that different plastic surgeries can have, some of them can have very long recovery times. And some of them are a little bit more surface level, but I don't know what they are. Ace says when the amber is sus. Mac Nanpacken says Kramer from Seinfeld did not age well. That's true. SJ4IY, if she cheated on him 30 plus times, how is Depp's jealousy unfounded? Well, we don't know that she cheated on him 30 plus times. Josh Drew testified that at some point she had late night guests over at least 30 times. We don't know that she had sex with all of them. Hannah Werner says, I'm sick of having witnesses that have negative ties to Johnny, but no personal accounts of abuse. It's just further efforts to hurt Johnny. Dragon Grips. People sure do seem to slam a guy who stops bankrolling them. Dang, still waiting to see Johnny as Spac Jarrow in an upcoming pirate movie. Yeah, the first guy they interviewed was actually a bandmate and a very longtime friend of Johnny's up until 4 years ago. Bruce something. And he, of course, they didn't get into this, but the reason they're not friends anymore is because basically when Johnny hired Ed White as his accountant, he went through and found that this guy had been lent $4 million to his business that Johnny didn't authorize. And he sued that guy, or that guy was named as a defendant in one of Johnny's lawsuits to try and recoup some of the money that was leached away from him. So it's like, well, why do you, we stop becoming friends, or we stop being friends? Well, that's why. That'll do it quick. $4 million is a lot of reasons to stop being friends with someone. Cortland Erickson says, for someone with Amber's personality disorders, a textbook predictable move post-relationship is to turn the people closest to the victim against them. Very possible. Possible that was done. But Amber has a problem with all of these people in that Amber was their link to the gravy train.
Right.
I think you talked about this. It's like, so once that faucet was turned off, suddenly they're like, yeah, we're not really friends anymore. Don't really hang out. Don't really want to be friends. Several of Amber's witnesses communicated to her that they didn't want to be friends anymore. We don't really want to be friends with you anymore. Kind of exhausting. It's like, oh my God. Purple Guy 3000. Amber's witnesses aren't looking so good so far. Feels like a bunch of deadbeats testifying out of spite, but don't care enough to turn up in court. Lena Stensgaard, thanks for the live stream and your comments. Thank you. Brent Nias, I pledged 10 million Dutch Gilder. Cool. Real Hydro PX, thank you. Dan Larkin, my lady like to get punched during whoopee. Occasionally, it will leave bruise/black eye. Looks nothing like what we saw here. Nearly impossible to hide. Well, have fun with that one, brother. Guy says, I mean, I don't expect anyone involved in Hollywood to be clean, so this shouldn't surprise people. Oh, yeah, we did find out today that Johnny has used drugs in the past.
No kidding.
That has happened.
Forget
Finally. Barry Soitoro, Amber Heard lawyers on every deposition so far. Have you ever seen Mr. Depp not be a complete legend doing drugs with the coolest people in entertainment? Martin T, who invited Rick from Rick and Morty to testify? Rabadabadub-dub. The 10th Planet, he did say being on drugs changed nothing about his behavior or attitude. Might throw a wrench in there. He's violent, went coked up, bollocks. Yeah, that was his friend was like, yeah, Johnny was always high and drunk, but he'd never changed him. Drazatis says, good to know that you do not have to possess talent to be a talent agent. Just in time. That red vape he was hitting is a dry weed vaporizer. Pretty sure it's the Yokan Vein dry herb vaporizer. Barry Soitoro, is this a human? Yikes. And Depp never came with it. I promise you that. Oh yeah. They brought on Johnny Depp's former talent agent, one of the people fired in the swaths of firings when he found out that all of his business managers had taken all of his money or squandered it all. And she testified that during the 10 years leading up to her firing, Johnny became the biggest star in the world. And it's like, and her testimony was supposed to show that he destroyed his own career. She testified that, there was talk about his lateness as a problem in the industry. And they said, well, did an executive ever say that? Well, no, but when production crew are waiting around for someone, there's chatter. Oh, okay. Did he ever lose a role because he was late? No. Did he ever have trouble getting roles because he was late or on drugs or alcohol? No. So again, just nothing. Just nothing. Shock the Casbah says, getting strong Pat from SNL vibes. Tom, party on, Wayne. Janice Zeal, her math skills are on fleek. Nikki, what the hell even is that? Ender, she looks exactly like an NPC. Barry Soitoro, this broad looks like Fred Armisen. I don't know who that is. Ruby Stone, I'm getting very Uncanny Valley vibes from her for some reason. Mr. Shado, Depp's talent agent is Edna Mode from The Incredibles. Yes, that's who it looks like. Oh my gosh.
No capes.
They brought in the California, Los Angeles County domestic violence expert from the police department, from the LAPD, right? They don't elicit testimony that I heard that the officers responding to the domestic abuse call violated protocol in any way. In fact, I mean, she says, it depends on the circumstances there. And if officers do not find evidence of domestic abuse, then they hand over a card and just issue something. They leave a comment.
Call us when something actually happens.
Yes. And so it's like, so why did you call this person? Like you should have walked her through. You're calling her as an expert. So give her the depositions of the officers and the body cams, have her go through and say, they actually violated our policy here and should have followed up. And if you don't have that, why are you calling this person? Blew me away. It'd be like, Well, it was like Edgecombe, right? It was like that one expert for Edgecombe who sits there and then they go through and you didn't go through everything. You didn't actually make a reasonable determination, except it was even worse because she never even made the determination.
Right.
GD says so much anti-Semitism in this chat. RETJ mods WTF. Well, first of all, I don't know what TJ is, but who TJ is, but in this chat, it is free speech, and the consequence of that free speech is you may see something you don't like or don't agree with. In fact, oftentimes, oftentimes people will say things about me that I don't like and don't agree with. But that's the risk of free speech. And if you police one thing, you have to police everything, and you can't do it. So right now, you just have to understand that the people in chat are responsible for what they say. It's up to you also. If YouTube doesn't like what you say and they yeet your account, they can do that based on your comments. So people are able to police themselves. Patrick Law, seeing people talk about the Fifth Circuit taking away SEC power as unconstitutional and people being butthurt, is this a big deal or just weirdos being weirdos? It's a big deal in a good way that the SEC no longer has an extrajudicial power to levy a criminal fine, which is phenomenally mind-blowing that they did in the slightest have an administrative law judge to issue criminal fines in the millions of dollars to corporations and individuals.
The only thing shocking about this decision is that it was required.
Yeah, legitimately. So no, it's good. But to everybody out there's like, oh, is this going to mean ATF's going to be gutted? No, not from this decision. Not yet. I mean, the ATF doesn't have an administrative law judge issuing criminal penalties. So that's the big difference there. David Stowe says, this is Steven Tyler's plain yet successful sister. Barry Cream, yes, please, says, I don't like making fun of people's appearances, but I would like to say that Tracy Jacob reminds me of Squidward, mostly her expression and wide mouth. She had a really wide mouth. She did. See, STFU says, and then Fox News reports the domestic violence lady said they violated protocol. If she did, I missed it. If she did, I missed it entirely. I was sitting here and I was waiting for that. I didn't hear it. I'll have to read the Fox article and check out what the quote is from her, but I didn't see it. Potassium dichromate. Hi, if an objection sticks and a testimony is stricken from the record, does the side whose time it was on get it reclaimed? If so, is it beneficial to have them play the nothing deposition? Well, the depositions, only the played parts of the depositions matter. So you're not going to get objections during those played depositions. I don't think the time is returned on striking, pretty much because you're talking about just a few seconds of statement. Now, if someone went on like a 10-minute exposition and then they had to strike it all, maybe you get it back at that point, but I don't think so. Simple Realistic says, where does Amber find all these freaky acting and or looking people? Forget acting. That is her true talent right here. It's LA, man. Weirdos. Herb Fitzgerald, she looks like a grouper in a cheap wig. Logan Head, can we please refer to her as Officer Squarehead? Ike Lewis, this lady looks like she is from that creepy Duracell family from the 90s. Scott Johnson, she is so jealous of Johnny Depp, it's tragic. Bumtown, hey, let me read all these terrible things Johnny said about you. Now, please tell me about Johnny as a person. David McIntyre says, they are wasting so much of their time. Any idea who has what left? Yeah, now we know it's 18 and a half hours for Johnny Depp, 8 hours and 10 minutes for Amber Heard. Retro Veteran Gamer, is it just me or is this former talent agent a real-life Janine Melnitz from Ghostbusters? Kind of, except I think that lady looked more normal. This is a Ghostbusters. God Dark Death says, keep talking and take my money. Okay. Will H, liars, if cocaine equals sickly, explain Kirstie Alley. She must have quit. I think that's what happened. Raider fan Keeve says, more witnesses who are bitter from being removed from the money teat. Yeah, this is, they brought his former business manager, the one who was replaced by Ed White, who was overseeing the loss of $650 million, a number which you reported was probably accurate.
Wow.
Johnny Depp also sued that business management company for $25 million, and they settled out for the leaked amount is $10 million, but it's technically confidential. So again, kind of looks like they actually did hose him out of money. All these leeches got removed from Johnny's life, and now they're testifying against him, which is great. Pico 141, do you think they'll lose and try to mitigate how much money Depp gets, or this is all they got, so they just play it and hope for the best? I mean, this is all they've got. They have to mitigate the damages because they know if he lost Pirate 6, it fills that $50 million, frankly. A Rogue Patriot says, a lot of lube behind businessman. That was gross. Fauci lied, puppies dies. Says, bottom feeders. K-Dub smiles. His use appears to have escalated when he filmed the Rum Diary and started with Amber. Her behavior impacted his need to medicate. Wow. Ninjim, I find Depp guilty of abuse to drugs and alcohol. Is that what he's on trial for? Nanny Garm, thank you for the donation. Same with you, Ash. Cash Me Outside Adams. Remember, Depp is being abused and gaslighted at this point also. Crushing on Curry. So we're talking about Johnny's $100,000 monthly sober medical expenses, but not Amber's $30,000 per month wine habit while he's trying to get sober. And again, that was phenomenal. Did anybody else put together? The guy testified that Johnny's personal expenses for, I think, staff were $300,000 a month, but he didn't quantify that. He labeled about $450,000 a year. I don't know how you get to $300,000 a month in staff expenses. That was weird. Nanny Garm says she has the look, emotions, and voice of Roz from Monsters Inc. Macnan Packin says all of people he fired are worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. You're telling me they can't buy a flight, spend a night to do all the depositions? Yeah. Well, no, they don't want to. Well, if you think about it, the business managers don't want to be brought on cross as adverse to Johnny Depp because they got spanked in a lot. Well, they settled out of a lawsuit, which meant these guys probably knew they were going to get just spanked. If they were squeaky clean on Johnny Depp's accounts, they would have taken that thing to trial and gone after him for fees and damages. Frank, like, settlement doesn't always work that way, but you're talking about professional firms with all sorts of cover your ass documentation of everything that they do. I don't trust that. Getting them on cross would probably be Johnny's dream.
Yeah, and them settling, I mean, that's terrible for them, right? They're still, in theory, representing other people that now have to worry that their money's going to get stolen by these guys.
Right. So they don't want to come out on cross. They don't want to be there and be asked any questions in relation to Johnny's stuff live and maybe have a bad answer. And most of these other people just don't like Amber Heard. Like, they may not like Johnny Depp, but they don't. You just mentioned a great point. All these people are still working in Hollywood. And if your agent comes out and testifies against you and you have any friends that they are representing or courting, that's over. It's done. Stuzom says, this seems like Johnny's drinking and drugs got worse the longer he was with Amber. So it seems like he done drink and drugs to deal with her abuse. Mike V, wait, he swore? He got upset? I expected Johnny Depp to take the news that multiple close parties to him ripped him off for millions with the stillness of a Buddhist monk. How dare he? Yeah, that was one of the ladies testified that he swore at her over the phone. She
that violent maniac.
Red Lily Art. Johnny Depp had a cameo in London Fields. So how much of a problem could he have had with her in that film? No idea. Hey, welcome, James from court. Welcome back.
Hey there. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. How'd the rest of the day go?
It was pretty long. It was kind of tiring, although the live witness was good. That was definitely a fresh energy that we needed. But otherwise it was just a mess, and I feel like it didn't help anybody. It didn't do anything. We could have thrown it all out and it would have made no difference personally. But yeah.
Yeah, I thought, I think that's, frankly, I think that's the best case scenario today for Amber. I think I think it's either that or that Johnny Depp actually scored several points today. But yeah, but that's my view of it, not lensing it through the jury reactions. Was the jury just completely disengaged for the rest of the day?
I mean, I have to be honest, they were checked out a lot of the time. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure that like 2 or 3 of them like kind of have their opinions, and now they're just, I mean, there's when it's anything interesting, they get involved. When it's not, they just zone out. The other ones are harder to read. 3 of them wear masks, so it's quite hard. But again, I noticed that people just aren't engaged. It's not like they're like leaning in and making like, oh wow, like making like their eyes bigger or like doing anything. It's just chair swivels. Let me look around court. I mean, I've locked eyes with so many of the jurors now who are just like looking around because it seems like they're so bored. I mean, I keep writing down, this person looks bored. This person looks bored. This person looks bored. So yeah.
This is the most important question I have for you, maybe in your entire life. Did you get Chanley Painter's phone number?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure she's married. I think she's married. Is she not married?
Look, everything's a negotiation. What are you
Okay.
talking about?
I did actually. That's such a crazy question, but I did.
Oh, that's fantastic. We were just joking because we saw the camera went right on you guys. You were talking to her, so that I had to ask.
we've been bench buddies for a little bit now, so we kind of chat here and there, and she followed me on Twitter, so we were chatting about that and some of the other things. And of course, she's really nice. This is actually, I think, one of her first big like ever cases and stuff that she's done. So
yeah,
she's from Atlanta and she's new to all this too, kind of. So we're almost, I mean, she's obviously way more of a professional and is like doing this, and I was just a random person who came into this, but I feel like we're similar, kind of like figuring out our vibes. So she's really
you should angle yourself for an interview on Court TV with her.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, I don't see why not. We're gonna meet up. We're gonna see each other in the courtroom on Monday. So yeah, maybe I'll talk to her. I'll be like, hey, if you're doing interviews, I don't know.
Yeah, just
I'm
let me
available.
know.
Yeah. I had a couple. I had one with Fox this morning, and then Newsweek after, because they heard my interview with Fox. So that was cool. But
very cool, man. Yeah, I would definitely do it, especially if you are getting into this media and PR stuff, is what you said earlier, that you're into journalism and public relations. Then absolutely, I mean, get your face and name out there as much as possible.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is the moment. I literally just came to this as like a fun thing. I'm reporting on it kind of just for a small like articles and stuff, but I never envisioned this would happen this way. So absolutely, I will. Thank you.
Yeah, now you gotta grab it like an Amber Heard and ride it through a drug fueled nightmare. It'll be perfect.
Hopefully not like that, but yes.
Well, hey man, I'm reading super chats. I'm gonna wrap up pretty soon. You're welcome to stay, but I would ask if you had anything like kind of final thoughts for the day before I get back into reading these.
I mean, I'll say that some of the jurors were smiling, giggling. I did find out that a few of the jurors actually did laugh, like when Johnny Depp was testifying. I thought that them saying that the Aquaman was the most successful film ever released was the most ludicrous statement I've ever heard. And I think that throws out the entire witness. I just wish, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be giving them points, but my takeaway for the day is I wish Amber's team would think more carefully about the witnesses and the testimonies, and like, is this helping our case or is this doing nothing? And it's her PR too. Like, oh, I feel so bad for her. I wish she could hire people that actually cared about her to an extent. But anyway, that's my takeaway. She needs some professional help.
No, it's well, yes. In many categories.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even mean it that way.
I know you didn't.
Yeah.
But no, she does. She does need better people on her team. I would say better people on her legal team, better people on her public relations team than David the grab ass Shane. I think that guy's, you don't have to say anything about that. I'll take all the threatening letters. But No, I think you're absolutely right. And yeah, her agent's testimony about like how her career was supposed to take off and just be this magical thing it fell so flat to me. I was like, wait, but you're acting like her performance in Aquaman was this breakthrough thing that was going to lead to whatever. And it's like, it was just a random DC movie. And when she said, yeah, it was the greatest thing ever. There were no negative reviews of it. I just started Googling Aquaman reviews. I'm like, this thing's getting 3 out of 5s all over the place. And for a movie that big, 3 out of 5s is basically 1 out of 5.
And I just think that was they knew that statement was in there. It was so poorly planned because, I mean, there are a lot of young people in the audience, even though, I mean, I've never seen Aquaman, so I don't know how many young people have really seen Aquaman. But for anyone who is, half the jury is older too, you're telling them, people over the age of 40, that this Aquaman is the best film ever released. You're telling people who have experienced like decades of watching like so many great filmmakers. Like, are you kidding me? Spielberg, Tarantino, like, I mean, there's 1,000 more who are far better. Anyway, I just think you lost them at that moment. I think when she said that, I think her whole testimony went out the window.
Yeah. And that's been the unforced errors of several of their witnesses is their testimony goes out the window. And the worst part is their video deposition testimonies. So they know it's in there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, they knew that. Why do this? Why not they could have gotten actual experts from things that could have been believable, but yet they use these videos that are making people sleep and they're not even credible to begin with. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but it's beyond me what they're doing, to be honest.
No, you're not alone on that, man. You don't have to be a lawyer on that one. Well, I really appreciate you checking in. Like I said, as next week resumes, I'll gladly drop you links. You can check in whenever you have time and are available. You're welcome to stay. I'm just reading some chats for probably another 14 minutes or so, and then I'm going to go take a nap. But
no, I appreciate that, but I'm still in the court parking garage, so I'm going to head out, grab food.
Get out of here, man.
I appreciate it, y'all, but have a great weekend and I'll see you next week.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Okay. James from court. Again, his Twitter is linked in the description. The guy has been in court all week taking furious notes. And I like his takes. I like his jury watching. Seems to be pretty interesting. Okay, here we go. Ash says, notice how all of Amber's witnesses are people who use Johnny in some way, just like her. Misty Mountain says Johnny Depp drank more during the time he was with Amber Heard because he was trying to numb the pain Amber Heard was subjecting him to. Seems it escalated after he met Amber Heard. Sig Saucer, Amber testified she was financially independent during the marriage. The increase in expense doesn't match that testimony. Winged Paragon, wait, so they brought on ex-employees and friends who got Depp's money and couldn't even get them in person. That's their damage mitigation. Pathetic. E.G. Johnson, the black box behind his left shoulder says vodka on it. Yes, he had a like a boutique branded vodka bag. Probably represents that company in some way. Darcy Sharon says an expert witness by video is a bad move. I agree. You're paying them. You have the resources, drag them in. Kelly Joyner, will there be any live testimony today? We did get one live expert. Shiri, read that one. Abby Norman, thank you for the donation. Also, when Tracy Jacobs was on screen, I thought it was one of Isaac's abstract paintings. I was shook when she started talking. David Stowe, Ethan Ralph blocked me on Twitter. Big win for me. Make one little shark joke and he gets butthurt. Honest AF, I think the fact that she has a reputation for being a brawler is much more important than proving he's an addict, which we already know. Jeffrey Wayne, boys, there was only 1 point scored this morning. The dude saying he, quote, he didn't believe in a higher power. Massive in Virginia, massive. So yeah, Johnny Depp, it was revealed that he does not believe in a higher power. Therefore, he didn't like the idea of AA. Muhammad Arslan says, is just me or Elaine's voice sound like one of really disingenuous and malicious person? I think she just sounds kind of loony, frankly. Clifford McClarty, the pocket knife on the bed could have been the tool to cut the hair. Could have been, or the bed frame. Michelle Skinner, accountant, an extension to file your taxes is not an extension to pay your taxes. And why is professionals do why professionals do appropriate tax planning to avoid large sums due at filing. True. Very true. Barbie Dracules can/should Johnny Depp team call an OBGYN to testify to what the injuries would be in the bottle rape incident? Yeah, but again, this is one of those things where it's a lot of time on an expert. They get bogged down. It bogs down the jury when you have to listen to their 8-hour CV of all the seminars and medical classes they took. And at the end of the day, everybody can just imagine how horrifying it is. And the worst part is you have to ask an expert if it's possible that they would not sustain some sort of injury, and they'll have to say yes.
Right.
So just let the jury's mind run on it. Hannah Warner, okay with the hair. Kim Kardashian, Ariana Grande have experienced hair falling out of the crown of the scalp because of ponytail extensions. Let's be real. Maybe he was late due to her not letting him leave. Jeanette K. Perhaps trichotillomania is a condition where a person feels compelled to pull their hair out. Disgruntled moderate judge has 20 minutes tomorrow. Attorney need to agree on jury instructions before then, stated on Monday. Okay, there you go. Tortheo, imagine MCU with Amber Heard as female Aquaman replacement. Literally probably was in the plan until all of this for DC to replace Aquaman with a female Aquaman character in Amber Heard. Wada4 says, I have asked before, but I missed it. Why is this being held in Virginia? Also, when is the trial supposed to end? Trial ends once the jury renders a verdict sometime after the 27th. It's held in Virginia because that's where the Washington Post is. So that's where the statement was effectively published. And you don't want to bring it in California. Tortheo, Amber Heard infidelity matters. They claim Johnny Depp was paranoid. I mean, kind of. It kind of matters. Again, I don't think the jury thinks that a guy worried about his wife having sex with other people is abusively controlling, frankly. And I don't think we've gotten testimony that supports the idea that Johnny Depp was abusively controlling when Amber Heard seems to have been able to go wherever she wanted, whenever she wanted, to multiple properties around the world and go with her friends to these places, have his personal driver drive in a separate car to bring her dogs with them. I mean, like, yeah, I just don't see it. Colton Lynch, if Amber needs a new job after this, she can work at Hooters. Oh, wait, she ain't that gifted. Could also make scat videos. Gross. Easy Dozer. In closing, Miss Heard is a lion hoe. And then applause from the gallery. Krezar Gaming, as a spectator, why would Amber Heard's team use so many video depots? If I were a juror, I'd barely hold any weight behind since they seemed biased. They're using it because they can't bring them in. They have to get some facts, and they can't bring people in if they won't come.
They can't compel them.
Right. They can't compel them unless they're in Virginia, and most of these are not. And that may have been a strategic play on Johnny's part too, to actually that may be one of the other reasons to bring this in Virginia. If Amber can't easily bring people in as witnesses and he knows that her network is shattered, it was a smart move. Tyler Nichols. So 19 days in, other than the bogus pictures in Amber's testimony, there's been zero evidence of abuse, correct? Pretty much. Yeah. And the pictures aren't evidence of abuse. The pictures are evidence of injuries that might have been caused by abuse. So
that might be injuries.
That might be injuries. Martin Pine, imagine Elaine was a hostage negotiator. Well, the hostages are already dead. Ian Mack, can't believe they're burning time on this. Grim, after the horrible redirect, I feel like this comes off more as Elaine's ineptness over uncooperation. Lucas Strayer, as Richard's objection, smells like cat piss in here. This is improper. Fire Sky 15, this is meme worthy. Hayden, I would instruct the witness not to answer the question on the basis of attorney-client privilege. We heard that a lot today. We heard that a lot. Hey, it's all good. What's the point of this depo? Is it even helping Amber? Does her team just like to waste everyone's time? Team Johnny, you brought this point up earlier, yesterday. I think that you'd be just annoyed as a juror that you're having to sit here for all of this stuff. And so anything that seems fruitless is got to piss you off.
I mean, how pissed would you be if you were called to serve on this jury for a month or however long this is? They wrench you out of your normal life, your normal ability to support your family, pay your bills, earn a living, because these two multimillionaires are having a tiff.
They don't worry, they pay you like $16 a day or whatever for jury duty. I mean, it'd be crippling for me. Like, take a month off of your if your job is social media, you're going to take a month and a half off your social media job. It's not like you could go and then broadcast, because if you say anything at all, you could get in serious trouble. It'd be horrifying. And yeah, they don't pay you anything. I would be furious listening to pointless Depo videos. Ruger 82 day. So I'm just waiting for Amber to one day lose it and reach over and start choking Elaine. Asgir Rosin, where is David Borowski when we need him? God, he's funny. I hope there's another trial in front of him soon. Caitlin says, even in Depo, Elaine is all hearsay. 24 cookies, 24. If she knows she can't answer, then why? If she knows he can't answer, then why ask? It was in my opinion, a poor strategic point to try and get it to look like he was being evasive. But I think having the attorney say, I'm going to have to advise you because of attorney-client privilege not to answer that question. He cannot answer that question without disclosing protected attorney-client communications. I think having that said every single time and having that in the video was completely mitigating of any idea that he was evasive. Chris says, is Elaine asking these questions because she's hoping she can slip something through, because she's terrible at questioning, or because she has some other motive? I think it's part 1 and part 3 mostly. The questions were fine. She knows that she can't get the answers. Like, she's not dumb. She's not that dumb. M says, the reading of the hashtags was great. Amber's lawyers looked upset with how many times he said Amber turd. Do you think him emphasizing hashtag justice for Johnny might embolden jurors to make a favorable judgment for Depp? I mean, the jury's going to try not to think about it, but the jury just found out that the overwhelming majority of chatter in the public space is on the side of Johnny Depp. And they've got to be thinking, why is that? What? The worst thing is if they're thinking, I'm on Johnny Depp's side, and now they've been reinforced with the public being on Johnny Depp's side. And it's not great. Robert Espiritu, I know it's unethical and unprofessional, but there's a possibility that Amber's legal team are just going through the motions so they can't be accused of throwing the case for incompetence. I mean, these people are getting paid millions of dollars. I just don't believe it. Mo Zamboni, hey Nick, I'm a Good Logic's new editor. I designed, edited, and illustrated his new video Objection Hearsay. It is only at 2K views. It is honestly a great watch. Can we get some more eyes on this? Thanks, you guys rock. Guys, you can go check out Good Logic's video Objection Hearsay. That would be a good thing to do. Absolutely. Let's see. I got about 3 minutes before I really just need to go crash. And I'm going to do a show tomorrow, guys, and do all the super chats that I have not gotten today, as well as the ones that are still left over from yesterday. In Celsior, what, if anything, do they hope to achieve by showing this depo of Johnny Depp's lawyer? Not much. ATN DeGaulle, why does Elaine keep asking questions she knows he can't answer? Is that strategy or incompetence? Skippy Fab, why ask questions he can't answer? Do they think simply asking the question that they influence the jury somehow seems desperate? Slash and Burn Theory, Elaine is a stubborn one. Hickey, do they have to play this because they subpoenaed him and filmed it? No, they don't have to play it. They chose to bring him. TLJ Screwjob says this Waldman Depo is not only just wasting Amber's remaining time, but making the jury want to break the no talk rule and ask the judge to eat the gavel. The Frisky Flamingo, you may be able to fool your cats and Amber turd, but you're not slick cat lady. Hashtag amateur hour. Large Black Bear, I wonder if Amber Heard is fuming even more as hearing how much Elaine is getting shut down in Depo. Ollie McKenzie Har says, hi, funny guys. Are the pics he's shown in evidence? Not sure which pictures. I don't know. If they came up on screen, they're in evidence because that would be published to the jury, but I don't know other than that. Timothy and Nicole Uding, what could her strategy be here? All I see is her wasting time. Isn't she already in danger of running out of time? I think giving the biggest benefit of the doubt is that They're trying to generate a fact issue for a jury to decide about whether or not the statements were made by Johnny Depp through his lawyer. The problem is, I think there's a very sound legal argument that him asserting privilege means that there is no possible jury question on the matter, because you can't draw a negative inference from asserting privilege. That's the point of the privilege. And so they now have grounds after all of that to make in my opinion, a very reasoned approach to asking for dismissal. Again, judge may not do it, but they've got it. They've got the question or the grounds for it. Timothy and Nicole Uding, what could her strategy be here? All I see is her wasting time. Isn't she already in danger of running out of time? OC 5150, Elaine looking like the attorney equivalent of Fight Club and losing badly. That somebody 7 in Elmo's voice. I can't do. My voice is shot, guys. Can't do it. Sorry. I would instruct the witnesses to not answer the question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. I'll try and do it on Friday. I'm going to go eat some soup and drink some tea. Mr. Branca, I'm going to turn in for the day.
Sure. Are you on tonight?
I will. Yes, I'm stupid. I'll be on tonight.
All right. Well, I'm going to be in bed when you're on. So I urge you to do as you say, get some tea, get some soup, get some rest, and urge the audience to join you this evening when you go back live. And I'm snoozing away. If you send a link tomorrow, perhaps I'll pop on for a few minutes as I did here today. Otherwise, have a great show. And good night, everybody.
Thanks, man. And make sure you guys check out, again, if you're interested at all in self-defense law, practical application of self-defense law for yourself, not like, oh, this is how lawyers approach self-defense, but how you can make yourself hard to convict, hard to charge. You got to check out lawofselfdefense.com/live online. Check that out. And you got a seminar on Saturday, you said, and it's going to be an all-day thing, right?
That's right.
So there you go, guys. Check that out. Thank you, Andrew, and we'll see you soon, buddy.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Take care.
Right.
Bye.
Peace. And to the chat, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. I am, like I said, I'm going to go get some rest and rest my voice. I will have a show tonight at 11 p.m. Central. I have a show every weeknight, pretty much at 11 p.m. Central. It is possible I will cancel it if I'm dying. We'll see. It's been a very, very long week, but nonetheless, I will be trying to find time to do a show on Friday for the rest of the super chats. Thank you all for all of the chats that you send in. They're very much appreciated. And they really help me do these long shows. So with that, let me read these 3 from Rumble because I'll lose them if I don't. Lieutenant Hobbit says, I'll take a toast to my dog, Batman. He died at 16 2 years ago. He and I shared the same birthday. May 19th is always an interesting day. I wouldn't mind a toast either. Happy birthday to both of us. So Lieutenant Hobbit, happy birthday to you and your dog who has passed away, unfortunately, from this world. But of course, our pets influence us much more than we ever influence them. And know that the 16 years that he spent with you were the 16 years he would not have rather spent with anyone else. Cheers, buddy. Rumble username sucks says, Nick, you have to get Tug on to discuss Waldman's testimony as soon as possible. Expect he's going to blow up after that revelation. Hope so. He's been covering this case harder than just about anybody. So Rumble username sucks says, can we start sanctioning corporations who send know-nothings as their corporate designee to testify? Corporations get way too many protections compared to individual persons. Let's go back to charters. Well, I mean, they could have called any of the executives. They could have called Jerry Bruckheimer. They could have tried to force those people in, but it would have been harder. Disney was happy to provide a useless person who knows nothing about it. And Disney doesn't know about these decisions. People at Disney know about these decisions. So, it was just a waste. Okay. There you go. That's it. That's what I got, guys. We'll see you hopefully tonight. If not tonight, then tomorrow. Get some rest for yourselves. I know these streams are long for you guys as well. And until next time, peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lethbrook, spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones